दिया है तथा सभी बाधाओं के बावजूद ये आगे बढ़ती रही है। हमारे देश में महिला सुरक्षा को लेकर कई सख्त कानून बने हैं। इसके बावजूद असुरक्षा की भावना का होना दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। महिलाओं का सतत संघर्ष उस सामाजिक संकीर्णता और रूढ़िवाद के खिलाफ है जिनमें उन्हें कमजोर माना जाता है। यद्यपि बहुत से बदलाव हुई है, लेकिन कुछ ऐसे सामाजिक पूर्वाग्रह अभी भी जोर जमाए हुए हैं जो महिलाओं की समानता के मार्ग में अवरोध पैदा करते हैं। एक समाज के रूप में हम सभी को अपने भीतर झांकने और अपने आप से कुछ कठिन सवाल पूछने की जरूरत है। हमने कहाँ गलती की है? हम सुधार के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं? महिलाओं की सुरक्षा और गरिमा किसी भी देश के विकास और सफलता के लिए सर्वाधिक महत्वपूर्ण है। यह अनिवार्य हो गया है कि हम सभी एक साथ मिलकर देश की महिलाओं के सम्मान और गरिमा को सुरक्षित रखने और उनके विकास को सुनिश्चित करने का संकल्प लें। नेटवर्क 18 द्वारा ये पहल कुछ ऐसी महिलाओं को सम्मानित करने की है जिन्होंने लिंग से हटकर असाधारण काम किए हैं और उपलब्धियां हासिल की। उन महिलाओं ने अविश्वसनीय उदाहरण प्रस्तुत करते हुए सभी सीमाओं को पार किए हैं, भेदभावपूर्ण मानदंडों को चुनौती दी है तथा शानदार सफलता हासिल करते हुए रूढ़ियों को ध्वस्त किए हैं। अब समय आ गया है कि हम सब एक ऐसी जनचेतना को जागृत करें जिसमें महिलाओं का सम्मान बढ़े। कोई महिला किसी भी समय किसी भी जगह असुरक्षित ना हो। आपका SheShakti अभियान इस व्यापक जन जागरण का हिस्सा है। आपके इस कार्यक्रम के लिए मेरी अशेष शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
All right, thank you to the President for that very inspiring and powerful message. Now with that, setting the tone, we're all set to bring in our first panel. Today we are thrilled to have here with us two trailblazing women who are not only advancing their impactful political careers, but are also playing a key role in shaping the future of our nation. Now one hails from the bustling streets of Delhi and the other from the vibrant rural belts of Bihar. One represents a major national party while the other stands strong in a powerful regional party. One has embraced her father's legacy while the other her mother's, and yet they are united by a powerful message. Sashakt Nari, Sashakt Bharat. Please join me in welcoming on stage Basuri Swaraj, Member of Parliament, Delhi, and also Shambhavi Chaudhary, Member of Parliament from Samastipur, Bihar. Please give them a round of applause in conversation with Abantika Singh, Senior Anchor and Consulting Editor, CNN News 18.
Thank you, Sonal. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, to the first session. How's everyone feeling today? How are the ladies feeling today? Let's hear a huge round of applause for our special guests, Shambhavi and Basuri. Basuri, let me start with you. You know, you're an accomplished lawyer by profession, but I was reading sometime in May where you said that politics was not your first choice as a profession. And I found that very surprising because Sushma Swarajji, she was a force to be reckoned with. She was a stalwart in Indian politics. And you were surrounded by politics in your growing years. Why was politics not your first choice as your career?
Thank you so much for inviting me here. And I must begin with a confession. I'm elated to actually be sharing the stage with Shambhavi. I'm in awe of this girl. So the reason why politics was never my first choice is because I had a very normal upbringing. My parents, I think, made a very deliberate attempt to insulate me from the world of politics. And I had a very normal upbringing where, you know, shout out to Vasantali's school and to my amazing teachers who ensured that I was very grounded.
Yes.
And I think there was a very clear message. Maa said, kuch bhi karne se pehle apna wajood banana bahut zaruri hai. And politics is not a profession. It's actually a medium for serving the nation. Law is my profession, and even till date, now that I'm very grateful to the people of New Delhi for having chosen Bhajpa, and by virtue of which I have now been graced with the opportunity and bestowed with the opportunity and the responsibility of serving the constituency. Politics still is not my profession. Law continues to be my profession.
Fair enough. And let me ask you then, Shambhavi, is it true that you actually did appear for UPSC, you had those aspirations, and if not politics, would you have pursued a career in civil services? Why did you choose politics? Is it because of your family? Because your family has also been in politics for the last 50 years. You're a third generation politician. So what inspired you then?
First of all, good morning to everyone here. Thank you for having me. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity to talk about women, empowerment of women, and like Basuri said, I'm equally elated to share the stage with her and have such a wonderful anchor. About UPSC, yes, I come from Bihar. And you know, we are social conditioned into believing that UPSC is our end goal, and that's where we have to reach. But if you ask me, then if I was not into politics, I would have done something in the education line. I was already working as a director in a school in Bihar, and I was working towards the education of young girls. And I think education is a powerful tool that can transform lives, and we don't emphasize enough on that. So definitely, if not politics, I would have done that. But you know, ever since childhood, I had it in me. I saw my father, I saw my grandfather serve the people of their constituency, and when I was young, I was like, you know, when I grow up, I want to be something like them. I want to grow up and help people. I want to be at a place where, you know, I can change lives, I can impact lives, I can transform the society. That's what I wanted to do. So yeah, and like Basuri said, politics is not profession, it's a way of life. You have to give yourself in. And when it's politics, it's not like, okay, I'm working 9 to 5. You have to work every day, every minute, every second, and you have to live up to your people's expectations.
Oh, absolutely. It goes beyond 24 hours. Now, I wanted to ask both of you, and Basuri, you can take the lead on this. So, now that you've taken the plunge, how have you been able to navigate the very demanding landscape of Parliament? You know, when the challenges that you face there inside Parliament, constituency is another, you know, challenge to take on. But inside Parliament, is it family experience, mentorship? How do you tackle those challenges as a first-time MP?
I think the credit goes to my profession. Because with a experience about 17 years plus of litigation, especially before the Honorable Supreme Court of India, that I think is something that I keep sort of relying on and going back to. Otherwise, of course, and you learn on the job, and I'm very grateful to my leadership. I'm very grateful that we have very experienced parliamentarians that we can sort of go and pick their brains, and we do that. And somewhere I'm very lucky to have colleagues like Shambhavi, where we can sort of over a cup of coffee decide to collaborate, have a brainstorming session and discuss things.
But is there anything that has taken you by surprise?
The decibel levels.
Shambhavi, what about you?
No, I think inside the parliament, everyone is very cordial. I mean, there is no patriarchy inside the parliament. But definitely, like I always say, to be here, I didn't just contest elections. I fought patriarchy first. I fought misogynists. I fought stereotypes. And then I reached here, you know. But it was very evident during the election campaign. I think a lot of women who were contesting must have faced it. I come from Bihar, and you know, people over there, we have a concept of Mukhiya Pati, Sansad Pati, Vidhayak Pati, where women are actually the elected leaders, but the powers are with their husbands or fathers. So, you know, I did combat those stereotypes in the election campaign, and casually people would say कि अरे कोई बात नहीं, आप इनको जिता दीजिए, मतलब इनके पति है, इनके पापा. I was like, no, I'm here for myself. I'm fighting, and you have to elect me. So that's something that you know, that was something that I fought. So
no, I can imagine. You know,
I must say credit where it's due when it comes to Parliament, and I know that Shambhaji will agree with me. I think the Honorable Speaker Om Birla ji is very conscientious of this aspect. He gives a lot of opportunity to first-time MPs and especially to women MPs. And I think credit where it's due. So I'm very grateful to him as well for giving us the opportunity.
Correct. And he also remembers, like, he will know how many times you've spoken. So, like, if I meet him casually in the corridor, he'll be like, oh, you got a lot of chance this time. I said, yeah.
Oh, that's refreshing and very wonderful to hear. But Basri, still, you know, women constitute only 13.6% of members in parliament. And though we are seeing more and more women entering electoral politics, I think the representation is abysmally low. When do you think 33% will become a reality? Because in UK, if I'm not mistaken, we still have 40% women parliamentarians. In South Africa, it's 45%. When do you think we can reach that?
18th Lok Sabha is the last Lok Sabha to have this level of representation. The 19th Lok Sabha is going to see 33% reservation because of the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam brought in by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and the NDA government.
That's a very big announcement there,
Of course.
Basri.
But it's something which is there in the pipelines because आप देख लीजिए अभी जनगणना होने वाली है, population census is going to happen, उसके बाद delimitation या परिसीमन होगा, and उसके बाद स्वाभाविक है कि ये अधिनियम जो है वो लागू होगा.
That's interesting. Shambhani, in your social media bio, you present yourself as the Gen Z member of parliament. And I found that very fascinating. Because even I'm trying to find out what does Gen Z need? What are their, aspirations? So as a Gen Z member of parliament, what are some of their views? What are their political concerns, their political aspirations? And what is the change that they are looking for in politics today?
I think all Gen Zs just want equal opportunities, regardless of the caste, the gender, the class they come from. They want social justice. They want equal strength to, they want equal strength from the society to believe in their dreams. And, I think Gen Z is a term that describes people who have new ideas, new hopes, and new energy, and they want to channelize that energy in making this world a better, more peaceful, a better space for everybody. And this is your physical strength, your emotional strength, your mental strength. And I think all Gen Z people deserve equal rights in whatever sphere they choose.
But they're very strongly opinionated as well, this generation. So it does.
I don't think there should be a problem with having strong opinions. I mean, when is strong opinion a problem?
Never. And when you have an MP like her, bring it on. Basri, I have to ask you this political question. Just very recently, Mr. Rahul Gandhi was in the US and he did quote a lot of controversy with a couple of statements. I'm going to quote him here. He said that the BJP and the RSS believe that women should be restricted to a particular role. They should stay at home. They should cook the food. They should not talk too much. As a woman BJP leader, subscribing to the RSS ideology, and today we are celebrating SheShakti, today we are celebrating women, today we are celebrating each one of us. How do you respond to a statement like this?
This is what happens when your research team is so weak that you end up propagating false propaganda. And I must call Mr. Rahul Gandhi out for this particular aspect. There are two aspects to it. First, जहाँ तक RSS और भाजपा का सवाल है, I stand tall on the shoulders of the women who came before me and who broke the proverbial glass ceiling. People like Smriti Irani ji, people like Nirmala Sitaraman ji, people like Sushma Swaraj ji, people like Vijaya Radhe Scindia ji, who actually came and paved the path for us. Then nothing can be further away from the truth. You know that Prime Minister Modi was the first Prime Minister of the country to have not one but two women as part of the CCS. Both Nirmala Sitaraman ji as well as Sushma Swaraj ji. Second, largest number of women ministers in the cabinet are under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. मैं खुद बहुत स्वाभिमान से कहती हूं और बहुत गर्व से कहती हूं कि मैं एक संघी हूं. संघ के संस्कार मेरी रगों में दौड़ते हैं, मैं भाजपाई हूं, लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है कि संघ रिग्रेसिव है? अगर वो होता तो मैं यहां कैसे बैठती?
तो क्या गलतफहमी है बात?
गलतफहमी नहीं है।
कांग्रेस को क्या गलतफहमी है आरएसएस के बारे में?
मैं आपको सच बता रही हूं, गलतफहमी नहीं है, भय है। राष्ट्रवादी विचारधारा का मानवीय रूप है भाजपा और संघ। और एक बात आपके इस मंच से मैं नेता प्रतिपक्ष माननीय राहुल गांधी जी को जरूर कहूंगी। महाभारत में एक प्रसंग आता है जहां पर पांडव और कौरवों में वैसे एक सिविल वॉर थी, लेकिन जब बाहर का कोई आ जाता है तो कौरवों का साथ दिया था पांडवों में, और तब युधिष्ठिर ने कहा था वयम पंचाधिशतकम, हम 105 हैं। वैसे हम 5 हैं और तुम 100 कौरव हो, लेकिन अगर बाहर का कोई आ जाए तो हम 105 भाई हैं। और ये बात हमारी भारतीयता में निहित है। राहुल गांधी जी को बात समझनी चाहिए। कब कब कितनी बार जाकर विदेशी मंचों पर वो भारत की गरिमा को इस तरह गिराते रहेंगे। अरे बाहर जा रहे तो भारतीय बनिए, वहां पर तो वयम पंचाधिशतकम का आपको भी नीति उसको अपनानी चाहिए।
Oh, well said. I mean, the kind of controversy that we have been seeing ever since he's gone to the US and come back now is something for all to see. And that's why I really wanted to ask you about that statement that he had made.
You cannot allow your political interests and selfish interests to subserve national interests. That is just not allowed. That is just not done.
Shambhavi, I want to ask you, you're the first woman MP from Samastipur, and you know that is creditable. I want to ask you, how are you going to inspire and uplift women, especially from the marginalized communities, through your leadership?
So like I said, I'm focusing on education, and during my campaign, I focused on infrastructure. Education, like I've launched a new campaign in my constituency that says, Padhega Samastipur, Badhega Samastipur, where we are going to different villages, not panchayats also, like at the village level we are working, and we are going there, we are promoting education and reading books. So I'm focusing on that because sometimes women are not, especially young girls, are not given enough resources to complete education. So that's where we, you know, go give them notebooks, storybooks, we read out to them. We have, whenever I go, I read stories with them. So that's what I do. Other than that, I'm focusing on infrastructure because it's important to have create a safe space for women to commute, to travel, to go to their educational institutions or workplaces. So Samastipur lacks in infrastructure a little bit, and that is their main focus. That is what they were demanding also. So better roads, better connectivity, that is what I'm focusing on. I'm focusing on the health of women. I go to primary health centers and, you know, there are not enough female doctors, so I'm working on that. We promote hygiene in women. We promote sanitation in women. Whenever I go, I talk to them about their health, about what they should be doing. And for women especially, if you ask me, I think whenever I go, I talk to them with a free mind, with a free spirit, and I encourage whatever they want to do. And you know, I think that's what really moved me during the campaign also, and still does. It's when young girls come up to me and, you know, for selfies, and they just want to talk to me.
True.
And you know, they say that, you know, I want to be I want to be someone like you because you're so strong. And you know, that is something that really uplifts my spirit, and I'm like, maybe I'm doing something right, that, you know, there are so many girls who are coming out now, who are participating in all these activities, who are being seen now, and you know, they tell me that Samastipur is now a better, safer place because we have a woman MP. So I think things start changing.
No, and you are their powerful voice.
Yeah.
But as you said in the beginning, Bihar also has a tradition of very strong patriarchal politics.
Correct.
How do you navigate gender biases in the landscape, and how are you going to use your position to ensure that more and more women actually enter politics?
See, you know, you have to take very small steps. So I noticed one thing, that during the campaign, okay, this is a little story, but during the campaign, when you go visit somebody's place, only the men would come out and the women would stay inside. They will not talk to you. And the Mukhya is a woman, but she will not come out in the courtyard and meet you. You're supposed to go inside and meet them, interact with them. So this is how they're restricted, confined in a small space. But when I go, when there is a woman contested, a woman in their homes, then you tell them ki aap apni unko bulao, wife ko, ya aap apni beti ko bulao. Then they'll slowly start coming out. So I think that's a small step, but that's how it starts. Whenever I go for a function, now there are women sitting, because I am a woman MP, so they have to call some woman over there. And I think by just simply being myself, simply just being strong, and simply just being courageous enough to advocate for their rights. Well, I will blatantly ask that why are there no women here? And then they have to involve them. It starts with involvement, and then the little involvement also goes a long way.
Well, I hope you bring about that change in Bihar politics. Basuri, the Justice Hema Committee report was a damning indictment of discrimination, sexual harassment, and has rocked the Malayalam film industry. I had to ask you this because, we have seen the uproar, the outrage over the Arjikar unfortunate rape case. Now, we're seeing again the Me Too movement resurfacing. More and more women feel more emboldened, empowered. The President, Draupadi Murmu, just spoke about it. She has condemned it. She's saying enough is enough, and mindsets need to be changed to, correct this perversion. When will our women feel safe, Basuri? When will that time come?
The reality is that it is an ongoing movement. The women empowerment movement, it is not a movement, it is something that it's a sanskar. It's something that needs to actually continue. And I think women need to shoulder the responsibility of paying it forward and empowering other women. I look across the room, I see you, I see Sonal ji, I see Rubika ji in the audience. And I know that this is, I would say, an absolute illustration of women empowerment in the media industry. The fact that Shambhavi ji is here, it shows that Bihar is ready for change. The fact that I am here, it shows that the legal fraternity is already empowered and on its path. But I think as far as government endeavors are considered, the government is taking a very, very proactive approach. Something like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. It is a huge social movement, and you see the impact on the ground. I was recently in Haryana for election campaign, and the statistics there were so encouraging. Haryana, as you know, had a very grave problem of female feticide and female infanticide. But I'm so happy to see that Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is so empowering that now, where it was 817 boys to every 817 girls to every 1,000 boys, the statistics are already 917 to every 1,000 boys.
Right.
You see Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, you see that 55% of bank accounts belong to women. Under Stand Up India, you have 84% loans being given to women for their startup endeavors. That kind of, I would say, social empowerment, economic empowerment, and of course, Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, which brings about political empowerment. It needs to be a combination of these three, because women need to become participants in policy making.
Absolutely.
And I think जब आप नीति निर्माण में महिला की भूमिका ले आएंगे, तो भारत की भाग्य विधाता फिर नारी अपने आप वैसे ही बन जाएगी.
I have to wrap up, but just very quickly, Sushma Swaraj, she represented the quintessential spirit of Shakti. I have had the pleasure of interviewing her. Basuri, she was an uncompromising leader who stuck to her guns. थोड़े शब्द अगर आप शक्ति के बारे में कुछ बोल सकते हैं, as we wrap up.
शक्ति के बारे में नहीं, शक्ति का आवाहन जरूर करूंगी. और शक्ति को यही कहूंगी, आखिर क्यों करके एक फिल्म थी, स्मिता पाटिल सुषमा जी की फेवरेट एक्टर थी. तो उनका एक गाना है, उसका एक फिल्म का एक गाना है, कोमल है कमजोर नहीं तू, शक्ति का नाम ही नारी है. तो मैं आज शक्ति का यहां बैठ के आवाहन करूंगी कि देखिए, हम अर्धनारेश्वर का देश हैं. हमारे यहां तो जन्मजात इक्वालिटी थी. ये तो हमारी संस्कृति का अपभ्रंश हुआ जब हमलावर आ गए. इसीलिए अब समय आ गया है कि नारी शक्ति अपने अंदर की वो शक्ति पहचान कर खुद ही को इतना ज्यादा एम्पावर करे, वो जिम्मेदारी उठाए. कहते हैं ना, खुदी को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदी से ये पूछे, बता तेरी रजा क्या है.
Let's have a huge round of applause for our very Shaktishali guests, Shambhavi and Basari. Such a pleasure. Thank you both so much.
All right then. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, we can do better than that. That was a lovely session. All right, and now to ignite our event with a burst of SheShakti energy, we are excited to introduce a truly remarkable young talent. From her modest start at a school competition to overcoming the hurdles of a reality show rejection, her journey is truly inspiring. Today, she shines as a national singing sensation with a whopping 5.6 million followers. Her soulful folk music, mesmerizing Sufi performances, and divine bhajans have touched the hearts of millions, including the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who honored her as the Cultural Ambassador of the Year. Now get ready to be captivated by her enchanting voice. Please join me in welcoming Maithili Thakur as she graces us with the SheShakti anthem to kick off this incredible day.
बेड़ियों को चुप्पियों को तोड़ के चली हूँ मैं, तेज है मेरी लहर तूफानों से लड़ी हूँ मैं, सांस ले रही थी कब से आज जी रही हूँ मैं, शान है मेरा जो उस पे हक से अब खड़ी हूँ मैं, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ जो चाहूँ पाके रहती हूँ, मैं शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, क्रूरता का शूरता से देती हूँ जवाब मैं, जंग हो या झुंड हो मशाल मेरे हाथ है, विश्व के उजालों में हूँ देश का चिराग मैं, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ मैं गर्व उसका रखती हूँ, मैं शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, मैरी हो या सायना मिथाली हो या कल्पना, इन्हीं से लेके प्रेरणा है इनके जैसा बनना, हिजाब पहनूं या चुनर है कम कहाँ मेरा हुनर, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ मैं शान से ये कहती हूँ, मैं शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, तीर भी चलाती हूँ उड़ाती हूँ रफेल भी, उड़ा दे सबके होश ऐसे खेलती हूँ खेल भी, परवाज ले चुकी हूँ मैं न अब है मुड़ के देखना, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ आजाद हो के रहती हूँ, मैं शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ.
Wow, wow. My God, that gave us goosebumps, Maithili.
Thank you.
Now that was truly an inspiring performances. And, let me now bring up on stage our very own Rubika Kayat. And she's a consulting editor with News18 India for a chat with this talented powerhouse.
आप सभी को मेरा प्यार भरा नमस्कार। आपने क्या गाया है? मेरे रोंगटे खड़े हो गए। कितने ऐसे थे जिनके रोंगटे खड़े हो गए? वाह, जोरदार तालियां एक बार।
थैंक यू सो मच।
मैं शक्ति हूं, कर सकती हूं। इस शी की शक्ति क्या है मैथिली?
बहुत सारी, मतलब यहीं से तो सृष्टि शुरू हुई है और हमारे घर घर में जो हमको प्रेरणा देने के लिए मेरी माँ आज मेरे साथ आई हैं, आज पापा नहीं आए तो मम्मी आई हैं। और बहुत खुशी हो रही है मुझे यहाँ पे सभी औरतों को इकट्ठे देख करके, और वो भी अलग अलग फील्ड से सब यहाँ पे आई हैं। हमसे पहले जो बैठे थे उनको सुन के इतनी मोटिवेशन मुझको मिला, क्योंकि उनमें से एक बिहार से हैं।
हाँ।
तो बहुत अच्छा लगा, और आज इस मंच पे आप सभी के बीच में आकर के भी मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है।
आप भी बिहार से छोटी छोटी पतली गलियों से गुजरकर बड़े स्टेजेस का सफर आपने किया है। टैलेंट हंट से लेकर शाइनिंग स्टार से लेकर ये पूरा सफर, ये ऐसे ही कट गया आजकल आप सोचती हैं, या फिर नहीं आपको बहुत कुछ झेलना पड़ा था? और वो झेलने से मेरे माने ये है कि सामने वाला टोके, उससे ज्यादा अंदर की जो लड़ाई होती है, एक मैथिली दूसरी मैथिली से जो लड़ती है, वो स्ट्रगल कैसा था?
स्ट्रगल ढेर सारा था, लेकिन मेरा परिवार मेरे साथ था, वो पता ही नहीं हुआ चला कि कैसे क्या बीत रहा है, क्या क्या हुआ। बहुत सारे ऐसे समय देखे जिसके बारे में अगर मैं अब सोचती हूँ तो मेरा देह सिहर जाता है कि ऐसा भी हुआ था, ऐसा भी हुआ था। लेकिन उस वक्त इतना इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग फील होता था, क्योंकि मम्मी पापा हमेशा समझाने के लिए आसपास में है, बताते रहते थे कि सब ठीक है। और मतलब पता ही नहीं चल पाया कि क्या कैसे हुआ। लेकिन जब अभी देखती हूँ कि जब एक ऑडिशन में आपको बस टीवी पे दिखने तक के लिए आपको 24 घंटे लाइन में खड़े होना था, और बिना कुछ खाए पिए ऑडिशन तक पहुंचना था। मतलब बहुत सारी बातें, कितने सारे रिजेक्शंस हुए, और हर रिजेक्शन के बाद मैंने सोचा था कि बस अब ये छोड़ के यूपीएससी ही करना है, अब तो आईएएस ही बनना है और गाना वाना छोड़ देना है। लेकिन जब जब टीवी पे प्रचार देखती थी कि नहीं अब अगला ऑडिशन आ रहा है तो एक बार लास्ट टाइम और ट्राई कर लेते हैं, तो ऐसे करते करते 6 बार ट्राई किया। 7वीं बार में थोड़ी सफलता मिली, तो फिर एक हौसला मिला, फिर आगे और होते गया मतलब भगवान की इच्छा रही। कैसे कुछ पता ही नहीं चला कैसे हुआ।
अब यहाँ पहुंच गई तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ पता नहीं चला। उस वक्त पूछिए माँ बाप को जब वो आपको
हाँ, मुझसे ज्यादा मम्मी पापा ने देखा। ऊपर से जब खुद के परिवार वाले बोलते हैं कि बेटी को गंवा रहे हो, तो ये बहुत बड़ा मतलब बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टेटमेंट है।
दो किस्म के किरदारों का भी आपने जिक्र किया। पहला तो वो जो आपको रिजेक्ट करते चले गए, और दूसरा वो जो आपको वहां तक जाने ही नहीं देना चाहते थे, है ना, कि लड़की है गवाओगे, मतलब ये दिन आ गए हैं। अब ये दोनों आज आपकी आंखों में आंखें डालते हैं तो
अब
कैसा
ये बोलते हैं अरे मुझे तो पहले से ही पता था ये लड़की आगे अरे ये तो उसको तो बचपन में ही देख के बोल दिया था मैंने, ये तो जाने ही वाली थी। अब तो मुझे तो तुम पे बहुत गर्व है बेटा। तो
अच्छा, लेकिन वो जो रिजेक्शन आपको मिला था, वो बहुत सारे लोग अब आपको मिलते होंगे।
जी,
मैथिली ठाकुर अब मैथिली ठाकुर है,
जी।
तो फिर आपका कभी दिल किया कि उनके कंधों पर हाथ रख के कुछ ऐसा बोल दें?
कुछ नहीं, मैं बस झुक के प्रणाम करती हूँ, और बड़े होते हैं सब पैर छू के आशीर्वाद ले लेती हूँ। क्योंकि उस रिजेक्शन ने मुझे बहुत, क्या बोलते हैं, एक आग जलाना होता है ना, कि चिंगारी दी कि अब इससे अच्छा करना है। रिजेक्शन नहीं मिलता तो शायद मैं बहुत आराम से बैठी होती और कुछ नहीं कर पाती।
अच्छा, लेकिन चूंकि उस वक्त वो बचपन था, अभी भी आप बच्ची ही हैं 24 साल की हैं, लेकिन आपको ऐसा होता है कि नहीं, बाकी बच्चे देखिए हाथ में आइसक्रीम लेके पापा मम्मी के साथ।
बहुत ज्यादा। अब मैं जीना शुरू की हूँ, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है। अब मुझे पापा खूब मजे कराते हैं, यहाँ घूमने चलो, वहाँ घूमने चलो, सब। लेकिन ये चीज़ जो बचपन में मेरे स्कूल में सब डिस्कस करते थे ना, कि आज वीकेंड्स पे मेरे पापा मुझे मनाली लेके गए या इधर ले, मैंने ये कॉन्सेप्ट ही नहीं कभी समझ पाई। कभी मैं स्कूल में पिकनिक नहीं गई थी, और ठंडा खाना पीना ये सब बचपन में वर्जित था। अभी मैं खूब जम के हर एक शौक पूरे कर रही हूँ। लेकिन हाँ, एक तरीके से सलीके से खाया जाता है ताकि गला खराब ना हो, टाइम खराब ना हो।
अच्छा, लेकिन अभी आप अपने भाइयों के साथ ऐसा कहते हैं कि नहीं, कुछ खेलते हैं, चलो मेरा खेलने का मन है,
खेलने
खाने का मन है?
हाँ हाँ, बहुत। मेरे भाई लोग अब मुझसे लंबे हो गए हैं तो मेरे बड़े भाई का किरदार निभा रहे हैं। अभी सामने जो बैठा है, अब मुझे ड्राइव पे लेकर के जाता है, आइसक्रीम खिलाता है, बहुत मजे कराता है।
उन तमाम महिलाओं को, और खासकर बिहार में अभी भी आप उन जड़ों से जुड़ी हुई हैं, उन तमाम महिलाओं को, उन बच्चियों को, उन माँ बाप को आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी? खासकर देखिए, कई बार ये होता है, जैसे आपने कहा कि मैं नहीं, रिजेक्शन आ रहा था तो मेरा मन था कि मैं यूपीएससी कर लूं। फिर बिहार में ही सबसे ज्यादा प्रचलित है कि आप यही है कि शर्मा जी के बेटे ने किया तो द्विवेदी जी का बेटा क्यों नहीं करेगा, द्विवेदी जी के बेटे ने किया तो फला क्यों नहीं करेगा। लेकिन ये जो अंदर का हुनर है, ये अगर माँ बाप नहीं पहचानेंगे, आप नहीं पहचानेंगे तो आगे नहीं आ सकते। उन तमाम लोगों को आज आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
अब मैं बहुत स्ट्रांगली, मुझे ऐसा फील होता है कि जो 6 साल पहले जो समय, हमारे समय में जो था, उस समय इंटरनेट धीरे धीरे शुरू हुआ था। इंटरनेट का कोई प्रचलन नहीं था, कोई फेसबुक पे लाइव वीडियोस नहीं हुआ करते थे, ऐसा लोग घर घर में इंटरनेट उतना यूज नहीं किया करते थे। लेकिन अभी के समय पे ये माइंडसेट पेरेंट्स का बहुत चेंज हुआ है। मैं जब कहीं भी जाती हूँ, बिहार के अलग अलग जिला महोत्सवों में जाती हूँ, तो बैक स्टेज बहुत सारे लोग मिलने आते हैं, सब पापा लोग अपनी बेटी को लेके आते हैं। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है मेरे ही जैसा हाल है यहाँ पे, और वो बोलते हैं कि आपके जैसे गाना चाहती है, आपके जैसे बनना चाहती है। तो मुझे लगता है कि अब तो वो चीज़ 99% खत्म हो गई है, जहाँ पे पापा अपनी बेटी को सपोर्ट ना कर रहे हों। मैं जहाँ भी जाती हूँ, मुझे ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग मिलते हैं जो अपनी बेटी को लेकर के आते हैं कि आपके जैसा बनना चाहती है।
अब इससे आगे क्या है?
मैंने यहाँ तक का भी नहीं सोचा था, अभी भी सपने जैसा लग रहा है। इससे आगे का भी सोच ही नहीं हूँ कि क्या होने वाला है। लेकिन मुझे ये मालूम है मैं रोज़ कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा करूँ, रोज़ कुछ ना कुछ नया सीखूँ, और मेरा साथ दे रहे हैं भगवान, आगे भी देते रहें आशीर्वाद।
अब इस वक्त जो शी शक्ति हम कर रहे हैं 2024 न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया नेटवर्क 18 की तरफ से, हम उस पड़ाव पर हैं जहां हम बीच में हैं। मतलब एक लंबी दूरी हमने तय कर ली है, लेकिन एक लंबी दूरी और तय करना बाकी है। आप हिंदुस्तान की महिलाओं को इस वक्त किस कगार पर देखती हैं?
पिछले इस साल तो कई ऐसे दिल को झकझोरने वाले इंसिडेंट्स, ऐसे बड़े बड़े न्यूज़ जो हम टीवी पे देखते थे, मैंने टीवी देखना ही छोड़ दिया, अखबार पढ़ना ही छोड़ दिया। रोज़ कुछ ना कुछ ऐसी बातें, जैसे लगता है कि ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है वो भी आज के समय में। और ऊपर से जब भी कुछ बुरा होता है तो सारी जो प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं वो लड़की वालों के फैमिली के लिए होती हैं, कि इसकी इज्जत खराब हो गई है, इसके साथ अब कुछ नहीं अच्छा होने वाला है। लेकिन उसका नाम भी नहीं होता जिसने उसके साथ गलत किया, उस आदमी का कहीं कोई नाम नहीं है, ना ही उसका चेहरा कहीं हाईलाइट किया जा रहा है। लेकिन सोशल मीडिया की वजह से धीरे धीरे जो वो चीज़ अब एक लहर पकड़ी है, लोग शेयर करते हैं कि नहीं यहाँ पे ऐसा हो रहा है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, जो अपना ओपिनियन देते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि बहुत दूरी अभी तो तय करनी सच में बाकी है। कितना भी हम लोग वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट की बात करें, कितनी भी हम लोग फेमिनिज्म की बात करें, असली फेमिनिज्म क्या है, असली फेमिनिटी कैसे बरकरार रखनी है, वो समझना बहुत बड़ी बात है। और ये सभी मर्दों से होगा, जितने भी हमारे पुरुष हैं हमारे आसपास, उनसे हमें साहस मिल करके, वो हमें स्ट्रॉन्ग एक जो, जैसे मैं अपनी फैमिली की बात करूँ तो मुझे थोड़ा सपोर्ट मिल गया तो मैं आगे उड़ पाई। और मैं बिल्कुल नहीं, मुझे डर लगता है कि कोई मुझे डांटेगा या कोई मुझे कुछ बोलेगा, कोई नेगेटिव कमेंट करेगा तो मेरे पापा क्या बोलेंगे, क्योंकि मैं बहुत अश्योर्ड हूँ मेरे बैक से कि मुझे सपोर्ट ही मिलने वाला है।
और देखिए ना, वो तस्वीर यहाँ भी दिखाई दे रही है, शी शक्ति का कार्यक्रम है और तादाद में यहाँ पर मर्द आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं। इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जानी चाहिए। अगर ये साथ है तो 1 + 1 11 होगा, 2 नहीं होगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपसे बात करके बहुत अच्छा लगा। छोटा सेशन पर बहुत प्यारा सेशन था। जाने से पहले मैं सच में आपकी मधुर आवाज में महिषासुर मर्दिनी सुनना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि वो शी शक्ति।
जी 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 श्योर, मुझे बस 10 सेकंड दें।
हाँ बिल्कुल, तब तक मैं आपकी मेरी साड़ी पर 2-4 लाइनें कह देती हूँ। हम लोगों ने देखिए कोई सोच विचार नहीं किया था, ये यहाँ मिली और कहा वी आर मैचिंग, एक्चुअली वी आर मैचिंग।
सुरवरवर्षिणि दूर्धरधर्षिणि दुर्मुखमर्षिणि हर्षरते त्रिभुवन पोषिणि शंकर तोषिणि किल्बिष घोषिणि घोषरते धनुजनि रोषिणि दितिसुत रोषिणि दुर्मद शोषिणि सिन्धुसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते। धन्यवाद।
इस खूबसूरत सेशन के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अपना ख्याल रखिएगा।
आप भी, थैंक यू।
All right, another round of applause, please, Maithili and Rufika. Thank you so much. Truly, truly beautiful voice over there. And did all of you get goosebumps as well? Because that is what was happening every time Maithili took on and started singing. All right, with that, the tone is set and we're all ready to dive into yet another Power Pack session. Now let's make a powerful shift, as we say, to science. Now gone are the days when making rockets, conducting data research, or even mastering astrophysics was considered a man's domain. Our next panel shines a spotlight on women scientists who are shattering gender norms and proving there is just no job a woman cannot do. These women have not only advanced India's space exploration efforts, but have also redefined what is possible in science, breaking through traditional gender barriers. Their work today serves as a beacon of inspiration for countless women, inspiring to forge careers in the field of science. So please join me in welcoming our next panel. We are here to hear from Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam, Director of the Indian Institute of Astrophysics. We have Nigar Shahji, Project Director of ISRO's Aditya L1 mission, and Padma Shri Sangamitra Bandyopadhyay, Director of the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, in conversation with Palki Sharma, Managing Editor, First Post.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think you're having a very good Monday. So let's bring some traumatic flashbacks from school. How many of you have had math anxiety? Well, it happens to the best of us. When we look at a maths problem and nothing makes sense anymore and we break out in a sweat, you're not alone. But did you know that girls have more math anxiety than boys? And I'm not the one saying this. A lot of research and a lot of studies have shown this, that after grade 2, boys become more confident in mathematics, and after grade 3, girls tend to lose confidence in mathematics. And this is because of social conditioning. And then they begin to believe that they're not good at it, and it stays with them for life. It's very unfortunate. We've made giant strides as a country, as a society in STEM. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and math. But despite role models like these, there is a glaring gender gap in STEM. So how can we bridge this gap? With me is a very, very inspiring panel. Welcome to SheShakti. Dr. Nigar Shahji, let's start with you. You're the project director for ISRO's Aditya mission. It's something that all of us, all Indians, are looking forward to. You've had an incredible journey. You said your father chose agriculture. You've grown up in a small town. What has this journey been like, and what sort of barriers did you face while reaching this destination?
Yeah, first of all, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to be with you all. And okay, barrier, if you think, because what I'm today, I owe it to my parents. because from the childhood, my parents, I can say that shielded, because I was not very much aware of these barriers exist at all. That's how I was brought up. So I was not, when I went to school only, I was aware of such barriers or existing for women to progress or have the education. And being a Muslim woman, because the barriers are little more high compared to the others. So, but it's my parents, so they shielded me and they have not brought any barrier to me. And also I studied from a government school of girls' school, and the teachers are also contributed to this upbringing, and so that's how I finished my, those days the engineering was not for the girls. Very few girls were going for technology studies, and most of them becoming doctors as stereotypes. And I did my, and all I owe it to my parents. And I also had the opportunity to join a beautiful organization, a wonderful organization, where there are no barriers for women. So women, you can prove your capability, you will be given a chance to lead. So that's also was very, I feel I was very fortunate to have all this organization, my parents, and that's how I become. So I'm not facing much of a barriers. So I want to tell that because the barriers, most of the barriers are because of the societal stigma, what is brought, how we are brought up. So I feel the parents should be more educated as well as the girls to crash the barriers and break the barriers.
You make it sound so easy. Dr. Subramaniam, you were telling me earlier today that had you not been into astrophysics, you would have been a musician. Do you want to tell our audience about that?
Yeah, that's a good one, because I grew up in a family full of music. So my parents are professional musicians. So from morning to night, all the time at home is music. That's classical Carnatic music. So like it or not, I have to absorb everything that happens around me. So students come over, my mom will have classes, my dad will have classes. There'll be group classes like where they'll be preparing for a program, etc., etc. I would be taking down notes for my mom, like, you know, the notations of a new item, whether she will be just composing. So I just sit down and take the notes, etc. But then I think I was quite fascinated by maths and physics at that time. And I found it, that's my calling. And all the time, music was there as my plan B. But sometime in my school days, physics and maths took ahead of it. And then I decided to go with it, probably because, you know, I convinced myself that I can do music side by side if I take up science and maths and physics. But if I take up music, I won't be able to go back to science. So I think that drove me towards science in particular. Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm glad that plan A worked out. Dr. Bandyopadhyay, I talked about math anxiety. Evidently, you had none as a child, and now you said that math was easier of all the subjects. Why do you think that a lot of girls do not share your opinion on mathematics? What is it that dissuades them, and what can we as a society do to change that?
First of all, a very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much for inviting me to this session. When the invitation came and I was told that Palki Sharma will be the moderator, I said I have to go because every evening we watch, as I said earlier on, me and my husband, we sit down and watch your program on TV. So thank you very much for having me here. About mathematics, as you said, mathematical ability is, I think, equally distributed amongst all. It's only social conditioning which turns girls away from mathematics, but I must say that it's not just girls. There are many boys also who are afraid of mathematics. So it's a general phenomena. But then more men stay on in mathematics, fewer women stay on in mathematics. It's because of a social conditioning and nothing else. For me, for example, many people have asked me why I have done mathematics and physics, because these were the two subjects I was really in love with in my school days. And the answer is very simple. It's only because I could only do those two subjects and the languages and I was very bad in geography, in history, in biology, in chemistry, you name it, I was very bad. I was almost on the verge of failing those subjects in my school days because it required so much of memorization, so much of studies, while mathematics, physics was very logical. One step followed from the other, and if that logical sense is developed from a very young age, then girls are equally good in mathematics and physics. There's nothing to be afraid of. Only thing is, when you are studying mathematics, when you are studying physics, have a story in your mind. If you can study not just those numbers, but if you think, if you imagine a movie, a story at the back of your mind. For example, I sometimes tell very young students that when you are studying relative velocity, for example, so that means if two objects both are moving, what is this velocity of one with respect to the other? Now think of two trains moving, and there's a patient in one and a doctor in the other and a nurse in the patient's one. Then at what speed they should move so that an operation can be carried out, so that both are at rest with respect to each other. If you think of a story like that at the back of your mind, then you remember stories better than you remember, dry theory. So that is how, if this mathematics is taught in our schools, then more through examples, more through hands-on, experiences, experiential learning in the school days, rather than making the children learn so much of what is grown in South Africa and what is the mineral in Australia. If we have more mathematics and languages and nature in the younger days, then everybody will get the opportunity to flourish and to understand what the person loves to do.
I think that's a fantastic message for all the young people out there. And you mentioned trains. We've all done those train questions, 2 trains and 2 boats going upstream and downstream, and somebody buying a cartload of bananas. A lot of memories coming back here. Dr. Shaji, India has the highest number of graduates in STEM, more than 42%. But when it comes to women working in STEM, the number drops to 27%. So taking forward from what Dr. Bandyopadhyay said, that at the school level, at the basic education level, we need to bring some changes. But in the workplace, you said that you face no barriers. But when you look around you, do you think that more needs to be done? And what sort of institutional changes would help in changing this 27 to 42?
Yeah, one of the reasoning may be as what you have told, the maths and physics. But I do agree with Shangamitra ji that it's nothing to do with a male or female, and it's a maths, physics. There is a fear or something is being put in, that is the STEM is more difficult compared to arts. So first we need to break that and make awareness among the people that it's not so, it's equally, it's once again depends on one's own interest and passion in what they want to do. So as institution wise, what we can do is, okay, bring awareness in the school level itself, so that, and introduce them to the role models and many aspiring women who are currently in STEM, and bring an awareness and interest among the children, and especially girls. For them, and the advantages of going to the as she told, it's actually maths and physics. I also feel the same way, that it's more easier than other subject if you understand the logics. So this is the only way we can do, and presently we have come a long way. Compared to yesteryears, we are in a much better position, and many girls are taking up and into the STEM. Once they come to, because actually if you see the education wise, almost 50%, if you see the engineering colleges, girls are outnumbering the boys in education. But only what happens is, when you come to the career position and a leadership position, because of the family responsibilities and their indecision among choosing career first or the family first, that pulls them back. That's why I feel you see lesser people at the higher leadership levels. So it's slowly changing, but also this, I also wanted to say that it's everybody thinks that many sessions there will be a question asked, how do you balance family and career? right? I feel it is not the question of balancing. You integrate your career as well as your family and give the priorities as and when required, and so that you will not be back in the career and you can have the leadership roles as well. So this is quite changing. I'm sure it's going to change quite fast in the coming years.
We do hope so. Dr. Subramaniam, is there an implicit bias, and this is not limited to science, but I mean across different fields, but do you in your experience also see that there's an implicit bias in, say, hiring or promotion or peer review or publishing studies done by women?
Yeah, so as such, I also wanted to say that I haven't explicitly faced bias, but then the bias is in terms of confidence level you will put for a woman candidate against a male candidate. So when you go to, the schools, there are women, but then when you go to colleges, there are women. But when you go to even PhDs, there are a good number of women candidates. Then you go to the PDF, the postdoctoral fellowships, and then to the faculty hiring stage. The slowly dropout starts because after the masters, that's the age time when the people go into the family mode as well, right? So then you have to, who will adjust in a couple? So that question starts coming in. And then, okay, you have a long distance relationship, but you continue with your career. At some time, you have to have children. So that time, what do you do? And then when you go to hiring stage, you have to handle your family things and the time spent on the family as well as on the career. So when you have to hire on the hiring platform, when you have an application from a male candidate and a female candidate, they would have spent different times on the career because of the demand. And because of that, there may be lesser achievement from a female candidate. The hiring it will reflect on the hiring. But there are now, the organizations are taking cognizance of it and then placing the woman candidate also at par with the male candidate, though there is no framework as such exists on that. And even if you get in, then what happens is how much time you spend on to get onto climb the stairs up and then move on. So there, even if you hire even female candidates, then how do you get them responsible, take the responsibility positions, and then on to the leadership levels.
But you are in a leadership position now. Are you helping more women climb up the ladder?
So then we, as women who have crossed these, taken or rather climbed up these steps, have to convey this to the younger faculty and give them confidence, and then say that you have to do this and climb up, and put them at leadership positions. Even at director candidates, if you look at, you would get n number of candidates as males, then there would be 1/10 or something like that. Even one female candidate coming up as a possibility for a directorship is less. But I think in the next coming decade or so, that number would increase. But I also want the authorities to have confidence in a woman who's at par with a male candidate, to say that let her take it up. Because that's the only way in which you can increase the number of female who are at the leadership positions. And that's really need to happen in STEM. Absolutely. Because I can see that me and Nigar have shared so many stages with saying the same thing, because you need to have more people in STEM, leadership positions in STEM, to showcase this, that you can do it. And it's not that it is impossible. Physics and maths can be, tamed. They're not so untamable. And then you can do and prosper as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. Here's another reason for young people to pick up STEM, Dr. Bandyopadhyay. A STEM worker typically earns 2/3 more than a worker of the same level in another field, and enough and more research shows that this is the future of jobs, and the high-paying jobs of the future will be related to science and technology and maths. Do you think that this gap in the number of men and women in this field also contributes to the gender pay gap?
Yes, to a large extent it does, because the more women are there who will decide on this pay, the more this gap will go away. And as you said, we are looking at an era where artificial intelligence, machine learning, all these are, it's already there and it's going to remain so. And that is, the field is ripe for women to flourish, because with more AI and ML coming into our work lives, everything, it is less dependence on muscle power. It's more dependence on intellectual power. And there women are no way behind anybody. So, the future is for women, and they will be coming up in a very big way. At present, the social system, the society is not fair. Women still have to work much harder to come up to the same level as a man. But within this unfair system, we have to maneuver. The women have to maneuver. Complaining will get us nowhere. We have to get into the system, maneuver this unfair system, and try to rectify it from inside.
Sounds like SheShakti. A big round of applause for this one. And we in the media do our bit, and I can see the change. I mean, the dolls that you get in the market are no longer just princesses. There are rocket scientists and there are doctors and so on. But what can we do better to ensure that there is enough visibility of women role models and that there is enough representation of women in science?
What you're doing, this exact program, this is a very important step, and I must say this awareness is there in a very big way in the country, and things are changing. I see many more women directors of institutions than I used to. 3 of us are sitting here right now, and many more are there. So things are changing. As Dr. Subramaniam put, the main challenge comes because the age when the career is ready to take off is the age of childbearing for a woman. And to look after the family responsibilities, this is where in a very big way, as a national mission, I mean, this support system has to be built in so that the woman can leave the child somewhere in very good care and do her work. You see, if you give 12 hours to work, you only have 12 more hours for your family. And you have to sleep, you have to eat. So a woman has 24 hours as anybody else. So if you give more time to work, you give less time to family. That is where the acceptance also has to come in from the society, that the woman will be away, will be busy. The woman has to accept, because we glorify motherhood too much. That's also a fact. We've made it so glorious that a woman who is unable to give enough time to the child or enough time as any other, let's say, non-working women, the woman herself starts feeling guilty, because the society has seasoned her in such a way. I have read, I think the Biocon founder, she had said that my baby's face is the most beautiful face in the world, but that does not mean I have to spend 24 hours looking at that face. You have to accept that, okay, I will not be able to give this much time to my family, and I am fine with that. This feeling of guilt also gets us nowhere. And that is where many women get into that leaky pipeline and they leak out. Yeah. So that is where, with women leaking out, it's not just the women who are losing. It's the entire society which is losing, because women in leadership positions, in important positions, that means also business. It's profitable to have more women in the boards, in the highest positions. So it makes business sense to enable women to reach that level.
Absolutely, and you've given us so much to think about and to talk about. Thank you very much, Dr. Shahji, Dr. Subramaniam and Dr. Bandyopadhyay, for sharing your stories and your wisdom with us, and I'm sure it will inspire a lot of young girls and boys, dare I say, to take up science. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, when you look at numbers, don't look at them as characters. Look at stories that can be weaved. That's a beautiful message as well that I will be taking away from this session. All right, but you know, as we thank our panelists for sharing those valuable insights, experiences with us, we have a lot of discussion to do and take forward on this journey of SheShakti. What do we have next then? We've spoken about Rajniti right in the beginning. We spoke about science right now. Ab thoda business ki baat bhi kar lete hain. And in 2024, when you talk about business in India, you cannot overlook the thriving startup ecosystem. Ranked as the third largest globally, India is experiencing an unprecedented startup boom. But how are women transforming this trend from being just mere entrepreneurs to maybe naripreneurs? Our next panel will shed some light on just that, May I please call upon stage our next guest, Joyita Sen, Director, Senco Gold and Diamonds, in conversation with Chandra R. Shrikant, Deputy Executive Editor, Money Control.
Thank you for that, Sonal. First of all, I must say I've never seen a conference with so many women where, you know, over 90% of the audience are women. So a huge round of applause for that. And I hope this can set the trend where, you know, we have more than 50% women in pretty much every event we do. That's the idea. But this is very, very heartening to see. And thank you very much for coming in huge numbers this morning. Joyita, welcome to SheShakti. And one interesting takeaway this morning is we seem to have a lot of speakers from the eastern part of India. You're from Kolkata as well, and we had a director in the previous session who's also based in Kolkata. And you come from a legacy brand, Senco Jewellers, which is 85 years old. And this year has been so good for jewelry brands, right? Gold prices are rising. There's been an import duty cut. The festive season is just about to start. Tell us about how it's been running this legacy gold business, at the same time taking it to the new generation.
Yes. Firstly, good afternoon to everyone. It's really great to be here, and I was, sitting over there and listening to all the women talk about different aspects. So it's really inspiring because women do need to come to the forefront, and the more support we can give to each other, the better. Coming back to your question, that yes, coming from the legacy of 85 years is a big responsibility in itself, because you have so much of trust and the responsibility of a legacy. So the karigari is what Calcutta and Bengal is all about. So preserving that, keeping that alive is, I think, a primary importance and also a challenge in today's day and time. Yet at the same time, you also have to embrace innovation with technology, with digitalization, new trends, new thought processes, because international influences are coming in a big way. So the social media has actually shrunk the world in a big way. So coming back to the gold question which you asked for the season, that yes, it's been a great season. We started with Akshaya Tritiya and then continuing with the gold rate cut, which has actually really been good news for everyone, especially our customers. And to remember that gold is also Sri Dhan.
Right.
Yeah, so it's been a great thing for customers to come and buy. And with the festive season coming, it's always a good investment, because if we look
is that
over
your pitch to all the potential customers in the room, that it's a good investment? I said, is that a pitch to all the potential customers in the hall, that it's a good investment, Sridhan?
Yeah. Actually, I mean, if you really look at it, it is, because, I mean, that is the best way to have your own power and your own investment and adorn yourself with it, I think that's the best investment that women can have. And yes, so coming back to what I was saying is, it's over the years, if you really look at it, the maximum return on investment that anyone has got is on gold. So yes, it's a great business to be in, and it's not without its challenges, because technology and innovation and that also vies for. So today when you have a budget, you're like, will I buy a jewelry, or will I buy a phone, or will I buy something else? So
or will I buy tickets for the Diljit Dosanjh concert?
Yeah.
because Gen Z is into experiences.
Yes, so you see, it's today options are there for so many more things. So you're not just within the industry, it's also about the changing mindset, which is also a challenge.
Right. Joyita, Very interesting times for jewelry industry. You have legacy brands like Senco, GRT, Malabar in the south. Then you have Tanishq from the house of Tata. And then in the last decade, you have brands like Bluestone, Carrot Lane, Jiva, which are very new, the so-called startup brands. So how do you make Senco succeed and shine amidst so much of competition and appeal to the Gen Z buyer who's very discerning? They don't want to own what their parents had, you know. They have this not my brand. They don't want to own any brands that their parents owned. How do you appeal to that target audience?
So, firstly, when you're talking about a legacy brand, because jewelry is also synonymous with trust. So, the trust is built over time. And the trust is something that customers can see, because when you say something, you have to manifest it. You have to have people see it. So when you're saying you're giving a certain quality or a certain purity, at some point of time, the customer is going to come back to you and is actually going to take you on your word, exchange that, and buy new jewelry. So when you are breaking it, and your jewelry can go to any other brand also. So when they are saying, oh yes, the purity of this gold is very good, and that's how the trust is established. So that is something which is a defining factor for Senco. That's number one, because we always deliver on what we promise. And at a time when hallmarking was not mandatory, we used to have a 22 by 22. So, and if anyone had to exchange it somewhere else also, they would get that gold back. And we've actually had customers come and tell us this. So this was a feedback directly from them. Secondly is that all karigars across the world, and I'm not just saying in India, across the world that make jewelry are from Bengal. So the karigari and creativity is in our blood. And we have karigars who are working with us for generations. So design and innovation is our strength. So the frequency at which we are constantly coming out with new designs is the highest in the industry. Because of which every time, you know, when you are going, the first question we ask in a retail is, "Aaj kuch naya dikhaiye." So, you know, so that is the question which we are constantly catering to.
Right.
And innovation in terms of product, innovation in terms of designs in categories. So, like you very correctly said, that Senco having been there for so many years, in a way I'm very happy and proud that the younger generation also prefers Senco, because you have to be relevant with the times. You cannot just, oh, I am a brand with a legacy and tradition. You will become irrelevant if you can't move with the times. So you have to understand trends, you have to follow designs, and give the younger generation what they are looking for. So that is what we provide them.
Right.
And also jewelry is, for the younger generation, they don't look at it as an investment. They look at it as something that they can identify themselves with. So now speaking your personality is a thing, that this is my look, this is what I identify with, so this is what I will wear to express who I am. So that individuality has become a big part of the jewelry industry. So you have to cater to the different kinds of personality, so that no matter who comes, you always have a design that speaks to them.
Right.
So, you know, that is how you are relevant to the younger generation. And another point is that with the price of gold going up, but the budget of everyone stays the same.
So how do you kind of create different segments?
So that is where
affordable?
Senco's strong point and USP has been over generation, is that everyone, especially for brides, they want a fuller look, but oftentimes a lot of people don't have that kind of budget. So that is what we are constantly studying what women want.
Right.
You know, so that's what we are trying to provide.
Right. We have about 1.5 minutes, so very quickly, Joyita, 2 quick questions before I let you go. What's the proportion of men who buy jewelry for women versus women who buy it for themselves? Has that changed over the years? And what trends can you tell us about the festive season? What's the gemstone that's doing well? What's the accessory that's expected to do very well? I wish we had more time, but unfortunately we're out of time. So these 2 quick questions for you.
Okay. So women have always bought jewelry for themselves. The husbands come and they're like, "Acha lag raha hai." So that is what they usually do. But we are also seeing that men's fashion are increasing. So it's a little different from the question you asked me. So while the acha lag raha hai, that part hasn't changed, but men are also actively now very stylish. They also have, I want to speak my personality too. So they are also buying jewelry for themselves. So yeah, this is quickly to answer your question. For the trends coming up is lightweight jewelry for the upcoming trend season, which is again season to season based, story based, because even ma'am was saying about match, you have to have a story in your mind. So you see, humans are driven by their thoughts, by their identity. So a story driven collection is what always, no matter the season, is what tickles people's imagination and they identify with that story. So that's the trend. And wedding season is coming up, and Dhanteras is a great time when every jeweler is giving offers. So yeah, wedding season, wedding collections, that is coming up. Colored stone green was in last year, green is again in, because we saw a whole lot of high celebrity weddings happening, and green was the color that was shown.
Front and center, that's right.
Yeah, so, and that has now become like everyone wants the green color stone. So also by itself, colored stones as a category is also gaining popularity in jewelry. So no matter what you design, we always have to keep that in mind and put a little stone, and that design is always an instant hit. So that's all the forecast for the upcoming trends and season.
Great. On that note, thank you very much, Joyita. Very insightful. A huge round of applause for Joyita. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thank you for that, Joyita. Well, taking your words, acha lag raha hai. Everybody's feeling good about how the conversation is going this afternoon. But don't worry, we are not done with our perspective on some other Naripreneurs just yet. Let's welcome another set of them on stage for another round of absolutely inspiration conversation. Let's welcome Chaitali Das, Chairman and Managing Editor, Route to Jute. We also have with us on stage next Rinzing Chodan Bhutia. She's the founder and CEO of Agapi. And Sanskari Sudan. She's the founder of Overqualified Housewives. Back in conversation with Chandra.
Thank you for that, Sonal. As promised, we have a lot of guests from the eastern and the northeastern part of India today, representing Kolkata and Sikkim. Thank you all very much. I just want to take off from what was mentioned in the Science Ki Shakti session, which is how do you integrate everything. And it reminds me of what Indra Nui once said, which is that the career clock is, at complete conflict with the biological clock. And that's why we don't see women in the mid-management, top management levels. That's where the drop-off happens a lot. But you're trying to address that, Shankri, with your venture, which is called Overqualified Housewives. This is based in Chennai. How has that helped? Has it helped in bringing back more women in the workforce, restart their careers? And also, is there lesser prejudice now among, HR folks that it's okay to hire people with career gaps? Yeah. It's working?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah. So with, of course, there is a positive change in the HR space. See, the main thing is the number of women who are entering the workforce is increasing, because more of us, more women are studying now, more women are getting into the professional courses, all that is happening. But the thing is, once they are up in the ladder, once they are in the middle, because of family commitments and things, they are dropping out. In fact, I just read about it, and the 5th National Family Health Survey says that 20 million women dropped out of workforce in the last 5 years, and I was one among them. So irrespective of the kind of dreams we had, irrespective of where we come from, many women take up this choice to take care of their family. But now more and more companies they started accepting this factor, and more openings are coming up. And I think this is where we are particularly working on to restart the career break women, to get and normalize it and to suppress this unconscious bias in the minds of companies.
Has it had a visible impact? Do you see more companies opening up such roles? Because, they would just go for some fresher who's available, I don't know, at 30% less salary. That's the first impulse that you have, right, as a manager. But has that perception changed? They know that these women bring more value.
Okay. So in our, according to our knowledge and whatever we have seen so far, we need to bring more and more examples. We started showing examples rather than trying to convince organizations. We started showing the skill set and the mindset of women who are trying to restart, rather than just telling, take them. So what happened is, many of the companies, we mostly work with MSMEs and startups. So initially they may be like, okay, should I hire or not? And then once they are okay with hiring one person, they see that burning desire in that woman's eyes, and the level of commitment, empathy, the resilience and all those will make more and more women to get. The thing is, this happened with one of the companies wherein they were like, I will take only one woman. I'm not sure whether she'll be the right fit. The moment that woman started working, after seeing her skill set and after seeing the kind of commitment, they hired 20 women from our platform.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so that's how we have to go. It's all about showing and creating more examples.
Right. Great story, Shankri, and thank you for doing that. A huge round of applause for that, because the drop-off rate is something very concerning. So to get women back into the workforce is a big thing, and we need more women representation in the workforce as well for India to achieve all its GDP goals. But coming to you, Chaitali, from Chennai to Kolkata, and you run a venture which is about, taking Kolkata's famous jute and showcasing it to the world. You've also worked with prison inmates for this. Tell us about what Route to Jute does today, and what are your best-selling products, the markets for it.
Very good afternoon. Thank you very much, SheShakti TV18, for having me here. Jute Story is the brand, and Route to Jute Private Limited is a startup. So all it started actually behind the bars, imparting skill to the prison inmates, because I also consider them to be human resource who are languishing behind the bars. So showing them the right path and the right direction, I think they can also contribute to the progressive trajectory, contribute to the climate action, and also bring jute back to life and more usable. And at the wake-up call of banning plastic, so I think jute should be the fashion statement. That's how I have been campaigning jute for climate action. Jute is a fashion statement. So while I was imparting this training to the prison inmates, we have gone to different exhibitions, SARC, to BIMSTEC, to international fashion show, catering and marketing, not marketing actually, making some awareness, giving the story of reformation, whether this prison inmates can also contribute, the human resource can also contribute for the goodness of society.
Right.
That's how it has started, Jute Story Beyond Bars, from behind bars.
So today, behind bars is great, because literally you're getting people in prisons to, contribute to this venture. Huge social impact there. But out of the people working for you today, how many of them are, from behind bars? Have you also been able to co-opt other members of the community for this venture? Take us through that briefly.
So as of now, we have impacted 5,000 prison inmates to skill development and wellness. They have somewhere actually gone ahead with the entrepreneurship. Some of them are also working with my foundation and my startup. And recently, in 2021, we made to the Guinness World Record, making the largest jute bag in the world.
Wow, a round of applause for that. Yeah.
And giving a message to the global community, more greener, healthier, inclusive world, because making this jute bag were also the prison inmates who have served the term, and women from the vulnerable section of the society, just showing to the world that women and men can work together equally and making such a big fit.
Great, great. So we came from job to bag to skincare, because that's what your venture is about, Rinsing. She's the founder of Agapi, a skincare brand.
Hello, everyone.
Based in Sikkim. How is it building a venture from Sikkim in terms of the support you got today? Of course, you have a thriving Instagram store. But initially, how is it bringing the community together? What kind of challenges did you have to surmount?
So I started my journey in 2019. It was just before the onset of
Pandemic.
Of pandemic. And then I was coming up with a farm stay, Agapi farm stay, and it didn't materialize at that time. But my passion to, create something out of the kitchen kind of, just took off. And one product at a time. Today, I think we have about close to 50 odd products. And skincare products, I mean, if you check the Instagram stories, you'll see a new skincare brand coming up every day, right? But how do we set ourselves apart is we kind of, use the Himalayan herbs and plants that we have been using for, generations. For example, mugwort is one of our best-selling ingredient or product that we make. And so it has been used over tradition. For anything, you have a small cut in your hand, you just, take the plants and put it on your cut. Your nose is bleeding, you just shove it in your nose. You have high pressure in the family, you just make juice out of it and drink it up. And then when I started creating my skincare brand, I was like, skincare is every day, but how do I set myself apart? So that's when I thought about having skincare brand which focuses on the herbs and plants that we get in our area. And we have twofold business model. Firstly, we make, manufacture and sell our products, but at the same time, we also provide skill development training to women belonging to the marginalized section of the society, mostly tribal women, victims of domestic violence and sexual abuse. So far, we have managed to train about more than 400 women in Sikkim, and few of them are working directly under us, and we partner with them, we procure materials from them, and if they want to start their own businesses, like few of them, many of them have, we kind of give them support in the sense, help them, of course, manufacture the product, not just that, how to label it, how to take it to the market. So that is how we have been functioning so far. And we would like to, take it all the way to Northeast and tap into different, I mean, right now we are using probably just 1% of, it is not rare Himalayan herbs and plants, it's just 1% of the many plants and herbs which are available. But we are in the process of doing a lot of research, working with the elders of the villages who have in-depth knowledge about those plants and herbs and making it available to the mainland.
Right.
So that is our intention.
Right. I think one common thread among all these three naripreneurs or women entrepreneurs is it's not just about fundraising, top line, bottom line, but about creating actual impact in marginalized communities, people who don't get that opportunity otherwise. So a round of applause for that, because these are social impact ventures. But, since we have the last 4 minutes, if I can quickly get your thoughts on what your goals are over the next 2-3 years, how you're going to take this pan-India or even international, because I'm sure there's a huge market for that. Himalayan herbs from India, I don't know, selling in North America, I'm sure will be a reach. But let me start with you. What are your big goals for your venture?
So, I started Overqualified Housewives after reading an article about overqualified housewives. India is the country with the highest number of overqualified housewives in the world. So when I read that, I was like, okay, I am one among them now.
You were working with
I worked,
before.
yes, I worked. I had, 8 years of experience. I did my engineering from a good college, a very good college. But then I ended up as an overqualified housewife. And, what we are working for now is, I want to see an article saying that India, a country with the highest number of empowered women. So when that day comes, until that day comes, we are going to be here, we are going to work towards it, because it is not just about skill gap, or it's not just about the mindset gap. It is also about cultural gap, right? So we have been unconsciously figured out, like we have been made us to think in a certain way, but I'm seeing a lot of examples today here and I'm amazed. We need to show and tell and talk a lot about these women so that more and more women will come and go to the next level. So that's my aim, and that's where we are going to go.
That's the goal. More power to you, Chaitali.
Yeah, my mission is to revive jute and reformation of prison inmates. That's how my startup is all about. And I want to see that instead, with a wake-up call of banning plastic, so there should be a natural product like jute bags everywhere all around the globe. I have covered half of the globe, but I'm yet to cover all of the globe. So that is my mission.
Great. So taking jute to the world and making it a style statement. What about you?
So like I said, right now we have just tapped into 1% of the herbs and plants that we have access to. So our mission is to tap into more, when you say rare, then the rarest plant which are available. And of course, provide encourage more women to take up their own, don't seek for government jobs. I mean, 1.43 billion people, right? How much can the government can offer? So instead of that, instead of being a job seeker, be a job creator. And I would love to see hundreds and tons of agapes flourishing in the entire Northeast, because Northeast has the kind of flora that Northeast has. I don't think, it's available in anywhere else. So, and when you talk about global market, first I would like to tap into the 1.4 billion people in India itself. India is the biggest market. We need not go outside for now.
That's a great message. Don't just be job seekers, become job creators. And I would encourage all of you to check out all their ventures and encourage jute, encourage agape in Sikkim, as well as Shakti's venture. Very inspiring. Thank you all very much for joining us on the SheShakti platform. May we have more job creators, more naripreneurs. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right, thank you for that, Chaitali, Rinzing and Sankri, for sharing those invaluable insights. So, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, you must have heard of the phrase that says that behind every successful man, there's a woman, right? But today, we are going to flip that on its head a little bit. In our next session, we are shining a spotlight on two incredibly successful women who are also standing tall with their partners on the other side of the wicket. Hint, hint? Not just? Well, let me tell you what I'm speaking about. We've got Priyanka Chaudhary Raina, who's made a stunning transition from a banker to a thriving entrepreneur by co-founding Mate. And we also have next with us Pooja Prabhari Pujara, who's a mother, she's a manager, she's a homemaker. Each of them is carving out their own impressive journey and their own impressive path for themselves. Curious about how they do it all? Well, it's time to find out. Let's bring on stage our next set of speakers. This is Superstar Partners in conversation with Rupa Ramani, Sports Editor, First Post.
Thank you so much, Sonal. For everyone gathered here, very, very good afternoon. Now, there are things that are known, and then, of course, there are things that are unknown, and in between that lies the doors of perception. So said Aldous Huxley. But I want to take this a little further, and the reason why we're talking about perceptions today is because of the way people perceive truth. And I say the perception, or where you believe or you perceive the truth to be, Depends on which side of the doors that you walk into. When you speak about international cricketers, and Indian cricketers in particular, you have this celebrity status, you speak about how glamorous it is, especially when it extends to their families, their partners, their spouses here. And everyone looks at how it will be perfect, picture perfect, savvy, social media. Oh, it's all so easy, not messy one bit. We're here to break those myths here today. And I've got two remarkable ladies whom I've had the privilege of knowing over the last few years to join me and make this conversation more enlightening. Because in all the years, we always talk about the success and the struggles of the cricketers, but it's time to talk about the Shakti behind all of that. I'm really honored to be joined by Priyanka Chaudhary Raina and Pooja Pabari. Thank you so much, ladies. It's been a pleasure.
Pleasure. Thank you so much, Rupa.
All right. First off, I have to sort of ask you, how many times have you heard this, or probably even being mentioned to you, it's all so glamorous, बहुत ही easy, it's fun?
You want to go? Okay. So usually when you think of a cricketer's wife, you think, oh, they travel, they just live the best life, and you know, they enjoy, they have it all. Little is the known fact that cricketers live a very disciplined life, and the family has to follow. You may initially just, you know, try to be there, but eventually, you know, you understand the importance of the discipline, and you kind of want to grow with that. So yeah, so it just looks glamorous on the outside, but it's just hard work and and sweat and everything in between.
Priyanka.
I think for the right reasons they have this kind of perception, because thanks to social media, the kind of perception we give to the world is that we are traveling, we are lunching, we're dining out, and we're doing the best things with our kids, because we tend to share only the good parts, right? And we are so socially active all the time, giving these kinds of updates about our life. So for right reasons, that's the kind of perception usually people have. But trust me, our household is as normal as anybody else, I think, in this room. And we have similar kind of struggles, similar kind of challenges to deal with every day. So yes, it happens a lot.
You know, before we go to the next question, I obviously want to say there's a bit of a surprise, not just for the ladies here, but for all of you gathered here. We'll come to that in a bit. But if I have to just ask my obvious question to dig deep right at the start. You know, they say it takes a village to raise a child. I'd say the same for a champion, and also to sort of mold yourself into being one. I mean, it's very difficult to have the success stories of a World Cup winner and a maverick in the shorter format like Suresh Raina, or a Test Championship finalist and one of the legacies and legends of the longer format of the country, Cheteshwar Pujara. It's not easy. It takes a lot of sacrifices for them to get here. Let's listen to yours.
You go ahead.
So I wouldn't call it like a sacrifice, to be honest, because we are one family unit, and our common goal and objective is to make a home which is full of love, of course, full of love, discipline, and of course giving a good future to our children, right? That's the sole and common objective we have. So what I would really say that a lot of cooperation is required. I really have a lot of respect for all the hard work these guys put in, and they, as Pooja said, they have to have a lot of discipline, a lot of travel is involved. So while we sometimes have to be on the back foot with our things because their things have to take priority, at the same time they're also sacrificing a lot, because it's not easy to travel for months, not to see children, not to be at home. So that also takes a lot of toll on them. So it's all about being there for each other, being supportive. So we make sure that we organize things well, that when they need us, we're right there, because while they're playing such tournaments, they have to be emotionally and mentally very strong. So at that time, I think as a partner, it becomes very essential that they're mentally free and they're not having any worries coming in from home that children are having this or I'm going through this. So that is one thing we always have to ensure, that they are playing there with free mind without having to worry about anything.
Pooja, any instances that you can recollect which sort of helps us understand this better?
Yeah, of course. Lots and lots, actually. Just before, like, a couple of years, there was COVID, right? the guys were traveling non-stop and they were part of something called bio bubbles, right? They were created in order for them to, have the tournament going. At the same time, they were away from home. So one bio bubble after the other. And while the players have the motivation to, because they are going on the field and pursuing their passion and doing what they like for the country, for whatever franchise that they are playing, the families had also become used to, or, the bio bubble, being confined into a hotel room. It may look all nice, but it doesn't feel so on some days. And while you may not like it, but you have to do it, and you want to be there for your partner. So, like from you're living in a suitcase basically, from one hotel to the other hotel. And yeah, the list just goes on. And this is just one anecdote. But there are so many sacrifices that, a family of the cricketer, not just the partner, but the family of the cricketer has to make. And it is a choice. It is not like imposed, or it is not, told to you, but it's a choice, because at some stage I believe one has to understand and take a step back in order for the other one to flourish, and you will have your time, and that is when you can flourish, and your partner will be cheering you. Yeah.
I just wanted to take off on that before we interject, because that's a very interesting point that you made there. We speak about your partners coming in when when you need it the most. Going into this particular sort of a marriage, did you envision that this is how it's going to be? Did you envision things and difficulties or the challenges that obviously both of you have encountered? Did you envision it to be that way, or was it more than you imagined it?
I think you can't envision what happens in a marriage, to be honest. Marriage in itself is I think it's one of the biggest change of your life, right? And you cannot prepare yourself for that. It's just, once you are in it, then you know what kind of package you got, basically. So yeah, I think you just have to be prepared what's going to come your way, and as long as you both are strong with each other, then you're ready to face it.
Pooja, was there a conversation about this, about the fact that there will be certain things that has to, be given up for this journey to go forward?
Not really. Personally, it was never like that. But, my husband requested me that, for some time, because I'm going to be on the road for 11 months a year. And for some time, if you can quit your 9-to-6 job, it would be really great, because we get to spend some time together. So no one can really prepare you, as Priyanka mentioned. And you just learn and grow every day. And, it's a different experience every day. So it's not the same, and you can't put anyone's journey in one particular, column. And every person's journey is different, and the demand of every household is different. And being a long format player, my husband was on the road 11 months a year. So if I wanted to spend a little time with him, I had to, give his career at that point in time, the front seat, and I had to take a back seat. But that does not mean that, I was not doing anything concrete at that point in time. And you can be contributing in many ways. There is not one way to contribute. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely well said there, and that gives me the perfect intrusion in some sense to show a little something to both of you. It's a special message. I tried to build the surprise as much as I could. So if I could ask my team to play out the messages that we have, let's hear it, please.
Hi Priyanka, this is a special shout out to you. Thank you for coming in my life and being a great anchor. You have truly helped me succeed in my professional space. And our family, our home is a wonderful place, and you have played a big part in keeping it that way. You have done really well as a professional entrepreneur. You have succeeded in Mate. You have grown up looking after your NGO, Gracia Arena Foundation. This is recognized the Shaktis our society, and you have done really well. And SheShakti event is going to be amazing for you as well as for others. All the best to everyone.
Hi Pooja. For a change, it's good to be on this side of the fence, with you taking center stage in front of the media and me taking care of Aditi and the home in your absence. Jokes aside, I'm grateful to you for being the anchor in my life and at home. looking after so many things from taking care of Aditi, my dad, and managing the household stuff. Apart from all this, you have managed my commercial and financial matters as well. And you have done it so seamlessly, allowing me to focus on my game and career all these years. Thank you for all you have done so far. Enjoy the session and see you at home soon.
The operative word is soon. We can't be away for too long. But that brings me into a very nice, interesting subject. We all talk about equal parenting. We know there is no such thing, let's be honest. But we want to hear it from you ladies, because I have a few. In fact, the one reason why we wanted to have this conversation and we needed to have this sort of conversation is during the time when we were with Chennai Super Kings, I remember Aditi, Pooja and Cheteshwar's daughter saying, you know, in school there was a teacher who asked, okay, what do our parents do? And she said, my dad plays, my mom works. So I want to know how much of an impact that you've had, and similarly with Priyanka as well. There was a shoot we did with Priyanka and Suresh, and both the kids, Rio and Gracia, were there, and they just automatically gravitated towards whatever it is that Priyanka was saying, and everything that she said really mattered. So how important has that been, and what kind of a responsibility have you shouldered in that regard?
See, it's a huge responsibility, right? Like parenting a child. Even if you know you both as a couple you are doing a 9-to-6 job or in any work per se, parenting is a huge responsibility on its own. Now, imagine, you know, like your partner is away for like 6-7 months a year or 8 months a year, and you have to be, you're doing the double parenting single-handedly. So it is, I wouldn't say challenging, because, you know, you kind of have to bring the best that you have in you in order for your child to feel very secure, very, even adapting, because, you know, you are on the road a lot of times, so, you know, you're just teaching adaptability, teaching sportsmanship. There are a lot of things that go, because, you know, not every day, like, there's a lot of scrutiny over cricketers' lives, right? So, and children, knowingly, unknowingly, also get to hear about it. So, while, you know, so as a parent, you have to really, you know, like, pull up your socks and, you know, you explain the right things to your children and, you know, give them the right information and the right window for them to grow. And that is what, you know, as a mother, because, you know, when your partner is traveling, that is what, you know, as a parent, you have to take that onus on you and, you know, kind of make sure that, you know, your child, you know, inculcates the right qualities and, you know, like the right habits. So, yeah.
How difficult is that part of the roles that you end up playing, Priyanka, you know, trying to be two parents instead of one?
I think children are very smart these days. So I cannot just simply be there and say, okay, dad is not here, so, you know, I'm going to be replacing him or something. They really know what they need from each parent. They're very, very smart. When it comes to anything where they seek any sort of security or any cuddles, they know they're not going to reach out to moms. And when it's fun times, then it's always fathers. We are the bad cops, no matter what. And I tell you an example. So my daughter Gracia, she's 8 years old, and she has a daily log from school where they talk about different things they have learned today, and she came back home and she has this word, resilient. And so I asked her, what does it mean? What did you learn? And she said, for me, resilient means you. And I think that was a very big thing for me. I literally had tears in my eyes because I look up to my children. Honestly speaking, I look up to them for any sort of validation. They're my biggest support system, biggest critiques. And my daughter, even though she's 8, she's already acting like a teenager. So she would be the first one to say, Mom, you're not doing it right. You need to change your clothes. You're not looking nice. So, and that is something nobody can replace, that kind of bonding I have with my children. And similarly, my son, he's very sporty. He's 4 years old. He's so much into cricket right now, I can't even explain. So for him, Papa and his matches, watching him play, that's the biggest joy of life right now. So we really make sure that whenever he's around or I'm not traveling, that we give these beautiful moments to our children. They cherish them and we be there for each other.
You know, very quickly, I have to ask you about this as well. We know we're running short of time, but this is a very key question. You know, obviously, both of you are accomplished professionally as well. You know, with Priyanka, with Mate, you help your family with their business, and of course, you've had your own career that you're proud of. How difficult was it initially to take a step back, and how do you see this aspect of your growth in the years to come?
So I come from a corporate background of long, like 14, 15 years, and I was not based in India. I was into banking, and I was working in Europe. Right after I got married, I moved to India, the first change, right after getting married. And it was not possible for me to just sit at home and do nothing. So I found my ways of doing things which I could gradually pick up, because I had a daughter right after I moved back here, and my son, he was born during COVID, on first day of lockdown, by the way. So I knew that I want to do something on my own so that I have more time to spare for my kids and be for them while my husband is traveling, basically. So I started working on my foundation, where I worked towards maternal health and mental health of women. And at the same time, I started Mate, which is a baby care brand. And so I have partners, and they know that my first priority is, of course, my family and my kids, because they are very young, and I do not want to miss on this special time with them. So yeah, I ensure that my team is aware of that, and they're always there for me when I'm not around. So
Pooja, very quickly before we wrap this up.
Yeah, so it was challenging, to be honest. I'll not lie. It was really, really challenging. Just, you know, traveling and not doing anything. But then eventually I realized that when you have some free time to yourself, it's good to, you know, like learn new things, because you have some time available to you. So firstly, I started learning about cricket. I didn't know a thing about cricket, so I started understanding the game. Then I started understanding...
She loves cricket.
Yes, I do. And so then I started understanding about the game. Then I started understanding about the other aspects of the game, like a professional cricketer needs to be managed, right? So the endorsements and the commercial aspects of it and everything. And then while cricketers are like, you know, they're really good at what they do, but they don't really know, they don't manage their finances well, I think. So then I got into that aspect, and I started doing those things which were adding a lot more value than, you know, me being away and just, you know, pursuing my career on my own would have. And I will not lie, you know, I did have my regrets. I did have second thoughts that I want to go back to, you know, the things that I was doing. But when I started doing these things, it started giving me, you know, that joy of what I was doing in my other professional career. And that is when I realized, okay, you know, if you have the flexibility to work from anywhere, then why do you want to just be confined to, you know, a space? And so, yeah.
Right, and I'm sure even this time we won't be able to encompass all that goes behind the walls, but we do realize that whatever success that you see on the field, a lot of it depends on what happens behind the scenes. And ladies, you do a remarkable job of that, as well as furthering your own. Thank you so much for joining us here today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having us.
All right, thank you Priyanka and Pooja for that, and to the not so better halves, can we call them that today, for that lovely message as well. Now, next we are on to a very, very exciting chat. Our guest is perhaps one of the most intriguing personalities of modern day India. She's a former journalist, a heritage conversationalist, a textile revivalist, a wildlife enthusiast, a history narrator, an enthusiastic about traveler, a writer, a public speaker. The list is really long. But above that, she's all those things, but she's also a queen. She's a Maharani. That's right. Blending modernity with tradition, breaking through stereotypes while passionately preserving Baroda's rich cultural heritage and reviving the ancient weaving techniques as well of Chanderi. This is the remarkable Maharani Radhika Raje Gaikwad, the Maharani of erstwhile princely state Baroda, in conversation with Palki Sharma, Managing Editor, First Post.
Hello again. Indian royalty has seen some very powerful women. We've seen trailblazers, we've seen women who've championed women's rights, very modern in their thinking. This was a lot of stories that we heard about in the previous centuries. Of course, in the 21st century, India is not ruled by royals, but there are still many women in the Indian royalty who continue to break barriers every single day, and with me is one such personality, Maharani Radhika Raje Gaikwad. Welcome to SheShakti.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you, Palki.
You've said in the past that being a royal is not just about wearing a tiara. There's a lot of work that goes into it as well. How would you define women empowerment in the context of your journey?
I think one doesn't realize it, but being born a girl in India even today, and in many parts of the world, is itself a disadvantaged position for the child and for the mother. Because very often, even today, a mother will be apologetic for bearing a daughter. And that is the truth. That is the truth that many of us have seen closely, or witnessed it, or been in some way compromised by that. So when you use the word empowering, yes, we do need to, I think, as a community, stand up for the voices of women. But again, empowering for me is giving a position of power to someone else to enable you. I think empowering needs to come from an inclusion, a sense of community building. I think women should be able to find that with co-women, because we do have a sense of community, we do have a sense of intuition, compassion, strong bonding. I think we really need to build that, Palki, as women for each other, to have that safe space, to be able to carry each other along, you know. So we must celebrate the journeys of women who are achieving, who have a voice, who are who have a franchise, but at the same time, we have to have the conscious quality of carrying the rest of us together. So for me, it's, I think, more about awakening than enabling. I think we all need to, as women, recognize the power within us and connect at that humane level with each other.
You know, I should tell you that when we were working on this event and looking at who should be taking the stage, we were talking about women who made their mark in various fields, and your name was discussed. And I think all of us agreed that when a woman can use her agency and her, for want of a better word, privilege or position to help others, then that should be celebrated. You know, we are saying the queen of the masses, and it's not very often that you see someone in your position to be able to empathize, to be able to see that this is where work needs to be done. So what is it that inspires you to take up the causes, the very diverse causes that you do, and how do you connect with the people that you obviously do with and touch their lives?
I think, Palki, because as I was mentioning earlier to you, I grew up as a bureaucrat's daughter. So it was a very, very egalitarian atmosphere that I, grew up in. Of course, I did come from a place of abundance. I would say about abundance. And I came from a similar royal background. So it was there, but it was a very, very natural transition for me to balance both these aspects of life. But as I was growing, I did realize that the place that I do hold, which you mention as privilege, it does give me a sense of a position, a voice that people do take you seriously. They do give you an ear. They are willing to sit and the history that our families have had, royal families, that there has been a relationship with the people always. One doesn't now imagine it because we see it from a point of view of glamour and not of duty. But till independence, there was this real symbiotic relationship between the Praja and the Raja. And that is, you see it still, and that's why you have royalty in politics doing as well as they do, because that leadership is natural to them. And the intuition to trust the person who has dynastically or generationally been in that position of power and served the people is a natural connection. So yes, today we say that, okay, you are in a position of privilege and how do you understand what the people are feeling? But I think royalty have always had an ear to the ground. And in my case, because of my egalitarian upbringing, I have been able to understand that I am in a position where I can speak up for those who don't have that voice.
You make it sound so effortless. You've put it so nicely. As the introduction said, you were a journalist, and then you're doing so many more things beyond journalism. But when you got married and married into a royal family, I think marriage is a big decision for any woman, especially if you are going to be, there are certain expectations. You have to play a certain role, I guess. I can only imagine. Did you at any point fear that you'll have to leave a part of your earlier identity to embrace this new one?
Of course. I did, Palki, because I come from a traditional background and I was marrying into a traditional background. So it was like I've got this little bit of time before I get married to, live my dreams. And I was literally doing my master's degrees and working as a journalist because I felt I had only a window of time to really be productive and achieve my dreams in any way. And then I would be in a very conventional setup and not be able to really work or be productive. So yes, I did have those notions. But fortunately for me, my in-laws and my family were very encouraging. So for me also it was suddenly my horizon widened.
I know that it's a very busy time for you and you've got some very big events coming up and you've come all the way to Delhi just to be part of this. Why don't you tell our audience about the many, many causes that you have espoused and what motivates you to do all those things?
Many. When I start narrating them, yes, they sound like many, but when you're doing them, when I'm involved with my activities, they just kind of are so seamless and such an extension of my life. So yes, I work with women. I work skill building of women in an organization called Maharani Chimnabai Sri Udyogalay. I work with artisans in bridging artisans with the end consumer as well as with designers to bring in adaptability and in production of artisanal products. And I work with the LGBTQI community, giving them an opportunity to skill build and earn a livelihood with dignity. I also host the largest religious dance festival in the world, which is called the Navratri Garbas. Mine is called Lakshmi Vilas Palace Heritage Garba. It will be on National Geographic. Will be releasing a documentary on it on the 9th of October. I invite you all to see it. So that is again a space where we have a very strong presence of women and the LGBTQI community. I myself am involved in reviving 2 different textiles which were patronized by royal families. And I have an annual exhibition where I have artisans coming and selling their wares directly. So yeah. Wow. And of course the museum, sorry, yes, we have a museum, so I'm involved in the restoration and conservation of Raja Ravi Varma's amongst other art objects.
I think this calls for a round of applause. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, here's a question that I think I'm sure you've heard it before. What would you tell young women about how they should approach their lives. I don't want to ask you that question. What I want to ask you is that if you had the chance to sit down with your 20-year-old self who was starting off as a journalist, what would you tell her today?
I think what I would say is it's important to be fearless. I think when I was 20, I was still very much into the mindset of what would be expected of me. I think one tends to focus more on what society or family want from you, and you're not really understanding or vocalizing what you want. So I think self-belief is important, and the ability to take those chances, to feel that passion for things. Because with age, what happens is we all acquire, privileges which we don't want to then compromise on. But when you're young, you are fearless, you're willing to fight for what you believe in, and that passion that you can create, and the life goals that one can at that age have the energy to direct to. I think that's what I would say. I think just be more fearless and not worry about what society will judge you for.
That's very, very good advice. You talked about women helping other women. I think that's very important. We often talk about old boys networks. I think women should have more networks and should enable others. As a parent, as a leader, what do you think other parents and leaders should be doing to empower young women and daughters?
Valki, I can only speak from my own experience. I come from a completely patriarchal, dynastic family where it's always the son or the firstborn son who inherits the gaddi or the position. I am a mother of 2 daughters, so I am navigating myself through a completely new mindset which is so traditional, and yet I have to bring in the modernity of looking at leadership from a completely different gender lens. So the only way one can do it is to lead by example. I think a lot of my conscious leadership comes from the fact that I must be a positive role model for my daughters, and to also pave the path for them by changing the mindset of the people who they're going to be working with. So I think as mothers of daughters, we can just create an environment which builds their self-confidence, which gives them a sense of self very strongly, because I think girls today are, that is being snatched away at such a young age by what television shows us, what social media shows us, what people expect from us, that a sense of self dissipates very quickly in girls. I think we should be able to, hold that together for our daughters.
Thank you very much, Maharani Radhika Raje Gaikwad. You've really inspired all of us with your words, and I must say you're a beautiful blend of tradition and modernity, and you give so much food for thought and so much for others that they can emulate. Thank you very much for being with us today.
All right, that was an engaging conversation, an intriguing one at that. At this point, we have come to an end to the first leg of our conversation today. As we say, abhi to ye glimpse tha, picture abhi baki hai. At this point, we would also like to acknowledge our partners here at News18 SheShakti. SheShakti is presented by Lions Club International, powered by Senco Gold and Diamonds. Lot of love coming in there, yeah? On-ground partner, Silicon Private Limited, and associate partner, Reliance Industries Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for lunch. Lunch is served at Sharjah. We'll reconvene right here at 2 p.m. to continue this inspiring conversation on SheShakti. And do not miss the next session, the one right after our lunch break is of Jaya Kishori, and she has a lot of power-packed things to say to all you women out here. So come right back for that.
ये नया इंडिया,
नए नजरिए का इंडिया, जहां लोगों का नंबर 1 भरोसा बनता है वो
जो उनके मुद्दे, उनकी आवाज
निडर होकर उठाता है,
लोगों की
नंबर 1 पसंद बनता है वो जो सिर्फ रफ्तार नहीं जिम्मेदारी
पर भी विश्वास रखता है।
देश का नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल
बनता है वो जो देश हित
और जनहित
दोनों को
सर्वोपरि समझता है।
News 18 इंडिया, नए इंडिया का नया नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल।
CNBC TV18, an unending pursuit for excellence. A pioneer, a leader, a visionary, building a lasting legacy of credibility, consistency, and trust. Giving unparalleled access to global thought leaders and powering conversations that are shaping the new world order. Setting the highest standards through exemplary leadership. It is this unrivaled reputation for the most comprehensive coverage, actionable intelligence, and in-depth reporting that makes CNBC TV18 India's number 1 business news brand. Foreseeing change, growth, and transformation for over a quarter of a century. Trendsetters crafting innovative content formats. And award-winning business journalism. On air, online, on social media. As we embark upon 25 years of excellence, we invite you to be a part of our future. CNBC TV18, your trusted partner and investment ally. CNBC TV18, an unending pursuit for excellence. A pioneer, a leader, a visionary, building a lasting legacy of credibility, consistency, and trust. Giving unparalleled access to global thought leaders and powering conversations that are shaping the new world order. Setting the highest standards through exemplary leadership. It is this unrivaled reputation for the most comprehensive coverage, actionable intelligence, and in-depth reporting that makes CNBC TV18 India's number 1 business news brand. Foreseeing change, growth, and transformation for over a quarter of a century. Trendsetters crafting innovative content formats. And award-winning business journalism. On air, online, on social media. As we embark upon 25 years of excellence, we invite you to be a part of our future. CNBC TV18, your trusted partner and investment ally.
India etched its name in history with the Chandrayaan.
Reaching the top is tough.
There's been national outrage.
You know what's tougher?
Murder of a junior doctor.
Staying there. For the last 2 years, we've topped the charts as the number 1 English news channel.
It's SheShakti.
So how do we stay this far ahead?
India, a Naya Bharat.
You,
Car crash from Pune.
you've been with us.
Shockwaves across the nation.
This war has killed more than 40,000 Palestinians.
You've pushed us to do better,
Modi 3.0.
to bring the news,
Its new innings.
Disparaging comments.
the analyses,
Rahul Gandhi's cast.
the debates
What it means to be an Indian.
Team India.
that strike at the truth every single time. CNN News 18, the reigning leader of English news for 2 years and counting.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We were on our way to Tel Aviv, and as you can see, sirens sounding. This was one of the first sites of the attack by Hamas terrorists. Today, First Post has brought together geopolitical strategists from across the world in this one-of-a-kind summit to help us chart and understand the roadmap for the future. Your approach towards addressing India's defense needs.
The army, the defense forces will continue to be future ready.
India has been our traditional first responder.
If once Chinese PLA attack Taiwan, we, the country, is going to crazy.
We need you, India, with us. We need you, India, to make the right moral choice.
All talks are meaningless if there's a lack of trust.
Trust is very important. Trust is fundamental. Trust is the beginning.
The takeaways for me are that for the world to have fewer conflicts and to resolve the current ones, we need to build trust, listen to each other, and learn from history.
What was your impression? And those same leaders are still in office, Prime Minister Modi and Minister Jaishankar.
Well, first, I'm hopelessly biased. I love them both and enjoyed working with them. And now they are a critically important global player.
Do you hold China responsible for the COVID-19?
The answer is yes.
President De Silva, welcome to First Post. How are you doing? How do you like New Delhi? The Nigerian delegation was the first to arrive. With me is Mr. Piyush Goyal, Prime Minister of Bhutan, Shering Tagwe. Welcome to First Post.
Thank you very much. It's an honor.
Time for a flashback. Pakistan's democracy remained a work in progress. Many would say it's beyond saving now. No Prime Minister has ever completed their term in Pakistan. None. What is the Paytm story? How did this company grow so big and why did it fall? Hello and welcome. I'm Palki Sharma and this is Between the Lines.
First Post reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on First Post.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will face off for the first and perhaps only presidential debate of this election season. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
I'm Rupa Ramani, and First Post brings you the ringside view.
It is the mother of all battles.
The quest to be the best is here, and it's a storm that's raging. Will the Lions script a dramatic win? Will it be a new team that'll lay its hands on the Golden Trophy? T20 Summer Storm. Bring it on. India's Manu Bakar notched up a historical first. She became India's first female Olympics medal winner in shooting.
When we launched, we had a vision and a hope. But we had no idea that our project would see such exponential growth. We reached 200 countries and regions. Israel is dealing with its worst domestic crisis. Dr. Kanani, welcome to First Post. Prime Minister Modi's leadership is critical in this fractured world. Do you agree? We throw a spotlight on global issues from an Indian perspective. We are trying to make our mark in the digital town square. We are building a news platform with a video nucleus.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We're in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States of America. Fan of Italy's famous cuisine? Well, we are serving it with a side of diplomacy. As G7 leaders gather in southern Italy, Vantage is taking you to the heart of the action. What's the agenda? Who's invited? And how is Italy preparing for it? Catch the special edition of Vantage throughout this week, only on First Post. When we began, we were sure of what we were doing, but to have viewers validate that has been heartwarming. As we expand and grow, our core values remain the same. We are not interested in window dressing the news. We believe in the quality of First Post and its flagship show, Vantage. Israel says every strike progress. The first one, of course, is against Hamas. The second one is against the media. In crisis, you have two options. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. The linchpin of our routine is research and analysis. We hope to tell India's growth story, and we will continue to do so with credibility as our North Star.
Welcome to Money Control, your ultimate destination in the ever-evolving world of finance, business, markets, policy, and technology. India's preeminent news platform, driven by facts and fueled by data. A platform made in India, for India, and for the world. MoneyControl.com has a staggering reach of 95 million monthly active users and 5.5 million daily active users. Being a transformative digital force, reshaping how we engage with money, markets, and news. Setting us apart is our commitment to delivering accurate information and empowering financial decision-making in a dynamic ecosystem. Seeking a deeper dive into the financial realm, we present Money Control Pro, a powerhouse of exclusive insights, providing actionable investment ideas and expert analysis. Because in today's fast-paced world, informed decisions demand both information and expertise. And we have 8.1 lakhs Money Control Pro total paid subscribers and 100% return in 1.5 years, beating the market. Explore market trends, access expert opinions, and utilize essential financial tools all at your fingertips. Join the millions who trust MoneyControl.com for their financial journey, where facts meet finance and data drives decisions. Think markets, think Money Control.
What's new about news? Nothing. That's until we stepped onto the scene. Instead of playing the game, we became the game. We reach 767 million people every year via TV and a whopping 320 million per month through digital properties. How did we do this? We went global. Forging partnerships with the biggest names in the media industry like CNN, CNBC, and Forbes. Partnerships that are dominating their category. Our flagship English news channel CNN News18 blew past the limits of what's possible, reigning as the #1 news channel for over 122 weeks. Our national brand, News18 India, has more viewers than even popular entertainment channels and is India's #1 Hindi news channel. When it comes to numbers and trends, we mean business, so that you stay on top of your business. That's why CNBC TV18 doesn't just lead in the business news category, it is the category. Commanding 86% of the market share. And our Hindi business channel, CNBC Awaaz, has been the trusted partner for traders for 20 years running. delivering swift market analysis that has made it the preferred choice for influential voices in the country. Our channel, CNBC Bazaar, dominates the Gujarati business news landscape. We've expanded into the beating heart of Bharat, speaking many languages and the truth, even as several of our regional channels rule the charts. While we dominate the airwaves, we've kept our fingers on the digital pulse. Our digital brands are platforms, not just websites. We curated informed opinions on First Post, creating premium properties that are expanding our global reach and presenting India's voice to the world. And with Money Control, we're blurring the lines between media and tech, straddling everything from news, data, analytics to transactions, creating products that help Indians multiply their wealth. Money Control's engagement metrics and app downloads are greater than all competition put together, making it the biggest news subscription product in India. Storyboard 18, building a strong community of modern marketers and advertising professionals. But we're not just focused on numbers. We want to change lives, one campaign at a time, going big on purpose, creating initiatives that matter. We are changing India through Local 18. We've extended our reach to small towns, villages, gullies, and mohallas, telling stories from the grassroots, creating access to untapped markets. We are Network 18, where news breaks on all platforms, made possible by converged digital-first newsrooms. We put the new in news.
ये नया इंडिया,
नए नजरिए का इंडिया, जहां लोगों का नंबर 1 भरोसा बनता है वो
जो उनके मुद्दे, उनकी आवाज
निडर होकर उठाता है,
लोगों की
नंबर 1 पसंद बनता है वो जो सिर्फ रफ्तार नहीं जिम्मेदारी
पर भी विश्वास रखता है।
देश का नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल
बनता है वो जो देश हित
और जनहित
दोनों को
सर्वोपरि समझता है।
न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया, नए इंडिया का नया नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल।
CNBC TV 18, an unending pursuit for excellence. A pioneer, a leader, a visionary, building a lasting legacy of credibility, consistency, and trust. Giving unparalleled access to global thought leaders and powering conversations that are shaping the new world order. Setting the highest standards through exemplary leadership. It is this unrivaled reputation for the most comprehensive coverage, actionable intelligence, and in-depth reporting that makes CNBC TV 18 India's number 1 business news brand. Foreseeing change, growth, and transformation for over a quarter of a century. Trendsetters crafting innovative content formats. And award-winning business journalism. On air, online, on social media. As we embark upon 25 years of excellence, we invite you to be a part of our future. CNBC TV 18, your trusted partner and investment ally.
India etched its name in history with the Chandrayaan.
Reaching the top is tough.
There's been national outrage.
You know what's tougher?
Murder of a junior doctor.
Staying there. For the last 2 years, we've topped the charts as the number 1 English news channel.
It's SheShakti.
So how do we stay this far ahead?
India, a naya Bharat.
You.
Car crash from Pune.
You've been with us.
Shockwaves across the nation.
This war has killed more than 40,000 Palestinians.
You've pushed us to do better.
Modi 3.0.
To bring the news,
Its new innings.
Disparaging comments.
the analyses,
Rahul Gandhi's cast,
the debates
what it means to be an Indian.
Team India.
that strike at the truth every single time. CNN News 18, the reigning leader of English news for 2 years and counting.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We were on our way to Tel Aviv, and as you can see, sirens sounding. This was one of the first sites of the attack by Hamas terrorists. Today, First Post has brought together geopolitical strategists from across the world in this one-of-a-kind summit to help us chart and understand the roadmap for the future. Your approach towards addressing India's defense needs.
The army, the defense forces will continue to be future ready.
India has been our traditional first responder.
If once Chinese PLA attack Taiwan, we, the country, is going to crazy.
We need you, India, with us. We need you, India, to make the right moral choice.
All talks are meaningless if the lack of trust.
Trust is very important. Trust is fundamental. Trust is the beginning.
The takeaways for me are that for the world to have fewer conflicts and to resolve the current ones, we need to build trust, listen to each other, and learn from history.
What was your impression? And those same leaders are still in office, Prime Minister Modi and Minister Jaishankar.
Well, first, I'm hopelessly biased. I love them both and enjoyed working with them. And now they are a critically important global player.
Do you hold China responsible for the COVID-19?
The answer is yes.
President De Silva, welcome to First Post. How are you doing? How do you like New Delhi? The Nigerian delegation was the first to arrive. With me is Mr. Piyush Goyal, Prime Minister of Bhutan, Shering Tagwe. Welcome to First Post.
Thank you very much. It's an honor.
Time for a flashback. Pakistan's democracy remained a work in progress. Many would say it's beyond saving now. No Prime Minister has ever completed their term in Pakistan. None. What is the Paytm story? How did this company grow so big and why did it fall? Hello and welcome. I'm Palki Sharma and this is Between the Lines.
First Post reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on First Post.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will face off for the first and perhaps only presidential debate of this election season. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
I'm Rupa Ramani and First Post brings you the ringside view.
It is the mother of all battles.
The quest to be the best is here and it's a storm that's raging. Will the Lions script a dramatic win? Will it be a new team that'll lay its hands on the Golden Trophy? T20 Summer Storm. Bring it on. India's Manu Bakar notched up a historical first. She became India's first female Olympics medal winner in shooting.
When we launched, we had a vision and a hope. But we had no idea that our project would see such exponential growth. We reached 200 countries and regions. Israel is dealing with its worst domestic crisis. Dr. Kanani, welcome to First Post. Prime Minister Modi's leadership is critical in this fractured world. Do you agree? We throw a spotlight on global issues from an Indian perspective. We are trying to make our mark in the digital town square. We are building a news platform with a video nucleus.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We're in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States of America. Fan of Italy's famous cuisine? Well, we are serving it with a side of diplomacy. As G7 leaders gather in southern Italy, Vantage is taking you to the heart of the action. What's the agenda? Who's invited? And how is Italy preparing for it? Catch the special edition of Vantage throughout this week, only on First Post. When we began, we were sure of what we were doing, but to have viewers validate that has been heartwarming. As we expand and grow, our core values remain the same. We are not interested in window dressing the news. We believe in the quality of First Post and its flagship show, Vantage. Israel says every strike progress. The first one, of course, is against Hamas. The second one is against the media. In crisis, you have two options. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. The linchpin of our routine is research and analysis. We hope to tell India's growth story, and we will continue to do so with credibility as our North Star.
Welcome to Money Control, your ultimate destination in the ever-evolving world of finance, business, markets, policy and technology. India's preeminent news platform, driven by facts and fueled by data. A platform made in India, for India and for the world. MoneyControl.com has a staggering reach of 95 million monthly active users and 5.5 million daily active users. Being a transformative digital force, reshaping how we engage with money, markets and news. Setting us apart is our commitment to delivering accurate information and empowering financial decision-making in a dynamic ecosystem. Seeking a deeper dive into the financial realm, we present Money Control Pro, a powerhouse of exclusive insights, providing actionable investment ideas and expert analysis. Because in today's fast-paced world, informed decisions demand both information and expertise. And we have 8.1 lakhs Money Control Pro total paid subscribers and 100% return in 1.5 years, beating the market. Explore market trends, access expert opinions, and utilize essential financial tools all at your fingertips. Join the millions who trust MoneyControl.com for their financial journey, where facts meet finance and data drives decisions. Think markets, think Money Control.
What's new about news? Nothing. That's until we stepped onto the scene. Instead of playing the game, we became the game. We reach 767 million people every year via TV and a whopping 320 million per month through digital properties. How did we do this? We went global. Forging partnerships with the biggest names in the media industry like CNN, CNBC and Forbes. Partnerships that are dominating their category. Our flagship English news channel CNN News18 blew past the limits of what's possible, reigning as the #1 news channel for over 122 weeks. Our national brand, News18 India, has more viewers than even popular entertainment channels and is India's #1 Hindi news channel. When it comes to numbers and trends, we mean business, so that you stay on top of your business. That's why CNBC TV18 doesn't just lead in the business news category, it is the category. Commanding 86% of the market share. And our Hindi business channel, CNBC Awaaz, has been the trusted partner for traders for 20 years running. Delivering swift market analysis that has made it the preferred choice for influential voices in the country. Our channel, CNBC Bazaar, dominates the Gujarati business news landscape. We've expanded into the beating heart of Bharat, speaking many languages and the truth, even as several of our regional channels rule the charts. While we dominate the airwaves, we've kept our fingers on the digital pulse. Our digital brands are platforms, not just websites. We curated informed opinions on First Post, creating premium properties that are expanding our global reach and presenting India's voice to the world. And with Money Control, we're blurring the lines between media and tech, straddling everything from news, data, analytics to transactions, creating products that help Indians multiply their wealth. Money Control's engagement metrics and app downloads are greater than all competition put together, making it the biggest news subscription product in India. Storyboard 18, building a strong community of modern marketers and advertising professionals. But we're not just focused on numbers. We want to change lives, one campaign at a time, going big on purpose, creating initiatives that matter. We are changing India through Local 18. We've extended our reach to small towns, villages, gullies, and mohallas, telling stories from the grassroots, creating access to untapped markets. We are Network 18, where news breaks on all platforms, made possible by converged digital-first newsrooms. We put the new in news.
ये नया इंडिया,
नए नजरिए का इंडिया, जहां लोगों का नंबर 1 भरोसा बनता है वो
जो उनके मुद्दे, उनकी आवाज
निडर होकर उठाता है,
लोगों की
नंबर 1 पसंद बनता है वो जो सिर्फ रफ्तार नहीं जिम्मेदारी
पर भी विश्वास रखता है।
देश का नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल
बनता है वो जो देश हित
और जनहित
दोनों को
सर्वोपरि समझता है।
न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया, नए इंडिया का नया नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल।
CNBC TV 18, an unending pursuit for excellence. A pioneer, a leader, a visionary, building a lasting legacy of credibility, consistency, and trust. Giving unparalleled access to global thought leaders and powering conversations that are shaping the new world order. Setting the highest standards through exemplary leadership. It is this unrivaled reputation for the most comprehensive coverage, actionable intelligence, and in-depth reporting that makes CNBC TV 18 India's number 1 business news brand. Foreseeing change, growth, and transformation for over a quarter of a century. Trendsetters crafting innovative content formats. And award-winning business journalism. On air, online, on social media. As we embark upon 25 years of excellence, we invite you to be a part of our future. CNBC TV 18, your trusted partner and investment ally.
India etched its name in history with the Chandrayaan.
Reaching the top is tough.
There's been national outreach.
You know what's tougher?
Murder of a junior doctor.
Staying there. For the last 2 years, we've topped the charts as the number 1 English news channel.
It's SheShakti.
So how do we stay this far ahead?
India, a Naya Bharat.
You.
Car crash from Pune.
You've been with us.
Shockwaves across the nation.
This war has killed more than 40,000 Palestinians.
You've pushed us to do better.
Modi 3.0.
To bring the news.
Its new innings.
Disparaging comments.
The analyses.
Rahul Gandhi's cast.
The debates.
What it means to be an Indian.
Team India.
That strike at the truth. Every single time. CNN News 18, the reigning leader of English news for 2 years and counting.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We were on our way to Tel Aviv, and as you can see, sirens sounding. This was one of the first sites of the attack by Hamas terrorists. Today, First Post has brought together geopolitical strategists from across the world in this one-of-a-kind summit to help us chart and understand the roadmap for the future. Your approach towards addressing India's defense needs.
The army, the defense forces will continue to be future ready.
India has been our traditional first responder.
If once Chinese PLA attack Taiwan, we, the country, is going to crazy.
We need you, India, with us. We need you, India, to make the right moral choice.
All talks are meaningless if there is lack of trust.
Trust is very important. Trust is fundamental. Trust is the beginning.
The takeaways for me are that for the world to have fewer conflicts and to resolve the current ones, we need to build trust, listen to each other, and learn from history.
What was your impression? And those same leaders are still in office, Prime Minister Modi and Minister Jaishankar.
Well, first, I'm hopelessly biased. I love them both and enjoyed working with them. And now they are a critically important global player.
Do you hold China responsible for the COVID-19?
The answer is yes.
President De Silva, welcome to First Post. How are you doing? How do you like New Delhi? The Nigerian delegation was the first to arrive. With me is Mr. Piyush Goyal, Prime Minister of Bhutan, Shering Tagwe. Welcome to First Post.
Thank you very much. It's an honor.
Time for a flashback. Pakistan's democracy remained a work in progress. Many would say it's beyond saving now. No Prime Minister has ever completed their term in Pakistan. None. What is the Paytm story? How did this company grow so big and why did it fall? Hello and welcome. I'm Palki Sharma and this is Between the Lines.
First Post reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on First Post.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will face off for the first and perhaps only presidential debate of this election season. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
I'm Rupa Ramani and First Post brings you the ringside view.
It is the mother of all battles.
The quest to be the best is here and it's a storm that's raging. Will the Lions script a dramatic win? Will it be a new team that'll lay its hands on the golden trophy? T20 Summer Storm. Bring it on. India's Manu Bakar notched up a historical first. She became India's first female Olympics medal winner in shooting.
When we launched, we had a vision and a hope. But we had no idea that our project would see such exponential growth. We reached 200 countries and regions. Israel is dealing with its worst domestic crisis. Dr. Kanani, welcome to First Post. Prime Minister Modi's leadership is critical in this fractured world. Do you agree? We throw a spotlight on global issues from an Indian perspective. We are trying to make our mark in the digital town square. We are building a news platform with a video nucleus.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We are in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States of America. Fan of Italy's famous cuisine? Well, we are serving it with a side of diplomacy. As G7 leaders gather in southern Italy, Vantage is taking you to the heart of the action. What's the agenda? Who's invited? And how is Italy preparing for it? Catch the special edition of Vantage throughout this week, only on First Post. When we began, we were sure of what we were doing, but to have viewers validate that has been heartwarming. As we expand and grow, our core values remain the same. We are not interested in window dressing the news. We believe in the quality of First Post and its flagship show, Vantage. Israel says every strike progress. The first one, of course, is against Hamas. The second one is against the media. In crisis, you have two options. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. The linchpin of our routine is research and analysis. We hope to tell India's growth story, and we will continue to do so with credibility as our North Star.
Welcome to Money Control, your ultimate destination in the ever-evolving world of finance, business, markets, policy, and technology. India's preeminent news platform, driven by facts and fueled by data. A platform made in India, for India, and for the world. MoneyControl.com has a staggering reach of 95 million monthly active users and 5.5 million daily active users. Being a transformative digital force, reshaping how we engage with money, markets, and news. Setting us apart is our commitment to delivering accurate information and empowering financial decision-making in a dynamic ecosystem. Seeking a deeper dive into the financial realm, we present Money Control Pro, a powerhouse of exclusive insights, providing actionable investment ideas and expert analysis. Because in today's fast-paced world, informed decisions demand both information and expertise. And we have 8.1 lakhs Money Control Pro total paid subscribers and 100% return in 1.5 years, beating the market. Explore market trends, access expert opinions, and utilize essential financial tools all at your fingertips. Join the millions who trust MoneyControl.com for their financial journey, where facts meet finance and data drives decisions. Think markets, think Money Control.
What's new about news? Nothing. That's until we stepped onto the scene. Instead of playing the game, we became the game. We reach 767 million people every year via TV and a whopping 320 million per month through digital properties. How did we do this? We went global. Forging partnerships with the biggest names in the media industry like CNN, CNBC, and Forbes. Partnerships that are dominating their category. Our flagship English news channel CNN News18 blew past the limits of what's possible, reigning as the #1 news channel for over 122 weeks. Our national brand, News18 India, has more viewers than even popular entertainment channels and is India's #1 Hindi news channel. When it comes to numbers and trends, we mean business, so that you stay on top of your business. That's why CNBC TV 18 doesn't just lead in the business news category, it is the category. Commanding 86% of the market share. And our Hindi business channel, CNBC Awaaz, has been the trusted partner for traders for 20 years running. Delivering swift market analysis that has made it the preferred choice for influential voices in the country. Our channel, CNBC Bazaar, dominates the Gujarati business news landscape. We've expanded into the beating heart of Bharat, speaking many languages and the truth, even as several of our regional channels rule the charts. While we dominate the airwaves, we've kept our fingers on the digital pulse. Our digital brands are platforms, not just websites. We curated informed opinions on First Post, creating premium properties that are expanding our global reach and presenting India's voice to the world. And with Money Control, we're blurring the lines between media and tech, straddling everything from news, data, analytics to transactions, creating products that help Indians multiply their wealth. Money Control's engagement metrics and app downloads are greater than all competition put together, making it the biggest news subscription product in India. Storyboard 18, building a strong community of modern marketers and advertising professionals. But we're not just focused on numbers. We want to change lives, one campaign at a time, going big on purpose.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that you enjoyed your lunch. We also promise, because we're going to start the second half of the day right now, and we hope that the next half is as engaging, hopefully as fun as the first half was. Before we go ahead though, what we're going to do is we're going to thank all of our sponsors who've helped allow this event to take place. We're going to acknowledge our partners here at News18 SheShakti. SheShakti is presented by Lions Club International. It's powered by Senco Gold and Diamonds. Our on-ground partner is Silicent Private Limited, and our associate partner is Reliance Industries Limited. Now, before we go on to our next session, let's have a look and let's really take out a moment to highlight some of the initiatives that are being taken by our presenting partner right here, Lions International.
Empowering women empowers the community. We truly believe that they are highly creative and intelligent. All they need is some encouragement, some help, and some support. Lions in India are doing just that. Through microfinance loans, we empower women to start their own businesses and uplift their families. At our sewing centers, women learn valuable skills, creating opportunities for financial independence. Year after year, Lions provides sewing machines to women entrepreneurs, making them independent. Providing girls bicycles to help them get to their schools or place of work adds to their efficiency. Through simple ways, Lions are building a future where every woman has the chance to succeed. Lions are committed to improving women's health across the country. Our menstrual health programs break taboos and ensure every woman can care for herself with dignity. Setting up sanitary pad vending machines is another popular project Lions undertake. Not to forget building toilet blocks for the girls in schools. Lions have also provided drinking water plants in girls' schools. In our mother and child clinics, women receive the vital health care they need to thrive. Not only that, Lions have been celebrating the birth of a girl child by providing much needed essentials to nurture a baby, understanding fully well the bias that still exists. Healthy women mean healthy communities. Our commitment to care makes a difference every day. Join the Lions in empowering women and building a healthier future.
A huge round of applause for you. Thank you so much. All right, let's dive straight into our sessions now, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is called Finding Your Inner Light. And we have with us the hugely inspiring motivational speaker and spiritual guru, Jaya Kishori. Now, Kishori ji has transformed lives with her powerful prose. She mixes valuable life advice with both guidance and support. She speaks directly to the heart and the spirit. On social media, she's got 12.2 million followers who eagerly follow her journey at every single step, right from her own spiritual awakening to becoming the renowned speaker, the motivator that she is known to be today. Now, every single day, she empowers her followers to find their inner Shakti. And ladies and gentlemen, we're very, very excited to say she'll be joining us and guiding us to hopefully find our own. Ma'am, do come onto the stage.
Hello, namaste. Namaste. I hope you guys having a good time. अच्छे speak, artist, everybody is here for you guys, and I hope आप कुछ ना कुछ यहाँ से लेकर जाएं, because that's what we speak about. It's of no use to just come here, sit, listen, and then go home and forget everything, because that's what we do in all the sessions. पर इससे अच्छा हम घर पे बैठकर कुछ काम कर सकते हैं. अगर सिर्फ सुन के घर जाके भूल जाना है, इससे बेटर है if you could just take one thing, one lesson जो आपको अच्छा लगे किसी भी स्पीकर से, बट कोई एक चीज जो आज आप यहाँ से ले जा सके. And thank you so much, News18 Lines, for inviting me for this session. And I'm very happy. The name SheShakti. और शायद मुझे इस नाम से ही एक टॉपिक मिल गया अपने सेशन को शुरू करने का, कि जब हम चेंज की बात करते हैं, हम मर्दों से एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि वो ये चेंज लेकर आए, वो चेंज लेकर आए, वो अपने आप को इस तरीके से बेटर करे, ये चेंज सोसाइटी लेकर. बट आई वुड रादर से, अगर एक औरत चाहती है कि कोई बदलाव आए, सबसे पहले उसके आसपास की औरतों में वो बदलाव आना चाहिए. अगर आप ही अपने वाले लोगों को नहीं समझेंगे, आई डोंट थिंक आप किसी और को समझाने की कोशिश भी कर सकते हैं. क्योंकि जितने भी मर्द हैं, हम उनसे ये कह सकते हैं कि वो हमें समझने की कोशिश करें, पर वो हमें समझ नहीं सकते. दैट्स जस्ट द फैक्ट. क्योंकि वो एक्सपीरियंस नहीं कर सकते. द मेन रीजन, वो कोशिश कर सकते हैं पर वो लाइफ वो एक्सपीरियंस नहीं कर रहे. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हम हमेशा कहते हैं जब कोई पेन में होता है कि जिसको तकलीफ हो रही है वो ही समझता है. करेक्ट? क्योंकि वो पेन वो ही महसूस कर रहा है. बाकी सब समझने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं पर एक्सपीरियंस नहीं कर सकते. तो एक औरत किस चीजों से, किस प्रॉब्लम से, ऑब्स्टिकल्स का सामना करती है, ये सिर्फ एक औरत ही एक्सपीरियंस कर सकती है. और अगर वो ही नहीं समझेगी तो हम दूसरों से क्या उम्मीद रख सकते हैं. अगर वो ही एक औरत को मना करेगी चीजों के लिए, रोकेगी चीजों के लिए, ब्लेम करेगी चीजों के लिए, सो आप बाकी से क्या एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे. और सबसे बड़ी बात, जब हमें ये बोल के कॉम्प्लीमेंट किया जाता है कि आप बाकी औरतों सी नहीं है, यू आर डिफरेंट, ये कॉम्प्लीमेंट नहीं है. एंड इट्स हाई टाइम वी अंडरस्टैंड दैट, कि वो आपको आगे रख के बाकी सारी औरतों को पीछे रख रहे हैं और हम इसके लिए काम नहीं कर रहे हैं. अगर हम सच्ची में इक्वालिटी की बात करते हैं, फेमिनिज्म की बात करते हैं, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट की बात करते हैं, उसमें सबको आगे ले जाने की बात हो रही है, सिर्फ खुद को नहीं, तब फिर इक्वालिटी की बात ही नहीं है. जब आप सिर्फ अपने लिए काम कर रहे हैं तब वो वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट नहीं है. लेकिन जब आप अपने जैसे सबको साथ आगे ले जाने की बात कर रहे हैं, उस दिन एक्चुअल एम्पावरमेंट आता है. तो सबसे पहली चीज कि आप अपने साथ आपके जैसे ही प्रॉब्लम्स जो बाकी फेस कर रहे हैं उनको भी साथ लेकर आइए. जब हर वक्त एक औरत साथ है तो उस वक्त कैट फाइट्स होंगी, प्रॉब्लम्स होगा, गॉसिप होंगे, यही माना जाता है. इस चीज को चेंज करिए. इवन इफ यू हैव प्रॉब्लम्स विथ योर कलीग्स, वो प्रॉब्लम आपके और उनके बीच की बात है, सबके बीच के गॉसिप बनने की बात नहीं है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आपने कईयों को देखा होगा, जब हम कहते हैं ना यार ये हमारी प्रॉब्लम है, हम संभाल लेंगे, जब एक बाहरी फोर्स एक औरत को लड़ाने की कोशिश करे, प्लीज से ये हमारी प्रॉब्लम है, हम संभाल लेंगे. आई थिंक उस दिन आप चेंज लेकर आ सकते हैं. और ये हमारी ही प्रॉब्लम है क्योंकि बाकी तो कोई समझ नहीं सकता। दूसरा, सक्सेसफुल औरतें सबको अच्छी लगती है। यस और नो? जब आप सक्सेसफुल है ना, एवरीबडी इज क्लैपिंग फॉर यू। आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट हैपेंड विथ मी व्हेन आई वाज स्ट्रगलिंग। मेरे पेरेंट्स को हर वक्त ये कहा गया कि लड़की है, इतना नहीं घुमाते वरना एक दिन नाम खराब हो जाएगा। उन्होंने रोका नहीं मुझे, उन्होंने बस एक क्वेश्चन किया, दिस मेक्स यू हैप्पी? आई एम लाइक यस। दिस इज व्हाट यू वांट टू डू? आई एम लाइक यस। देन वी आर विथ यू। दैट वाज ऑल। उसके बाद आई डोंट थिंक मेरे पेरेंट्स के साथ मेरा कोई भी कॉन्वर्सेशन हुआ लड़की होने की वजह से। बाकी सारे कॉन्वर्सेशन स्ट्रगल को लेकर थे, काम को लेकर थे, पर क्योंकि मैं एक लड़की हूं मेरा कोई कॉन्वर्सेशन नहीं हुआ। उन्होंने बस इतना पूछा, अगर तुम्हें पसंद है, करना है, हम साथ हैं। पर बाकी किसी को ये चीज पसंद नहीं आई, सबको प्रॉब्लम्स थी। और जो मेरा पहला पॉइंट है, औरतों को ही प्रॉब्लम थी। और ये स्ट्रगल के बाद तो छोड़िए, फ्यू मंथ्स बैक वी हैव सम ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो स्पिरिचुअली काम कर रहे हैं, रिलीजियस वे में काम कर रहे हैं, स्क्रिप्चर्स के बहुत बड़े ज्ञाता हैं। सो इन माय फील्ड देयर इज अ सेइंग कि औरतों को व्यासपीठ पर नहीं बैठना चाहिए। व्यासपीठ इज अ प्लेस वेयर आई डू माय स्पिरिचुअल सेशंस। एक और कनेक्शन अगर मैं बताना चाहूं तो स्क्रिप्चर्स की जो रचनाकार है वेद व्यास जी, उनकी सीट मानी गई है ये। तो जो भी स्क्रिप्चर्स पे बात करते हैं वो व्यासपीठ पर बैठते हैं। एक ऐसा प्लेस जिसको द अल्टीमेट कहा गया है कि अगर आप वहां पहुंच गए सो यू हैव अचीव्ड एवरीथिंग। पर औरतों को अलाउड नहीं है। आई वॉज वेरी सैड। आई वॉज लाइक ऐसा क्यों है? मुझे एक रीजन चाहिए। काफी पढ़ा, नहीं मिला। पर ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का जब सामना हुआ तो मैंने अपना नाम नहीं बताया, अलग नाम से मैंने उन्हें मैसेज किया। और मेरे सामने औरतें ही हैं जो मुझे ये बताने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो मैंने उनको मैसेज किया दैट यू हैव रेड ऑल द स्क्रिप्चर्स? रिप्लाई वाज यस। क्या आप मुझे कोई भी श्लोक बता सकते हैं, कोई भी स्तोत्र बता सकते हैं, कहीं भी लिखा है जहां पे ये बताया गया हो कि औरतें व्यासपीठ पर नहीं बैठ सकती? शी वॉज लाइक नो, ऐसा कहीं लिखा तो नहीं है, पर खुद का दिमाग होना चाहिए। आई एम लाइक व्हाट डू यू मीन? बोले अब औरतें थोड़ी दुनिया को बताएंगी क्या करना है और क्या नहीं। ज्यादा से ज्यादा आप अपने घर के बच्चों को सिखा सकते हो, पर पूरी दुनिया को थोड़ी बताओगे। और उस दिन मुझे समझ आया कि जब तक औरतें ही पीछे नहीं खड़ी होंगी तब तक औरत सफल नहीं हो सकती। वहां मैं क्या दूसरों को बोलूं कि स्क्रिप्चर्स में क्या लिखा है और क्या नहीं, जब मेरे अगेंस्ट मेरे जैसी ही कोई खड़ी है जो स्पिरिचुअल काम ही कर रही है। बट फिर भी जैसा मैंने कहा, सक्सेसफुल औरतें सबको अच्छी लगती है। आज हम जब बाहर जाते हैं, लोग अपनी अपनी बेटियों को लेकर आते हैं कि आप इनसे कुछ सीखिए, ये आपकी एज की है, शी इज डूइंग सच अ ग्रेट वर्क। और मैं उनसे कहती हूं, मुझसे सीखने से पहले आप मेरे पेरेंट्स से सीखिए, क्योंकि हर घर में आपको एक बड़ा नाम मिल जाएगा अगर आप उसको काम करने देंगे, जो वो चाहती है वो करने देंगे, उस पर विश्वास रखेंगे, रादर दैन जस्ट सेइंग कि अब एज हो गई है शादी कर देते हैं। क्योंकि ये सुनने को मेरे पेरेंट्स को भी बहुत मिला था कि अब तो सब हो गया ना, अब और क्या चाहिए, अब सेटल हो जाओ। सी, आई लव मैरिज, आई वॉन्ट टू गेट मैरिड, आई वॉन्ट टू हैव किड्स, पर जब मेरा मन हो, नॉट बिकॉज कि दुनिया मुझे कह रही है कि अब सब कुछ जितना करना था उतना कर लिया, अब ये करना है। जब वो मुझे कहेंगी तब नहीं, क्योंकि यही तो हमेशा से होता आया है। अब ये कर लो, अब ये करने का टाइम हो गया, अब पढ़ने का टाइम हो गया, अब स्कूल से निकलने का टाइम हो गया, अब शादी का टाइम हो गया, अब बच्चे का टाइम हो गया। और मुझे लगता है कि हम इंसान हैं कि रोबोट्स? कि मशीन के ऑन करने का टाइम हो गया, बंद करने का टाइम हो गया, चार्ज करने का टाइम हो गया। ये टाइम हम भी तो सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं ना। चलिए, पहले आपके पास कई ऑप्शंस नहीं थे चीजों के, तो आपको बोला जा सकता था कि इस रीजन से हम कहते थे। अब तो रीजन खत्म हो गया। पर शायद हम भूल रहे हैं, रूल्स हमारी लाइफ को इजी करने के लिए बनाए जाते हैं, हमें बॉक्स में बांधने के लिए नहीं। जो रूल आपको बॉक्स में बांधना शुरू कर दे, इट्स हाई टाइम आप उसको हटा दें, आप उसको चेंज कर दें। और ये मैं स्पेशली यहां जितनी मदर्स बैठी है उनको कहूंगी, क्योंकि हमने अपनी लाइफ में बहुत कुछ देखा है, बहुत कुछ नेचुरली कर भी लिया, शायद पता भी नहीं चला कितनी चीजें गलत थी, कितने चीजें हमें रोकने का काम कर रही थी। बट मैं आप सबसे पूछना चाहूंगी, स्पेशली जिनकी डॉटर्स है, कि जो सैक्रिफाइसेस आपने अपने लाइफ में किए, जो चीजें आपने छोड़ी, जो चीजें का सामना आपने किया, क्या आप चाहेंगे कि आपकी बेटियां वो करें? नहीं। मुझे इससे ज्यादा प्रूव करने की जरूरत नहीं है कि वो सारी चीजें गलत थी। क्योंकि जब लोग डिफेंड करने की कोशिश करते कि नहीं वो गलत नहीं था, वो इस रीजन से था, वो उस रीजन से था, इतना अच्छा होता, तो आप अपने बच्चों के लिए वो चाहते। वो नहीं था इसीलिए आप नहीं चाहते हो। तो आपको सबसे पहले उन सारी चीजों से छुटकारा पाना होगा। सेकंड, हर चीज के लिए अपने आप के बारे में सोचने के लिए, अपनी खुशी के लिए, अपने सपनों के लिए गिल्टी फील करना बंद करिए। आई थिंक फ्यू मंथ्स बैक मैंने इंस्टाग्राम पे एक पिक्चर देखी थी, और मुझे शायद वो पिक्चर ही बता रही थी कि सोसाइटी कितनी गलत जा रही है। द पिक्चर वॉज, एक मदर है, वो किचन में रोटी बना रही है, और साथ ही में उनके फेस पर ऑक्सीजन मास्क लगा हुआ है, showing that she is not well, but she is making those rotis, and the picture was saying, मां ऐसी होती है। saying कि इतनी सेल्फलेस है, अनकंडीशनल लव है, एंड आई सो वांटेड टू राइट, तो फिर बच्चे कैसे होते हैं जो ये होने दे रहे हैं? पर हमने हमेशा से मदर की, वाइफ की, सिस्टर की, डॉटर की इमेज इतनी सेल्फलेस बना दी है, इतनी गिविंग बना दी है कि जो अपने सपने छोड़ देगी, अपने सपने सैक्रिफाइस कर देगी, अपनी खुशी खत्म कर देगी, ये औरत होती है। नहीं, ये सिर्फ एक ऐसा इंसान है जो ये सब करने के बाद घर में दिन भर चिड़चिड़ करता रहता है, और फिर हस्बैंड्स और बच्चे कंप्लेन करते हैं कि मॉम दिन भर इरिटेट करती है। कोई उनको ये नहीं बता रहा कि उसने अपना सब कुछ खत्म करके आपको अपनी लाइफ दे दी है, जो उन्हें लग रहा है कि सही हो चुका है, पर उनको नहीं पता इस चीज ने उनके अंदर एक ट्रॉमा क्रिएट किया है, और जो हर वक्त अब वो दूसरों पर निकल रहा है, बिना जाने बिना समझे। तो इससे अच्छा ये नहीं है कि आप अपना काम करें, आप अपने बारे में सोचें, अपने सपनों के बारे में सोचें, अपनी खुशी के बारे में सोचें, सो दैट आप अपने बच्चों को सिखा सके कि ये नॉर्मल है, ये भी मां होना ही है। तो जिस दिन वो मां बने, वो भी अपने बच्चों के लिए यही लेसन्स लाए। यस और नो? जब हमें गलत सहता हुआ वो देखते हैं, वो समझते हैं कि ये सही है। इसलिए कई बेटों को आपने कहते हुए सुना होगा कि मेरी मां को तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी, मेरी मॉम ने तो बड़े अच्छे से सब कुछ कर लिया था। आपको कैसे पता अच्छे से कर लिया था? जस्ट बिकॉज उसने बताया नहीं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि गलत नहीं था। आज यही तो प्रॉब्लम है ना। पहले औरतें बोलती नहीं थी, अब बोलने लगी है, तो लोगों को लगता है कि प्रॉब्लम अभी आई है क्या? नहीं, प्रॉब्लम पहले से थी। पहले बोलने की आजादी नहीं थी। और कई बार जब लोग कहते हैं कि जब औरतें आगे बढ़ गई है तो रिश्ते खत्म हो गए हैं, आई ऑलवेज से दिस, इसका मतलब रिश्तों की डोर हमारे ही हाथ में थी। हमने थोड़ा सा ढीला क्या छोड़ा, तो तो मतलब जब तक हम अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं बता रहे थे, अपनी फीलिंग्स डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे थे, तब तक सब सही था. इसको एम्पावरमेंट नहीं कहते. आज जब दुनिया मुझसे कहती है कि बहुत चेंज आ चुका है, बिल्कुल आ चुका है, बहुत चेंज आ चुका है. आज अधिकतर घर चाहते हैं कि उनके बच्चे पढ़ें, उनके बच्चे बहुत नाम कमाएं, पैसा कमाएं, चांद पर जाएं, स्पेशली गर्ल्स. पर बस जाने से पहले 4 पराठा 2 चाय बना के जाए. This is not change. So I'll just end my session here. कि सबसे पहली चीज, औरत औरत की दुश्मन है, ये फ्रेज जिस दिन खत्म होगा उसी दिन असली एम्पावरमेंट शुरू होगा. थैंक यू सो मच.
Kishorji, thank you so much. It feels like calling your remarks just enlightening is an understatement. There was a lot of truth there. For all of us, some of us are mothers, some of us are daughters. The ones of us who are daughters were thinking of our mothers as you were speaking. Your words were evocative, they were strong. Thank you so much. If we can have another round of applause for her. And now, let's move on from this into our next session. But thank you so much. Let's move on to our next session. We are going to be spotlighting next 2 extraordinary leaders. Kisi ko piche nahi chhodna is the effort of our next guests. We have Shaheen Mistry. She is the visionary behind Teach for India. Her work has impacted millions of children in the last 15 years, essentially by narrowing educational gaps across the entire country. With her on the stage, we're going to have with us today Radhika Yuvraj Iyengar. She's the Indian Director of Women in Tech Global. Radhika is right at the forefront of promoting gender equality in STEM. There's networking, there's mentorship, and there are skill-building programs. Together, both of our next 2 trailblazers are not just challenging the status quo, they're also setting the stage, hopefully, for a new era of opportunity and equality in our country. If I can please call on stage our esteemed panelists in conversation with my colleague Avantika Singh. She's our senior rank consulting editor of News 18.
How's the Josh, ladies? Can I hear it louder? How's the Josh? Wonderful. Shaheen, Radhika, thank you so much for joining us on SheShakti. Radhika, let me start with you. How do you see the role of women in India's digital revolution? And, I wanted to know the kind of impact that they're making in the transformation in the tech landscape. It's on.
Good afternoon. Allow me to start by thanking News 18 for having me here in front of this beautiful audience. It is a privilege, and it's one of my firsts. So, I'm a novice on the stage, so I'm just setting the expectation there. Coming back to your question, Avantika, what is the role of women in digital India, right? I think they have a powerful role to play. Are they there yet? Well, we have not tapped into it fully. They can play an amazing role. If I can take a step back and look at the world picture, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, women, education, technology are at the core, which means if you address these 3 areas, it can have a catalyst effect on the rest of the development areas, whether it is progress, poverty. And I think we agree to that because a woman can influence people, environments in so many ways. She is the center of a family. When it comes to digital too, India now has, I think, one of the highest sex ratios. We're almost 50-50. 50% and 50% women and men, which means the role is much more profound now because we need to start contributing to the country's economy, which is now said to be based on the backbone of digital technology. Now, if that answered your question, they have a lot of role to play. They are poised a little better than they were yesterday.
Okay.
Okay.
So there is an improvement, a very drastic one.
I'm optimistic, yes.
All right. Okay. On that optimistic note, Shaheen, you have earned global recognition for your dedication, for your efforts to education equity. I want to know what was the starting point of your very inspiring journey in building this extremely powerful network of education leaders that are impacting these young lives. And interestingly, I really wanted to know from you, Shaheen, how has being a woman leader influenced this journey?
Thanks, Avantika. It's so lovely to be here. When you say the words global recognition, I get reminded that there are 320 million children in the country that deserve and need an excellent education, and the work we've done so far is really a drop in that larger ocean. But my start was very simple. At 12, I started volunteering over my summer vacations. At 18, I moved to India because something in my heart told me not to go back. I was studying at Tufts University at the time, and I saw a few children. They ran up to a taxi and they were begging. And I remember one of them being a very beautiful little girl, coincidentally. And I looked at them and I said, anything I can do here in my country for children is probably more important. And so I dropped out of university, made the very difficult phone call to my parents, telling them that I wanted to stay and do something for India's children. And I did the most important thing I've ever done in my life. I walked into a community and I just started teaching. And I think that act of sitting with a few children and teaching changed my life.
That's true. And what an inspiring journey it has been. Just for our audiences, I've also been a Teach for India fellow, and I take immense pride in that. I've done 2-year fellowship and I taught young kids in a low-income private school, thanks to Shaheen.
Avantika, can I interrupt? I need to tell a quick story because I've never had the honor of sharing a stage with Avantika, but Avantika was a Teach for India teacher in our second year. And she'd come 10 years, she'd worked as a news anchor before becoming a Teach for India teacher. And she came in, and the first time she met her children, she was very angry because her kids were so far behind where they needed to be. She didn't actually think that it was possible. And yet she told me, she said, you know what, I have one thing, I have ambition. I think the story is important for women especially to hear. And I remember telling her, you can do it. And she said, I have ambition and I will get my kids where they need to be. And she taught not far from here, Sangam Vihar, in a low-income community. Her children couldn't read and write a 3-letter word. And a year and a half later, I walked into her classroom. Her children were falling off their seats with excitement and reading, get this, the unabridged version of Oliver Twist. This is a grade 6, text. So, at the risk of embarrassing her, I think, you know that...
I thought I was supposed to be questioning.
It's a story of what is possible. And what is possible for women.
Very flattering. It was a tough journey though. Radhika, I wanted to ask you, digital connectivity and digital inclusion is a very powerful tool for women's empowerment. And digital equity also ensures equitable access to education and workplace opportunities. But still there are just so many barriers and challenges to women advancing in the tech space. How do you and Women in Tech Global help to overcome those challenges?
Yeah, true that. The gender paradox, if everybody's aware, our girls are doing great with the studies in STEM. So, but there's such a leaky pipe when they get to the careers, right? So we have pretty much about 43% of our girls who graduated of STEM studies, but they really do not get to STEM careers. And even if they do, then there's a leaky pipe ahead where they don't really grow. Now, it's, of course, because of the barriers and the lack of adequate equity programs. If I had to tell my story, for the first 10 years of my career in tech, I was myself a pretty, of a taskmaster, and I feel miserable when I look back. Most of my team members were boys, guys, couple of girls, and I would always feel, oh, it's a unisex word, If it was raining and the girls said, oh, we had to go home, I would like, see, the boys are not complaining, so you don't want, I would do that. And as I grew in my profession and had the exposure, the exposure is so important, to the global practices, the kind of, how the traction was, how the world was gaining traction on the conversations around diversity, equity, inclusivity, I kind of realized I've been like really mean, equity is so important. It's just like if there is somebody who's on a wheelchair, but he's as talented or she's as talented as anybody else, you need to give them the ramp, to get to where they can work with, a full power. So if there is a woman just having a child to care for, I think we need to change the narrative from saying, hey, you know what, you're not going to be able to contribute enough, to saying, hey, I need to tap into your potential. Tell me what you need. Let me give you that. And if you do that, it is the companies that will gain. Because you do not want to miss on the unique perspective that a woman can give. The creativity. And if you're building solutions, we're building it for women who pretty much make half of your consumers. Right?
Absolutely.
So we need to tap into that potential. And what we are doing as women in tech, and this is the exposure that I'm getting, I must admit, the exposure that I'm getting to the changes that are happening globally, and also being a part of a multinational company, Omnicom, the Omnicom group of companies. I work for Predera, and then there's Analect, there's the Omnicom Precision Marketing Group, which is our parent company. It is in the culture. The way I speak today is just because it has been pushed into the cultural backbone of the company. So we need to get to the culture, whether it is a coffee table meet or whether it is in the boardroom. We want to make sure that all conversations have this radar for equality and equity. If somebody is not speaking, you're not giving the focus to just the person who's speaking.
Absolutely.
You're taking a step back. So we've had all these programs, and only they have sensitized us. So you must have these programs that sensitize the companies, the sponsors, executive sponsors, why they need to do it.
Right. And that's fascinating. Shaheen, I wanted to know you, how has your leadership approach helped in the vision and most importantly the operations of the other organizations that you're working with? And most interestingly, I want to ask you that how do you think women today can play an important role in shaping the education framework in our country?
Such a big question.
I know.
But I'll choose maybe two aspects that have felt consistent, I think, with my leadership. One is just belief and vision. I think I've believed a lot, and I think for women to shine and for us to enable other girls and women to shine, we have to really believe. We have to believe in ourselves, believe in others. I think I've always been able to see things in people that often they were not yet able to see in themselves. I think the other is just love as an operating principle. I'm a big believer that however big the problems in the world are, the solution is not to be angry. The world doesn't need more anger. The world needs a lot of love. I remember many years ago formally introducing love as a core value at Teach for India. And the day we did that, I was sitting with colleagues of mine, and most of them got up and started laughing and walked out of the room, and people caught me and they said, you know, love is such a loaded word, not love, Shaheen. And I said, no, love. Because if we love ourselves, each other, our country, our world, then all of our actions are different. And what happened 2 days later was very beautiful. I got a call from one of our students, 12-year-old Vijay. He lives down the road from my home in Mumbai. And he said, Didi, he said, I have something very important to tell you. So I said, okay, what is it, Vijay? And he said, no, it's so important, I have to come and meet you. So he came over with a friend of his, sat down and said, Didi, you have introduced love as a core value, and I'm sure people are laughing at you. And I said, wow, news travels fast, like this child already 12 years old knows about this. And he said, I came to tell you one thing. He said, I came to tell you, even if people laugh and don't understand, never change the core value of love, because that is what the world needs. And I think my aspiration, and many times each day I'm not able to operate with love, but my aspiration every day when I wake up is, can I be a little more kind, a little bit more compassionate, a little bit more loving? So that's who I've tried to be. I think, what is it going to take for women? And I think Jaya told that very hard-hitting example of the woman with an oxygen mask in a kitchen. I think we need to start, if we want to avoid that, we need to start when our girls are really little, before society has conditioned them. I think the school and the education system has a huge role to play. Today in TFI classrooms, girls play football, girls speak up equally, and when they don't, we encourage them to. There's so much that goes into solving that problem, Avantika, but I think there's a lot of leverage in the school system.
And you know, Shaheen truly believes in the power of love, which we journalists don't really do. And I was always cynical about it. And I said, Shaheen, but how can you handle this challenge with love? You know, because we always look at the negative aspect of training.
And if you may, Shaheen, you really have to be in that elevated state. I mean, to give love, because if it's love, it's always women that we look at as a personification of, somebody who's caring and giving love. But just one point, Shaheen, and this is something that I've been talking to the girls whom I mentor, saying that feel hurt. I tell them, because one thing that has not changed about me is I still feel hurt. And I feel it helps me, because only when you feel hurt, you're able to do something about it, act about it, right? So I had tears in my eyes, maybe when I was just 25, when, there were people obstructing your path where you're walking, or, to raising a hand or shutting you off, I would well up with tears and say, why are you doing this? And to now, I still feel hurt. The tears are inside, but I just feel hurt and you do something about it. So you got to take an action. And otherwise, they'll think, oh, you're full of love, and it's okay to walk a little bit.
Speaking of that, it still happens in workplaces. I mean, most of the workplaces, Radhika, are still very patriarchal. So I wanted to ask you that how can women break through those stereotypes and thrive in an environment where they feel empowered and secure?
One thing, I mean, it has to happen at all levels, is when another woman is being subject to something, I think we all just need to stand up. I've done it in boardrooms where when maybe there's just another woman or girl and her point of view is kind of sidelined and somebody else is given a chance to talk, I interject and tell them, hey, let's pause a moment and think about what she said. Let's do. So I think even if just one woman is there by another woman's side, that is a solid support, We need to do that. Each of us need to have a motto to say, I'm going to just lift at least maybe 2. One is too less. At least in India, we've got to get at least 2 women up to where we are. And this is something we are advocating both at the global level and in India.
How lovely. And that should be the endeavor. Shaheen, I wanted to ask you that how was your interaction with Wendy Kopp in 2006? And how difficult was it for you to incorporate Wendy's model or the concept of Teach for America into the Indian concept or Indian curriculum? You know, given the socio-economic and cultural differences and all the challenges in the communities that you work in.
So my encounter with Wendy started Teach for America as a student at Princeton University 20 years before Teach for India started. And I went to meet her to really ask her, why can't we do something similar in India? What would it take to get our nation's best and brightest young people to fight for educational equity? And you know, she sort of looked at me, she was a little bit intrigued, got back to me a couple of days later, said, I actually brought it up with my board and they said, focus on America, the problem is big enough. And I went back again a month later and I said, just come to India. And she came to India for the first time, and we went into low-income communities, we went into college campuses, and she was struck not just by the differences, but by the similarities. And by that, I mean there are young people everywhere that want to build the nation. And that's how we started talking and working and conceptualizing Teach for India. But really it was that original idea of Wendy's that unless a large number of our best and brightest and most committed young people work in and for the development sector, the problems are not going to shift. And that's what we really held on to over here.
Radhika, very quickly, do you think COVID-19 was the game changer that it, you know, carved out a very prominent role for digital technologies in ensuring economic transactions, and these digital platforms kind of opened these new markets and opportunities for women who didn't have access to work earlier?
Yes, the women part aside, COVID definitely kind of turned around the way we look at digital. Although, as an Indian, I would feel we should have gone to the position where we were actually running the platforms and having consumers elsewhere in the world, because the US kind of tapped into it, you know, the Western markets, they opened up and they had consumers here. But we can do it right now too. And for women, pardon me, I may not have the statistics, but on a personal front, I was privy to, you know, few women who managed to get opportunities post-COVID. You know, the COVID period kind of helped them take a step to learn some skills.
Right.
Yeah, and then, you know, kind of when the demand was there, you know, they kind of banged on the opportunity. And did they do it as much as on a larger scale? I would like to believe no, because, you know, there were other challenges. People were struggling with the family, going through a lot of, you know, crisis, whether health, finance. So I would not like to look at COVID as an opportunity, but
sure.
Yeah.
And very quickly, Shaheen, what are the key goals for Teach for India now, and how do you plan to expand its impact?
We're 1,000 Teach for India fellows now, teaching across 8 cities. We want that to grow to be 50,000 leaders. So it's a big goal over the next 8 to 9 years. We've also spread now to rural India through our TFIX program, where we find entrepreneurs to run excellent education programs in that part of the country. So really, the goal is just to build a force and a movement of leaders that will not stop work until every child in the country gets a really excellent, equitable education.
Well, more power to both of you. Thank you, Shaheen. Thank you, Radhika. Thank you both so much.
So privileged to be here, and I enjoyed every moment of it. Thank you.
It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies, for our 2 guests. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shaheen. Thank you, Radhika, for joining us. Okay. I hope you are ready, ladies and gentlemen, now to shake things up a little. We're going to go now to some of our youngest voices, India's youngest voices rather. In our next session, we're going to celebrate 3 remarkable ladies. I'm going to tell you about each of their achievements. First up, we're going to have Geet. Geet is an aspiring astrophysicist. She's a young innovator. She's earned a full-time scholarship to the NASA Space Camp in the United States. She advocates very passionately for the Earth and for the climate. We're also going to have with us Namya Joshi. She's a Minecraft student ambassador by Microsoft. She's empowered more than 15,000 educators and students with game-based learning. She'll actually tell us a little bit more about that in this session. And we also have with us the fearless go-karter Atika Mir. She's a bit of a go-karting prodigy, ladies and gentlemen. She's the first female to win the Rotax Challenge International Trophy. And today, as we hear again and again, the Gen Z is questioning the existing status quo. These 3 women are blazing the way. So let's just invite them onto the stage in conversation with Akanksha Swaroop, my colleague at CNN News 18.
Hello ladies, I'm sure you'll agree it's high time our young girls, little girls grow up knowing and believing that they can become whoever they choose to be. Astronauts, formula race drivers, coders, gamers or even homemakers. And I have with me today these 3 girl prodigies who are making me so proud that I'm actually honored to be sharing the stage with the 3 of you. Geet, if I may begin with you, what sparked your interest in space exploration? And let me also congratulate you for participating in the NASA camp. That's a massive achievement at your stage. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank the CNN News 18 for giving me this amazing opportunity and this platform to convey my story. And I am also honored to share the stage with you. Thank you.
We are deeply honored. But what actually sparked your interest in space exploration?
Well, my father always says that books are your best friends. And when I was 5, we went to a fair and he got me an encyclopedia, which was basically on space and planets and all that basic stuff. And so I got it home, I read more from it, and then I was like, yeah, I want to be an astronaut now.
How old were you?
I was 5.
Wow, and how old are you now?
I'm 16.
Wow, phenomenal.
Thank you.
Namya, how have you used Minecraft as a learning tool? Because remember, everybody's talking about it, that you're this Minecraft student ambassador, and let me congratulate you for that.
Thank you.
For being such a young coder and speaking to somebody who knows zilch about coding. How have you actually evolved Minecraft into a learning tool? Tell us about that.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you so much for giving this lovely platform to, engage with you all. And about Minecraft, well, you can call me as one of those keen gamers back in grade 4 who used to play Minecraft for fun, exploring, whenever I get my free time and playing with my friends. But something changed in grade 5. I could realize that students in my classroom were not happy with the way we were learning because it was monotonous and it was just text-based learning. And I got this wonderful opportunity to train teachers at my school about how they could use Minecraft as a tool. And that's when I got the spark that if we could, tell them how to use Minecraft, then they could use it as a tool in the classroom to engage us. And that gave me the inspiration to create my first lesson back in grade 6. And that was of Egyptian civilization and history. So I gave it to my teacher, though I was a little apprehensive in the beginning that would they accept, because gaming has been stereotyped since the beginning that it's a distraction. But she agreed, and we saw the result instantly. All the students were engaged, asking questions. They were becoming more inquisitive, and most importantly, I've learned this thing over time, that our brain is designed in a way that it loves to play games. And we learn more visually than we just learn through text. And since I got the positive outcome, that gave me the inspiration to start training teachers, since I've been able to train more than 15,000 plus
Do you
now.
think girl coders are more creative?
Well, I agree, yes. It's been proven scientifically that girls are more creative. But what lacks is the motivation. Like, I got it from, like, I would love to thank my parents, my teachers, my school principal, Ms. Bupinda Gogia, my grandparents for always being there as a rock behind my back. But what about those girls who have the inspiration around them, who have a lot of people to look up to? But what lacks is one push, that you have the skill, but you need to do it. You need to move forward. So just one push is what they need, and you can see them bringing a change in the world.
And I'm very sure and confident that you'll be taking it to the grassroots, to all those girls who perhaps don't have the same kind of access that you do. Let me now come to you, Atika, fastest girl in the world, the first female race driver to win Le Mans International Circuit, all of 9 years old, ladies. Let's have a huge round of applause. You're so little and your achievements are towering and tall. How does it feel to achieve so much at such a young age?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the SheShakti and the CNN News 18. And about the question, yeah, I feel really proud about winning the Le Mans, and I'm really proud for my country and my team for supporting me, and about being the fastest girl in the world. Under 10, I really appreciate my team and my country and all my coaches and my mechanics for all the support they gave me till today. And also you guys for supporting me for the SheShakti event today. So yeah.
How does it feel when you enter the car before your race? Are you nervous?
I am like very, very nervous. So like I like think like are we gonna crash here? Or are we like something's gonna happen? But when I'm actually like driving, I don't feel that scared anymore. So it's quite like nervous, like it's like butterflies in your stomach. So
You know, I want to tell you, I'm getting butterflies in my stomach while talking to you.
Yeah, even
How should I
am.
calm myself down? How do you calm yourself down before race?
Well, I do some breathing, so I get calmed down, and I tell myself like what to do before every race starts. So I get more confident and I believe in myself. And I tell myself what I did in my good races, such as like the Le Mans win. So I remember all of those races, and I try to remember what I did to win that race. So
You make little notes in your diary, I believe?
Yeah, I actually have a diary which helps me to remember stuff, since I forget stuff quite easily normally. But I have a diary, like whenever I have to improve on something, like for example, I have to go faster in this corner, so I always write that down in my diary so I don't forget it the next session I drive. So, yeah.
I'm sure those notes help you a lot.
Yeah.
Geet, tell me, what is a NASA space camp like? What was your experience, and what was the most memorable experience over there? Share with me one very precious memory from the NASA space camp.
Well, first of all, it was nothing short of life-changing for me, because it was a childhood dream, actually, that I saw at 5-year-old. And now at 16, I got to experience what it's like to be an astronaut for 7 days. But yeah, it was really memorable. I met different people from different countries, those who share the same passion as me about space and exploration. My memorable experience was the multi-axis training chair, which is used to train astronauts during the time of re-entry into the atmosphere. So they feel little shakes, and their bodies like, okay. So I sat on that, and that is, I guess,
Was it a scary experience?
No,
Not really.
it was not scary. It was so funny. I was laughing the entire time. Yeah. It wasn't scary. I also had butterflies in my stomach at that time because the chair was spinning into 360 degrees. And yes, you can say it was a bit scary, yeah.
You know, there's so much talk about SpaceX versus Boeing. I want to ask you, if you ever were to venture into space, what would you choose, SpaceX or Boeing?
I would go with SpaceX.
Why?
That's rather a personal choice.
All right. Navya, as a Minecraft student ambassador, what are the responsibilities that you were bestowed with, and how have you contributed to those responsibilities?
That is a really great question. Well, the biggest responsibility that comes with being a Minecraft student ambassador is to inspire more people and to teach them about the wonderful, opportunities of how you can use Minecraft as a tool to engage students, and as well as teach them of how they could use it in the classrooms for students as well. Teaching for students like how they could use it for the teachers and help them. But also it comes with, a responsibility of inspiring people to come forward, to showcase their skills, to not be shy, and to speak out their thoughts and motivate them. And while being one of the ambassadors, I got this, keen chance of starting my own club called Girls in STEM. Well, this was because the first competition I won back in 2018 was with juniors at the national level. And in the top 10, I was the only girl. And that just made me curious that why do we not see much girls in the STEM field and in the gaming field.
And you've used a motto of each one teach 10.
Yeah.
How have you used that motto to make a more valuable impact in your own journey, and what has teaching these other girls taught you?
Of course. So beginning the club was, just 2 girls. And then each one teach 10 meant that each one person can teach 10. And the chain keeps on continuing, and we create a ripple reaction of change, of bringing those change makers and those leaders. And now I can proudly say we have more than 100 girls in the club. We have a Discord channel, monthly meetings. It's just not me teaching them what amazing skills that I may have, but also of the skills that they have. So it's a platform for them to come, to share their skills and get more motivated. And that's also how I, got a chance to make more and more lessons, teach more people, and then never look back.
Wonderful. More power to you. Atika, let me now come to you about the challenges. Being the first female race driver to win Le Mans, that too at this age, wouldn't have been easy. We've seen there are only boys on the track. Does it ever hit you that you are competing against boys?
It doesn't really strike my mind at all, because I believe girls are the same as boys in all circumstances, just that they have hair which doesn't affect them while driving. So I think if they can believe in themselves, and I use a trick while driving, so which my coach says all the time to use, and I think it's a really good trick. They're all girls in the helmet because you can't see them in the helmet, because you wear a helmet which covers
But
your face.
I also learned that you do get bullied sometimes on the track. Is that true?
Yes, that is. So whenever I get bullied, I use that on the track. So I use that to move up to the next level, because I feel how it was while crashing. So it doesn't matter that much to me, because I'm learning right now. So I'm at a really young age, and I have a lot of more steps to go. And that's including Formula 1 and many other categories. So
Right. Thank you for inspiring me. Geet, since we are discussing challenges, did you face any challenges at the camp or on your way to the NASA camp?
It was actually the first time I traveled alone internationally, actually anywhere. My parents did come with me to the airport, but after that I was on my own, and I felt kind of really hurt being alone. I am kind of homesick.
But I'm sure when you returned, you were
Yes,
a stronger, more
Yes.
evolved person?
Definitely. After I reached to the space camp, I met all those people, and I had not expected, but yes, I did not feel homesick at that time because all those people around me made a safe space to share our cultures and our opinions and everything. My biggest challenge was, yes, traveling alone and also trying to find opportunities in this field because there are not many.
All right. I want to ask Namya, if you ever were to create a video game, what would that be and what would you let players do in it?
Well, that is a really unique question. If I were to create a game, well, like I love to do a lot of research on different things, be it politics or it's about game-based learning about STEM. So I think I would create a game where people could come on one platform and, just get the gaming element there where they have to, go through different hurdles and then in the end they achieve the information. So, you have to pass through all the hurdles and then you get the information in the end. And that also had the game-based element there.
All right.
And you learn.
Atika, quickly, if you were to race against anyone, who would that be and which track would you choose?
I would choose to race against Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton, if they would fit in my category and if they were at the same level.
You know, Verstappen happens to be my favorite as well. Good choice. And which track?
Maybe one of the tracks that I know because they're very experienced and they've driven all the tracks. So I would pick the one that I would like the most. So maybe Dubai Cardrome where I did my previous race yesterday and I finished 6th. So
thank you so much. On that note, may your dreams come true, girls. And thank you for inspiring me today. I've learned so much. Thank you. Like the late Kalpana Chawla said, that the path from dreams to success does exist. She, in fact, embarked on one. More power to you, girls. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies. It was a pleasure being here.
Thank you so much, Geet, Namya, and of course, Atika. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as they take their photo, we're just going to take out a moment before we go any further in this Power Pack Day. We'd like to take just a moment to thank and acknowledge all of the wonderful guests that we have over here. Some of you have joined us from the Border Road Officers' Wives Welfare Association, Brawa. We'd like to thank you. The Army Wives Welfare Organization, AWA, and Women in Tech and Gurgaon Moms. Thank you all for joining us, for coming, for contributing to SheShakti 2024. You've all been a wonderful audience so far. It's been lovely to share these last few moments with you. Okay, let's head into our next discussion now. Handicrafts are not just a part of our nation's heritage, they are, as some of us already know, a crucial source of rural livelihood. Whether it's chicken curry, it's blue pottery, it's Banarasi weaving, India's handicrafts are known for their ornate, their intricate, their delicate quality. In our next session on stage today, Empowered Hands, Bune Sapne, we celebrate two visionaries whose innovative business minds have actually breathed a new life into these traditions. We have with us Pabiben Rabari. She's the founder of pabiben.com from Kutch. She's transformed traditional embroidery into a globally marketable craft by actually evolving and coming up with a faster technique. Joining her on stage today is Nitika Gupta. And Nitika, through her organization Pinecone, is actually modernizing all of these crafts into contemporary home decor. Both have created employment opportunities for thousands of women across the country. If we could now invite Pabiben Rabari ji and Nitika Gupta to the stage for a conversation with Chandra R. Shrikant, the Deputy Executive Editor of Money Control.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before beginning the session, we're going to do a bit of show and tell. पाबी बहन जी नमस्ते। आप दिखाना चाहते हैं आपके पास बहुत सारे खूबसूरत बैग्स हैं, उसके बारे में बताना चाहेंगे? So this is made in Kutch, in a village called Anjar in Gujarat. And Pabi Behan single-handedly has created employment for 300 women in this very small village community. I would encourage all of you to, look up her website and her pages on Instagram and buy this because, you will be creating a huge impact for families in that region. And Ritika, you do something similar as well with pine cone. Can you tell us about that?
Hi. Firstly, I would really like to thank Chandra, you and Network 18 for bringing us, an artisan turned entrepreneur and a brand that works with artisans and revival of crafts to this forum, because I think sharing the stage with the who's who, the leaders, women leaders across the country, that itself is a huge pat on our backs. So I think that itself says a lot about our work being recognized. So that really gives us the pump and drive to go ahead and do more of such work. So at Pinecone, we work on revival of traditional Indian crafts. As you know, there are, like we say that every hundreds of kilometers in the country, in India, which itself is a diverse nation, the tea, the food, the culture and the craft changes. There is so much, there is such a rich legacy and heritage that our country has. And I know that export of handicrafts is probably one of the biggest businesses in the country, employs a lot of people. But still, there are so many crafts that are dying their slow deaths every year because, one, they are dated, they do not have a relevance in today's modern lifestyle. And two, there are just not many people left who practice it in the most authentic form. Hence, we lose the essence of that particular craft and the legacy that it carries from, generations ago.
So you're trying to solve for that by hiring artisans in Kashmir, Himachal, from the Northeast?
Yes, yes.
And there are enough people buying these products in India?
Yes, thankfully, yes, there are. There is a section of people who are much more evolved now. I think because of COVID also, there's a complete shift in consumer behavior. People are much more, I would say, they want to know who's making their products, in what conditions these products are being made. They want to consume very consciously. That's where we come, where we go. Pinecone was born on Instagram, and from day one, we do not speak about the products, what it does, but we talk about the stories that we are bringing.
Right.
Who's making it, in what conditions they are making it, how have they inherited it, and how it is now relevant to your life and my life. And not just millennials, also Gen Z. They have to have a sense of,
purpose.
Yes, and they need to desire it for it to be sold in so many units.
Right. पाबी बहन जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप कच्छ से आए हैं शी शक्ति में। अपनी जर्नी के बारे में बताइए। आपने 2016 में शुरू किया था।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम पाबी बहन रबारी है। मैं रबारी समाज से हूँ। हमारा मूल व्यवसाय रबारी समाज का जो आदमी लोग है भेड़ बकरियां चराते हैं, महिलाएं खाना पकाती है और घर में एम्ब्रॉयडरी बनाती है और कहाँ भी जाती नहीं है। हमारी पूरी समाज में पहली मैं महिला बिजनेसमैन हूँ, क्योंकि हमारे समाज में हर महिलाएं एम्ब्रॉयडरी बनाती है, लेकिन खुद के लिए, खुद के पहनने के लिए बनाती है और अपने दहेज में वही खुद बनाई हुई एम्ब्रॉयडरी लेके जाती है। वही हमारा कल्चर है, वही हमारा रिवाज है। मेरा एक बचपन से ही शौक था, लेकिन उसके पीछे एक गहरी कहानी थी, क्योंकि जब भी मैं 5 साल की थी तभी मेरा पापा का एक देहांत हो गया और दूसरी बहन 3 साल की थी, मैं 5 साल की थी और तीसरी जो बहन थी वो मेरी माँ के पेट थी, तभी मेरा पापा का देहांत हो गया था। जब भी तीसरी बहन का जन्म नहीं हुआ था, सबको ऐसा लगता था कि तीसरा बेटा आएगा, लेकिन मेरा पापा का देहांत के 2 महीने के बाद मेरी तीसरी बहन का जब भी जन्म हुआ तो मेरा पूरा घर का माहौल बदल गया। सबको लगा कि तीसरी बेटी आई। तभी मेरी उम्र तो 5 साल की थी, लेकिन मेरे मन में एक ऐसा गहरा झटका लगा कि सबको बेटा चाहिए। तो तभी से हमने 3 बहनों को, माँ 1 साल तक तो घर में रही, लेकिन उसके बाद तो खाने के लिए, कमाने के लिए तो जाना पड़ता, तो हम 3 बहनें घर पे रहती थी और माँ कमाने के लिए जाती थी। धीरे धीरे मैं बड़ी हुई, जब मैं 13 साल की थी तभी मेरे को एम्ब्रॉयडरी बनाना आ गया। साथ साथ में हमें पहनने का भी काम करने लगे। और हमारा जो मायके का गांव है एक दरिया किनारे है, वहाँ कोई पानी या बाड़ी विस्तार जैसा कोई नहीं है, तो छोटे छोटे एनजीओ, छोटे छोटे व्यापारी एम्ब्रॉयडरी करवाने के लिए आती थी। तब भी मेरे मन में एक शौक था कि मैं भी ऐसा कर सकती हूँ, एक विचार बचपन से था। लेकिन क्या था, एक पढ़ाई नहीं थी, घर में बाप नहीं था, घर में भाई नहीं था, इसलिए जो मेरी जो अंदर से जो काम करने की चाहना थी वो वहाँ ही रुक गई।
जी, मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि वैसे मैं भी तीसरी बेटी हूँ लेकिन इसमें शौक की कोई बात नहीं है। बट पाबी बहन जी, कारीगरी जो है वो आपके परिवार में बहुत सालों से था, लेकिन आपने ऑनलाइन के बारे में कैसे सीख लिया, मार्केटिंग के बारे में कैसे सीख लिया, उसके बारे में बताइए। क्योंकि जब आज मैं गूगल करती हूँ तो पाबी बहन करके एक वेबसाइट है जहाँ पे पाबी बैग्स बिकता है, तो आप अंजार गांव कच्छ में बैठ के इन सब के बारे में आपने कैसी जानकारी ली?
उसके पीछे क्या हुआ कि जो मैं पापा के घर से मैं शादी करके जो ससुराल आए, तो ससुराल में सब लोग, मैं जब भी 4 कक्षा तक पढ़ी थी और मेरी फैमिली में कोई पढ़ा नहीं था, और इस ससुराल में ऐसा था, जो मेरा हस्बैंड था वो 7 कक्षा तक पढ़ा था और कोई पढ़ा लिखा नहीं था, लेकिन इन लोगों की सोच बहुत अच्छी थी। आज जो मेरे साथ मेरे हस्बैंड आए हैं, उन्होंने
A huge round of applause for him because he's really been the force behind her venture.
जो मैं काम करती थी वो मेरे काम को जाना, उन्होंने बोला तू इतना अच्छा काम कर रही है तो तू अपने गांव की महिलाओं के लिए कुछ कर, उसमें महिलाओं को घर बैठे रोजगार मिलेगा और तेरे को 2 पैसा मिलेगा। तो मेरे को ये बात तो ठीक लगी, लेकिन एक मन में डर था कि मेरे में बहुत सारी कला है लेकिन मार्केटिंग नहीं है, तो इसके लिए मैं क्या करूं। तो सबसे पहले मैंने 5 महिलाओं से 2016 में काम शुरू किया। पहले छोटे छोटे एग्जीबिशन किए, उसके बाद में जब भी एग्जीबिशन में गई तो मैंने देखा मेरे जैसे बहुत भाई बहन कारीगर लोग थे, तो वो क्या कर रहे हैं। मैं अनपढ़ थी, लेकिन जो मेरे मन में जो विचार था वो पढ़े लिखे जो लोगों के मन में होता वो था। क्योंकि मैंने देखा तो किसी का विजिटर कार्ड था, खुद की ब्रांड थी, किसी का एनजीओ था, तो मेरे मन में भी वही विचार आया कि मैं कहाँ कहाँ तक ये पोटला लेके घूमूंगी तो पूरी दुनिया को पता नहीं चलेगा कि पाबी बैग क्या है, पाबी बहन क्या है, उसका क्या उसकी कारीगरी है। इसके लिए मैंने 2-3 एग्जीबिशन करके सीधा जो मेरे साथ नीलेश भाई जुड़े हैं उसको बोला कि मेरी खुद की ब्रांड बना दो, मैं जैसी हूँ ऐसी। तो मैंने सबसे पहले मेरी ब्रांड बनाई और ब्रांड ऐसी बनाई, मैंने बहुत ब्रांडें देखी थी, क्योंकि बचपन में पापा के घर में जो ठोकरें खाई थी उसमें से मैं बहुत सारी चीजें सीखी थी कि मेरे को ब्रांड ऐसी बनानी है कि कोई हाई लेवल का हाई फाई नाम ब्रांड का नहीं रखना है, मैं जो हूँ वही रखूं। क्योंकि मैंने ब्रांड कोई कारीगर का नाम की नहीं देखी थी, इसलिए मैंने pabiben.com ब्रांड का नाम रखा। वाह। उसके बाद मैंने खुद की वेबसाइट बनाई, वेबसाइट का उपयोग किया। उसके बाद धीरे धीरे जो हमारी बनाई हुई चीजें थी, इंस्टाग्राम के जरिए पोस्ट की, फेसबुक के जरिए सारी जो टेक्नोलॉजी का हमने भरपूर उपयोग किया। क्योंकि जब भी मैंने शुरुआत की तभी मेरे पास इतना पैसा नहीं था कि मैं जो सारी चीजें हैं उसकी अच्छी तरीके से मैं एडवर्टाइज करूं, क्योंकि एडवर्टाइज जो करना पड़ता है तो उसमें सारे पैसा चाहिए। और जब भी मैंने शुरुआत की तभी मेरे पास था नहीं, मैं 25,000 गोल्ड लोन से ये बिजनेस की शुरुआत की थी। आज 50 लाख के ऊपर मैं टर्नओवर करती हूँ साल का।
That's an amazing story. So she managed to repay whatever she borrowed from the bank in 1 year. 1 साल में आपने चुका दिया ना वो 25 लाख जो भी था।
पहला मैंने सबसे पहला ऑर्डर लिया 70,000 का अहमदाबाद से, तो उसमें से 25,000 कर्ज चुका दिया और जो दूसरा पैसा बचा उसमें से जो मेरा बिजनेस है उसका बढ़ावा दिया।
Amazing. Ritika, that's an amazing story. And do you see more examples like this among all the artisans you work with at Pinecone?
I would love to see that.
Because she's clearly showed how one can leverage technology. It's SheShakti at its best.
Truly, truly. So I come from Jammu, born and brought up there. I mean, Jammu was a gateway to the more glamorized and beautiful Kashmir Valley. So although we know that the crafts and all these carpets and embroideries and pashminas of Kashmir, they have been in demand and very, very well placed when it comes to crafts being a source of good business. But it was always overshadowed. I mean, Jammu was always overshadowed by Kashmir. This is what I saw during my growing up years. And I mean, it was a kind of a dream job for me to uplift these crafts of my hometown and work for the artisans of these particular crafts as my way of giving back. And when I went to, for my design degree from NIFT Gujarat, I went to Gujarat. I stayed there for 4 years. It was a very much a contrast, because I saw how people in Gujarat, they really celebrated their crafts. While in Jammu or neighboring states, it's part of history. A lot many crafts that existed about 100 years ago, they are extinct.
Not there anymore. Yeah.
There is zero documentation of these crafts in archives, in the museums, and I mean, it is such a disheartening situation, and this is when I realized that this is a sorry state of, much lesser glamorized states other than Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh, right? So, like I said, that Paviben is I think she's the benchmark that every artisan has to reach here.
Yeah.
And what why are these crafts diminishing is because the artisans, they live in an era where these crafts were born and they inherited it from their fathers and forefathers, and this is what they were born with. And I mean, they're masters in their crafts, but they lack and they have complete disconnect with the real life, where I mean, they have no idea, most of the artisans that I work with, how the business of crafts work, what is the market share, what is the market requirement, and what is the scope of such crafts. So, I mean, at Pinecone, this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to bridge that gap between our heritage and a contemporary lifestyle. And this is one of my long-term goals, to bring in more and more artisans like herself, who are not just doing their work at their best, but they are also self-sufficient. And they are able to call themselves entrepreneurs, and they are able to build their own brand and carry it forward.
Right. पावीबेन, एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे. अब आपकी लक्ष्य क्या है? आपने बताया कि 50 लाख का टर्नओवर आप कर लेते हैं, लेकिन अगले 2-3 साल में आप क्या करना चाहेंगे?
अगला जो लक्ष्य है मेरा वही है कि मैंने तो हमारी समाज में से बिजनेस करना शुरू किया, वो एक राह चिंदी है और पहल की है. तो मुझे देखकर बहुत सारी जो महिलाएं हैं उसमें बहुत सारे टैलेंट है. तो ऐसा नहीं है, मैंने एक जिंदगी में देखा है कि जो गांव की महिलाएं वो कम पढ़ी लिखी होती है, उसके मन में ऐसा होता है कि मैं आगे कुछ नहीं कर सकती हूँ, और ज्यादा पढ़ी लिखी जो बेटियां होती है उसको छोटी नौकरी है, छोटी बिजनेस पसंद नहीं, उसको हाई लेवल चाहिए. तो कोई काम वो कम नहीं है, क्योंकि जो मन में जो कुछ जो आप ठान लेते हैं तो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. मैंने जिंदगी में ऐसा कभी नहीं सोचा था कि मैं शार्क तक पहुंचूंगी, केबीसी तक पहुंचूंगी, लेकिन मैं 4 कक्षा तक पढ़ी थी तो भी मेरे में जो टैलेंट था, मेरे में जो कला था, वो कला के जरिए उन लोगों ने मुझे ढूंढ लिया और केबीसी तक पहुंचा दिया. और आज मैं जो समाज की हर पूरे देश की बेटियों को मैं वो राह चिन्हना चाहती हूँ कि कोई काम छोटा नहीं, आप मन में ठान लो तो आप कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ. मैं मेरी खुद की जो आपको बात बताऊं तो मेरी समाज में मैं शुरुआत की थी. आज बहुत सारी महिलाएं हैं, खुद का छोटा मोटा बिजनेस कर सकती है, और समाज की जो महिलाएं हैं उसके मन में एक हौसला आया कि कम पढ़ी लिखी जो पाबीबेन एक बिजनेस कर सकती है तो हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते. तो आज बहुत सारी मैं महिलाओं को बिजनेसमैन देखना चाहती हूँ अपने देश में.
On that inspiring note, thank you very much. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you. And all of you must look up her website and help her increase her turnover from the current 50 lakhs. तो बहुत सारे customers आपको यहीं पे मिल जाएंगे.
Thank you, Pavi Benji. Thank you, Nitika ji. All right, before we move on, we'd like to once again acknowledge our partners here at News18 SheShakti. SheShakti is presented by Lions Clubs International. It's powered by Senco Gold and Diamonds. Our on-ground partners are Silicon Private Limited, and our associate partner is Reliance Industries Limited. Okay. Our next session takes us right to the country's frontiers. Our discussion is a salute to the brave officers who've made history in the armed forces. We're thrilled to have with us three amazing guests. First, we have Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh. She made history as the first woman fighter pilot to fly a Rafale. We'll have Captain Shilpi Singh from the Indian Navy. She stood out as the best all-rounder during the sub-logistics course. She's received commendations from multiple naval commands for her exceptional achievements. And we have with us Major Sita Ashok Shelke. She's the Wonder Woman of Wayanad, ladies and gentlemen. She played a crucial role in getting the Bailey Bridge up in flooded Wayanad earlier this year, working around the clock with her team. This session is Saber Edge Shakti. It's a tribute to their incredible tenacity, their determination. We've seen women make significant strides in the armed forces over the last decade. Today, they're going to share their journey about what's next. It gives us immense pride to invite all three of them onto the stage in conversation with Shireen Bhan, Managing Editor of CNBC TV18.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What an absolute pleasure it is to welcome these three officers in uniform. A big round of applause for our special guest here this evening. Please take a seat, and thank you very much for joining us. You know, it couldn't be a more diverse panel. Major Sita Shilke comes from Ahmednagar in Maharashtra. Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh is from Varanasi in UP, and Captain Shilpi Singh is from Calcutta in West Bengal. Very diverse upbringing. She's the daughter of a farmer who's also an advocate. Had nobody in the family or in the district who was even remotely connected to the armed forces. Shivangi's maternal grandfather was in the Indian Army, and Captain Shilpi Singh was actually doing her post-graduation, wanted to do her PhD, was working part-time in a call center in a BPO in Calcutta before she decided that nation building was her dream and was going to be her passion. So united in their quest to serve the nation and in their passion to don the uniform, that is what their stories are. Major Shilke, let me start by asking you, you were introduced as the Wonder Woman of Wayanad. Tell us what it was actually like to be there, what it was like to be up against the challenges that you have been trained to cope with.
Thank you, ma'am. Indian Army does not serve the nation through military strength, but it also serves the nation through humanitarian assistance, providing relief and succor for the organization. And its mission is just not to defend the borders, but also to defend the soul of the nation. And in the times of disaster, our uniforms signify not just the duty, but humanity as well. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, one and all. So I am deeply honored to be representing my organization before this August gathering, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude by recognizing the true spirit of Army by this program. So on 30th of July 2024, torrential rains led to the devastating flash floods and landslides which in the Wayanad district of the Kerala, which resulted in the loss of property, loss of life, cutting of the accesses and isolating the villages, which further led to the cutting of the essential supplies and the emergency services, and mainly the hope for recovery. So in those difficult times, we were called upon, we got orders from our seniors to act swiftly and decisively. So in that time, the time was the real essence. During that thing, so we had only one mission: to restore the normalcy and to save the lives. So accordingly, our journey started with the preliminary recce, which revealed the extent of the damage. And subsequently, our columns were marched towards the site. So you can just see, we received orders and within no time we were on our job. So this shows the operational preparedness of the Indian Army is having. And this has just shown once again that be it any kind of natural calamity, Indian Army is there, always be there, to provide the relief and succor to the civil populace, always and every time. So when we reached the site, so it was a war-like scenario. So instead of enemy fire, we were fighting against the vagaries of the nature. So there was an existing bridge which got washed away due to the flash floods. So when we were on our job, at that time, see, we are trained to face these kind of operations. But when combined with the severe challenges like torrential rain, vagaries of weather, and limited backspace for launching of the bridge, moving of the dead bodies, movement of the survivors, so all was happening at the same place. So those were the challenges. But amongst all, we had only one thing, one mission in our mind, to construct the bridge of hope within shortest time possible.
And how long did it take you to construct the bridge of hope?
So it took 34 hours. So I must emphasize on this thing. Our soldiers, they are the backbone. So our soldiers worked relentlessly for more than 48 hours on the site. So we did not worried about our drenched clothes. Not just me, my Javans, my soldiers also. So everybody had that thought in the mind. So shoes, the foot being immersed in the water and sludge for good about more than 48 hours. We did not thought about the sleepless nights. So those were the challenges, but we had that mission. So that was our vein.
And the mission was accomplished. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fabulous job done by the Indian Army in Wayanad. As she said, the Indian Army is not just dedicated to serving the nation during war, but in peacetime as well. Squad Leader Shivangi, let me come to you now. You know, many first to your credit as the first fighter pilot, woman fighter pilot to fly the Rafale. You know, I have a backstory here. My father was in the Indian Air Force, so I've grown up on Air Force bases, and I had the opportunity to go up in a fighter jet for 90 minutes. And I can tell you, it takes a toll, not just emotionally, but more so physically. What is it like when you go up and you're at 5G, 6G, 7G, the physicality of that, Squad Leader Shivangi, and to have your wits about you as you fly that aircraft, which costs millions and millions of dollars?
Firstly, I would like to thank News18 for having me here. It's a great opportunity for the young women and the girls who aspire to join the Air Force or our defense forces and who wants to fly to have a role model. And to start answering your question, I would say that whenever I sit in that cockpit, there is an immense pride which is filled inside me, and all the hard work that I have put in comes to my mind. The physical constraints which are being there, they are being handled by practicing on ground before walking for the sortie, as well as the physically keeping myself just there. Apart from that, it also showcases that we as women have created an environment which is reshaping our roles in military as well as in the aviation.
You know, when you hear people say things like, well, why do we need women in the forces? Why do we need women fighter pilots? What is your response to that? And I know that all three services are making a concerted attempt at changing the ratio, bringing more women into the forces as well. When you hear that comment, how do you respond?
Well, I would just say that we are flying a machine. Whatever we are operating, it is just a machine. It doesn't know the gender of it. Apart from that, I would like to say that women in combat have proven themselves through their capabilities, leadership, as well as their resilience. And case in point being Major Sita here and Captain Shilpi, who have projected themselves in all realms of the military roles. And this increasing number in the defense forces is also an indication of modernization of our defense forces. And it is also showcasing that we are making a gender neutral environment in which all women can prosper.
Well, we hope that all women can prosper, not just in the forces, but across every field and across every sector in this country. Captain Shilpi, let's take the conversation forward with you. As I pointed out, this was not your first choice. You saw an ad in the paper and then decided that the forces were going to be your passion, the forces was going to be your dream and your destiny.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for us to not just represent the armed forces, but to be a part amongst so many of women achievers. Thank you, Shireen, for that insightful question. I was actually elated to have the introduction being told, as she said, and she started with that question, which is a fireball now. So, as she did bring out very rightly, you know, I was looking at academic pursuits, looking at doing something in the field of education, and very, very far away from the armed forces. My father has been a NCC paratrooper, and that's the only linkage I have with what it means to be in Fauj. But then when there was so much boom in the BPO culture, I'm talking about the early 2000s, we were tending to applying to, you know, most of us went through this middle class upbringing, so we wanted financial independence the moment we had our head on our shoulders. So we started off with that independence, and then in my case, I started applying for a lot of places which I thought I could meet up to. So Navy was one such opening, and I did apply without really realizing, which I've shared with the interviewer, what it really entails. So there I was, I went through the whole facet of being selected, and then, you know, it's been not a roller coaster ride, but it's been a ride for being fortunate enough to the only life that you get, you know, and I'm so very thankful for the life that I have chosen.
Well, you know, somebody else who's very thankful is her father, because she told me that when she called her father to tell him that she had made the exam and that she was going to be part of the Indian Navy, and as you heard her say that he was part of the NCC paratroopers, he cried, he cried and you cried as well, and her father is now living his dream of being part of the Indian Armed Forces through her. So what a fabulous story it is. But you talked about how this has been a roller coaster. Take this audience and everybody who's watching us online and on TV through what it is like to be on INS Deepak. You're currently positioned on INS Deepak. Take us through what that is like.
I have been promoted to the select list rank of captain, in fact the first few of us who've made it this year. So now I am a controller of procurement in an organization called the Material Organization at Visakhapatnam. So I am on the provider side now, and we make sure that the ships get what they want anytime, anywhere, anyhow, which I'll come to when I talk about Deepak again. So that's my present role. But about 2 years back, I was appointed as a specialist officer on board Deepak. Just to introduce yourself to the audience what Deepak is. She is first of the Deepak class of ships, which was built in Italy, and she was commissioned into the Navy in Jan 2011. Post her commissioning, she plays the role of what we call it as the fleet support staff. So FSS is mainly a tanker which supplements the fleet and make sure that the ships which go out at sea remain at sea for sustained periods. They remain longer at sea and do what they are meant to do without coming back ashore. So let me share with you some very particular insights which now when I look back are very interesting facets. After about 17 years of service, you know, when I was chosen and granted the permanent commission, I got the opportunity to serve on board the tanker, and then when I reached the jetty, should I say that she is based in Bombay. When I reached the jetty, she is a 175-meter long ship, and I did crane my neck to look at her superstructure. She's that long and she's that imposing. So to tell you the truth, which I must share now, I had butterflies in my stomach. But as we are trained to, my counterparts from the Army and the Air Force will also agree. My alma mater is INS Hamla, which is a depot ship at Mumbai, which trains all logisticians. So, during my sub-lieutenant time, I was told something which stayed put in my mind. We were told we are facilitators as logisticians. We have to make sure with all our efforts that the ship leaves the harbor and she's deployed for whatever mission she's meant to. So when I got the opportunity of being on board Deepak, I was there for good about 13 months.
Yeah.
Though it does appear like a roller coaster now when I look back, it was a tasking which tested me as a person and made sure that, I draw inspirations from all the appointments that I had so far.
Yeah.
But to have completed the missions that we were meant to do and to be able to have the fleet ships sustained through supplies which include the ration, which include the fuel, which may also include so many other things. To have longer legs at sea is what was absolutely, it felt like a dream come true.
Well, I'm sure that while it was a dream come true for you, many young women who are watching this and many parents who are watching this might in fact consider this to be a dream for their child, for their daughters specifically, and I hope that that in fact is the case as well. And I love the way, I don't know how many of you noticed, but INS Deepak is a she. So I hope you noticed that. But Major Sita, let me come back to you. You talked to us about Wayanad. One of the hesitations or the apprehensions in people's minds when they think about women in the armed forces is you're largely going to be with men. You're going to be part of male-dominated teams and so on and so forth. You talked about working shoulder to shoulder with your Jawans. And I know that, they don't call you madam, they call you Saab, Major Saab. So what is that like and how do you clear the apprehensions that people may carry about this aspect? The mic.
So I would love to mention that our Jawans, we call them as a Tambi. Tambi is a younger brother. So we are having that kind of bond and camaraderie. So we are a family. We do not think he is a male or female. The passion towards your uniform, towards your organization, I think gender does not matter. So we were there as a team and soldiers are the one who makes you. And I would like to tell you that I am here because of them. So it's a part of family, it's a part of team. So we are there 24/7 together. So these are the kind of bonding we are having. So we are being trained in the same way. So I have never experienced that kind of theme because it is a day-to-day affair. So I enjoy this because it is not the job, it's a way of life. And we as an army, it's an olive green family. And I would like to mention that I'm a proud soldier of Indian Army.
Well, all of you are proud officers of the Indian Armed Forces. And Shubhangi, let me ask you, there's so much again in terms of apprehension and sometimes, often picked up from things like TV serials and movies. And there was a recent movie which showcased how much harder it is for women. And that movie was specifically on the Air Force, how much harder it was for a female officer to actually get her flying hours, to actually get the ability to get into a helicopter and so on and so forth. You said that the machine doesn't care about the gender. What about the people? Because the mindset plays a part, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I would say to that I have been very lucky to be surrounded by a very inclusive environment wherein even though I had self-doubts, there were people to support me from behind saying that, no, you just do it. You have that confidence. You need to do it. Because when you are in an all-male environment and most of the time, that sometimes you have self-doubt whether I am supposed to be here or not. But I was always supported. So I think I am lucky when it comes to that. However, there are certain times that there have been challenges that you face. But those are not external, they are internal. Because every time, as a woman, I feel we have a habit of doing better. Yeah. Even though we might be doing better than everyone else, we're like, no, we have to beat ourselves. So that is what, after coming in defense services, I've realized that you have to be at par. And if as a woman what I'm doing, I keep doing, I'll be better than everyone else.
Absolutely. So let me end by asking each one of you, and Squad Leader Shivangi, I'll ask you, when you go up in that cockpit every day, is there something that you say to yourself? Is there an affirmation that you make to yourself as you fly up?
Whenever I fly, I always try to remember the mission that I have gone for. But yes, I always feel lucky when I land back, and because that is one of the most important thing that has been told to us, that if you take off, you have to land. So I keep that in mind. And
if you take off, you have to land. Captain Shilpi, the one thing that you tell yourself every morning?
Just keep at it. I have to just keep at it.
Just keep at it, and that is the motto that you live by. Major Sita, I'll ask you, what do you tell yourself every morning as you wear that uniform?
I think it's a challenge that I'm living every day. There are a lot of adventurous things. So every day is the new for me. And life jeene mein maza hai, being in this uniform. So that's the thing.
Life jeene mein maza hai. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Major Sita, Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh and Captain Shilpi. We wish you the very best of luck, and we thank each one of you for your service. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here for this very special conversation.
Thank you so much. I think we must acknowledge the standing ovation from the audience. Thank you so much, Squadron Leader Shivangi, Captain Shilpi and Major Sita for joining us today for this discussion. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you now from the frontiers of the country. We're going to take you to the global stage in this next discussion. We're going to have joining us on this stage two women who've championed Bharat and her values on the global stage. Our next session is all about Bharat's Rajnayikas. Lakshmi M. Puri joining us first. She's a former UN Assistant Secretary General and an Ambassador of India. She's the first Indian woman to be appointed ASG of the United Nations. She's considered the founding mother of UN Women, the first global organization to promote gender equality and women's empowerment. She's opened the way for many, many others. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Joining her on this stage is Ruchira Kambodji. She's the former Indian ambassador to the United Nations. She was India's first woman permanent representative to the United Nations, and across 3 decades, she skillfully guided discussions during global crises like the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict. Ma'am, thank you for joining us here. Together, their work has showcased the power, the impact of Indian leadership on the world stage. Thank you for joining us. I'd also like to invite onto the stage to take the discussion forward, Palki Sharma, Managing Editor of First Post.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start this conversation, I want to tell you a quick story. It starts in 1949, when C.B. Muthamma became India's first woman IFS officer. She just cleared the civil service exam, and the interview board encouraged her to not take foreign service, saying that it was not a career suitable for women. She persisted. So they made her sign an undertaking that said that if she got married, she would have to resign. And in the years ahead, she faced many such barriers and rejections because a lot of her colleagues did not want to work with a woman. In 1979, she moved the Supreme Court of India because she was being overlooked for a promotion for being a woman. This was a case against the Ministry of External Affairs. They gave her a promotion in the hope that the case would be dismissed. That was then. Things have changed a lot since then. Thanks in no small part to the leadership and contribution of the two women who share the stage with me today. Ambassador Puri, Ambassador Kamboj, welcome to SheShakti. Ambassador
Pleasure
Puri,
to
if
be
I could start with you. You were the youngest entrant to the IFS, and you joined some 25 years after Muthamma. Would you describe your journey as remarkably different from hers, and what were the challenges that you faced, and how did you overcome them?
Thank you, Palki. First of all, let me also pay a tribute to you as a pioneer. And there are many admirers of yours in the Foreign Service, because I think you've been the first person, quite apart from being the first woman, to have unpacked and demystified for both experts and lay people critical issues of national and international importance. So that's the first thing I would like to say. And we are here on stage with another pioneer who was the first to be, Ruchiraji, who was the first to be appointed the permanent representative of India by Modi ji. So this is something that I would like to emphasize, the role of pioneers. The role of pioneers like Muthamma ji was to clear the way for women like us. And indeed, it's not, to be a pioneer is, you cannot afford to be a beginner. And she was an amazing role model for all of us. Brilliant, dedicated, and represented India with distinction, and also shaped foreign policy, Indian foreign policy over the years. But also, with every pioneer, you have an arrow in their backs, it is said, isn't it? So, as you have pointed out, when she joined, women were not allowed to be either married before or after, unlike men. And then, by the time I joined, they had just lifted that. But before that, 3 women Foreign Service officers resigned when they got married, including Rama Mehta, Jagat Mehta's wife. So it was, that had been set, and you have already talked about the case she won. But it took another 20 years for the first foreign secretary to be appointed, Chokila Iyer, in, I think, 2001. So there has been progress. And when I joined, it was a much more gender equal, systemically gender equal foreign service. And also, they have been, I would say that compared to other foreign services in the world, it is much more from the perspective of recruitment, the hours of recruitment, retention, re-entry, and promotion. Yeah. It is a very benign and women-friendly service. So I would pay tribute to that. But of course, there's always gender bias, and at the individual level, not systemic, gender biases that I faced. And sometimes it was a gender bias in the partner country that I was dealing with. That was the problem. And, I think I've shared with you stories about how in Japan, I was first given an administrative task, and then I protested, and then I said, I want to do media work, and just give me 2 months, and I will show you. And I did manage to really make ingress into the Japanese media. Similarly, when I was Under Secretary Pakistan, and I give credit to the ministry at that time, my predecessor was a woman, my 2 successors were women. This despite the fact that we had a very misogynist government in Pakistan at that time, Zia-ul Haq. And when I went as liaison officer with a Sikh Jatha, he refused to have me included in the delegation. I gate crashed with Mr. Natwar Singh. But even after reaching there, when he saw that I was part of their men's group, I was then told to go and have tea with
Mrs. Zia. So that kind of thing we have faced. But otherwise, I have been blessed, and also in the UN, it is really systematically, a gender equal employer situation. But again, individual situations are always there. Individual culture and bias can always affect how you navigate these, these terrains.
I think for most of the world, it's still work in progress. Ambassador Kamboj, what inspired you to take up a career in diplomacy, and what were the unique challenges that you have faced at such senior levels, and how did you address them?
Well, thanks for having me, Palki. I'm delighted to be here, and my greetings to this wonderful audience. And it is always an honor to share the stage with Mrs. Lakshmi Puri. She's one of the role models for us, certainly for me. My story is one of a dream and circumstance. I was handed a dream by my father when I was very young, the dream of the Indian Foreign Service, probably 11 or 12, and I did not really comprehend the weight of what he had meant then. But when I was 16, in my very first year of college, I returned home to a different place. My father had died. The light had vanished from our house. His picture with the marigolds draped hung on the wall. And I remember I said the same thing they always do. The same thing that everyone says when they lose someone. But I just saw him. How could a human being of heartbeat and health, of flesh and blood, go so quickly? And death can be so cruel. We don't even get a chance to say goodbye. And I'm convinced that loss never leaves people. It becomes a part of who they are. And when I lost my father, and when I realized what that meant, I remembered his words, his dream. His dream, which then became my dream. The loss lit a fire within me which could not be doused. I would make his dream come true. And this was also my way to come to terms with the pain and the guilt and the fear. And another thing I'd like to share here today with all of you is that I never thought that I would make it to the civil services. In fact, the day the UPSC results were to come, I did not intend to go to the UPSC. But I remember, how can I forget that? The doorbell rang. And my mother jokingly said, just go and open it. Maybe the journalists are there. So I remember moving swiftly to the door, opening it, and lo, the journalists from Competition Success Review were there, breaking the news, informing me that I was the civil services topper amongst women for the 1987 batch. How did that even happen? How did that even happen? For somebody so unsure, so uncertain, and yet being a topper. What could that be but the blessings of my father and the grace of God, of course. And as for the second part of your question, Palki, the challenges, I will say that when I look back today, I've just retired, by the way, everybody. When I look back today, I'm filled with a sense of immense gratitude, even for my struggles. And I remember I opened my innings in the Foreign Service with a bang. I was a 23-year-old, wide-eyed in Paris, and Ernest Hemingway's haunting words linger with me. If you are young enough, if you are ever in Paris as a young person, then that stays with you forever, because Paris is a movable feast. And it was. And then when I look at my other assignments, I had excellent assignments, I feel, both in Delhi and abroad. At a relatively young age, I was an international civil servant at the Commonwealth Secretariat in London. I was also India's first female chief of protocol, India's first female ambassador to Bhutan, and in my most recent assignment, I was India's first female representative to the UN. Of course, there were disappointments. of course there were disappointments, and I would be lying if I said there weren't any. But I think failure and your challenges shape you as much as your successes. And my mantra always was to move on and to concentrate on my work. And it was my greatest honor to serve the government of India with distinction. If I am permitted to enter a religious context, if I am to paraphrase Lord Krishna within the Bhagavad Gita, life and death does not matter. It is what we do with it that counts. And it is only duty or dharma that sets you free. And as far as challenges is concerned, of course, we are all aware of the challenges that women face in the workplace, the biases, the assumptions. But I do feel, and I don't know, ma'am, if you agree with me, I think it is up to us women to disprove all of that. Just a very quick story. When I was chosen to be the chief of protocol, I had a lot of colleagues ringing me up and offering me advice. Many male colleagues also. And they all advised me that, are you sure you want to do this job? It's very tough. You'll have to stand long hours. You'll have to stand in the sun. There'll be a very, very unpredictable schedule, the midnight rendezvous at the airport, the ever-present concern for safety of women. But I just kept the noise out, did my work, and when I was called in for special assignments, the 2014 swearing in, and also the 2015 India-Africa Forum Summit, I felt it was a vindication of my work, my merit. And I think what I will round this section up, I will simply say that I think if you can navigate your ship with great composure, with complete professionalism, I think anybody, any woman can do it.
Very, very well put. And I'm grateful to both of you for having shared your fears, the uncertainty that you felt at times, and your struggles, because as much as it is important to celebrate the achievements, it's also important to share that it's a tough road for anyone. And if you're facing challenges, you will find a way to overcome it. Ambassador Puri, you've been a fierce advocate of feminist foreign policy. There are 13 countries that have officially adopted it. India is not one of them. But you have said in the past that India's foreign policy is very much feminist. And if I could quote, you spoke about the G20 summit, you said that was proof of our feminist foreign policy. Let me quote from your words. Using the analogy of Chandrayaan-3, India's FFP, Feminist Foreign Policy rocket, made its pioneering Nari Shakti landing through the Vikram of its G20 presidency. That's very well put, but why do you say this?
Well, I say it because what's in a name? Whether you call it feminist or not, India is overqualified to be counted among those who have adopted and acted, not only conceptualized, but acted on a feminist foreign policy. And actually they should join the club. I really feel that. Now, the G20 was a culmination of what has been happening in India with Prime Minister Modi leading the charge on gender equality and women's empowerment, right from Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao to Women's Reservation Bill now more recently, and also on all the issues of gender equality and women's empowerment, all the campaigns, all the focus, and now, of late, and it has been, I think, that whole term, last term of his, Modi 2.0, there has been a focus on women-led development, from women-centered to women-led development. So what the SheShakti has been really, the Stri Shakti, Nari Shakti and SheShakti has been the center of all the socio-economic programs that he has driven, both transversal and very much targeted as well. And so we are internally in a good position to be global standard setters. And that's what we did when we had the presidency of G20. We were the only country in G20 so far to identify women-led development as a priority theme. Secondly, we made sure that in the Delhi Declaration, there was a consecration of that concept of women-led development, which is, by the way, a globally a unique concept. And that consecration was that there should be the full, effective, meaningful and equal participation of women as decision makers in all aspects of social and economic life at all levels. So this idea of women's leadership at the heart of sustainable development is something that India took forward at a global level and as I said, consecrated. The other aspect, which is very important to note, is that the Jan Bhagidari aspect, where some 300,000 women were involved in all the events and decision-making of the G20 itself. The third aspect was that the outcome document, never before has an outcome document of G20 had 2.5 pages of outcomes on gender equality and women's empowerment, and it was a bill of rights and commitments by governments on what they would do for gender equality. And then setting up as well a working group on gender equality and on women's empowerment, which will then be the vehicle for mainstreaming all the all the work that is being done, whether it's in finance, whether it's in nutrition, whether it's in health, the other working groups that are working, plus other W20s, the 20s, the labor 20, the business 20, etc. All that would be now mainstreamed by this working group, and they will also follow and monitor how G20 is delivering. Then, of course, apart from reiterating some targets, they also set a target for halving the gender digital divide. I know that there have been sessions here with women in tech, so that was one major deliverable of this G20 summit.
Right.
And last but not least, I think what is really important is the private sector initiatives, the Empower initiatives on tech equity, on mentoring women leaders in corporate, many of you are that in corporate sector, and the care economy. This is something that I have been very passionate about, and we were very able to put that into the Sustainable Development Goal 5 as one of the targets, that is to reduce, to value, to redistribute and reduce, and provision care, domestic and care work for women.
Right.
So to create a fund to support this whole care economy initiative. So it was a very meaningful and truly a SheShakti coming of stage for India in the G20. And that's why I said, whether you call it feminist or not, it is SheShakti that we represent as India.
Yes, lots of progress. I want to quickly look at some numbers. In 2018, only 15% of the world's ambassadors were women, and at the beginning of 2020, only 60 out of 190 countries in the world had a woman foreign minister at some point. Here in India, we, as Ambassador Puri just said, and we also hear the External Affairs Minister often say that there is a concerted push to have more women in the ministry. Do you see that push in India and elsewhere in the world? And what sort of societal and institutional changes do you think are needed to encourage more women to take a leadership role in international diplomacy?
Yeah, thanks, Palki. Yes, I would agree with you fully that the gender gap in international diplomacy is quite staggering. Let me add some more figures to yours. In the United Nations, out of the 193 ambassadors, less than 50 are women, 47 to be precise. And when we were in the Security Council in 2022, only 5 out of the 15 ambassadors were women. I was one of the 5. And last year, at the United Nations General Assembly, less than 12% of the speakers were women, and a fairly recent study, has also revealed that at the current rate of change, it will take at least 300 years to bridge the gender gap. So certainly we have done well, but there's much more to be done. Now, as for institutional and societal changes, I would certainly agree with you. I think we need to bring these changes. We need to dismantle the visible and the invisible barriers too. Now, as far as institutional changes are concerned, I can certainly think of mentorship. I think where you pair senior diplomats with younger officers for guidance, support and encouragement, I would say you invest greater, much more at least, in women's training, particularly in negotiations and leadership. I would also say that something that Mrs. Puri has also mentioned, I think working environments, or rather let me put it this way, the work-life balance is very critical for working women. So fostering a work environment that is more accommodative of caregiving responsibilities, I think, would also be a very important institutional change. As far as societal changes are concerned, there are many that you can bring about. You'll have to really test and judge the pace at which you go, but I think one that comes to mind straight away is that you should dismantle the societal barriers. And importantly also, role modeling I think is very important. When I look at Mrs. Puri, I always think of role modeling. I think it's very important to celebrate senior women diplomats who have made it. You yourself raised the case of Ms. Muthamma, who made it despite all the odds. I think certainly building a community of support for women, that is also very critical. And investing more in education, particularly, I think, women in international relations, women in politics, women in economics, I think that would go a very long way. So I think a very comprehensive approach is required, both mentorship, societal changes, investing in education. And by the way, I will end on a very positive note. I think change is happening, certainly in India, as Mrs. Puri has already mentioned, but also internationally. Today in the United Nations, 50% of the senior management positions are being held by women. And in the United Nations also, all the 5 Nordic ambassadors today are all women. So change is happening. It is bound to happen. I think we have set sail a ship, but of course it will take some time, and I think we are on the job, all of us.
And I think in all my conversations today, one common thread that has come out is that of building a network and having women leaders enable and support other women. I had a lot more to discuss, but I'm being told that we are out of time. But I want to mention your book, ma'am. It has just come out. It's called Swallowing the Sun. It is a feminist book at its core, and it talks about a feisty woman as a protagonist who's breaking patriarchal barriers and charting her course in pre-independence India. So a word on the book. I'm going to have to wrap.
I think everyone would like to know what the protagonist, who was an embodiment and is an embodiment of SheShakti, would say if she were here. And I would say that she would ask all women and girls to rise up. And you know, the title of the book is Swallowing the Sun, and it's based on an abhanga, a devotional verse of a 13th century woman saint, Muktabai, right, who is worshipped as Adi Shakti, SheShakti. So she said that even if you are an ant, you can fly into the sky and swallow the sun. So she would say to all women today that break your boundaries, rise above your limitations of wherever you are, and swallow the sun.
I think that's a
So
wonderful,
but also,
wonderful note. Yes.
Thank you. But one other poem or anthem which is in the book and which she lived by is Bola havete malakayatyache pure zaanato meets maze bala. Am I not complete? Am I not complete and auspicious? Of God's purpose felicitous. It matters not to me. What is your opinion? I well know my own strength and dominion.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. And you're both examples of how transformative women in leadership can be. Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you so much. Palti, thank you so much. Okay. Let's take you next to what we have planned in a few minutes from now. For our next chat, we are diving straight from the global stage we had for you here into the dynamic world of female action heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, our guests in the next session have embodied tough, fearless cops in a groundbreaking series that revolutionized how women's issues are covered in our nation. These incredible women have not only captivated audiences with their commanding performances, they've also redefined the portrayal of female law enforcement officers at all by bringing a raw, authentic energy that celebrates courage and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a conversation with the female leads of Delhi crime, the cops on reel. We have with us here Shefali Shah and Rasika Duggal in conversation with Shireen Bhan, the managing editor of CNBC TV 18. We just give.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute pleasure and honor it is to welcome Shefali Shah and Rasika Duggal here on SheShakti. Thank you so much for joining us. Two fabulous actors who really embody the characters that they take on to play. Just before you came out, we actually had real women in real uniforms on stage, and you've actually on reel played two very strong, fiercely independent women in uniform. Shefali, I'm going to start by asking you about the Delhi crime experience. I don't know how many of you have actually seen Shefali say this before, but she says it quite often, that she's terrified every time that she faces the camera. It's very hard to believe, Shefali, but specifically when you took on this character, when you took on Delhi crime, what was that like? What was going on in your head about how you wanted to portray this character, how you wanted to embody this character?
Hi everyone, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and all of you are looking stunning, like stunning. I think I should put a paper and everyone should write where they got their saris from. Everyone. We've been standing outside and ogling, oh my God, how beautiful is that? When I did DC, we had to understand that it's never one person's job. We had a solid script. Rishi Mehta, our director, he had done research for like some 6 years on that script. And whatever was in public domain, we were privy to it. Also, I had the honor of meeting Chaya ma'am, Chaya Sharma, who actually cracked the Nirbhaya case. And I think I heavily depended on Rishi, but at the same time, I don't know when we started creating her together. Also, at that point of time, I have to be honest, there was no pressure. You know, today when I step back into her shoes, there is a lot of pressure because I'm like, oh my God, I don't know. Because honestly, I had no clue what the show was going to become or what this character was going to become.
And the kind of recognition it would get.
Absolutely. Didn't have any clue. I just knew we were doing something so strong, and I was extremely passionate about it.
You know, you said that you worked on creating this character together. Of course, you had the real living character that you play inspire that role as well. But were you mindful of what you didn't want her to be? And I ask you this in the context of very often, especially on film and in entertainment, we see strong female characters embody the toxic masculine traits that all of us crib about. So did you have clarity on what you didn't want this character to be?
Not exactly that way, but I remember having a conversation with Rishi where I said, you know, it's very easy to either cry or get angry in this show, almost on every scene. So we've got to make a very distinct choice of exactly where will we let that break come. Where does she break down, or where does she completely explode? Because the moment you do the same thing in the entire show, no matter how much you feel it, you're going to lose value to that emotion. So I remember having that conversation.
What is harder, breaking down or exploding?
For me, neither, because I do both at a drop of a hat.
Rasika, coming to you now, what was Delhi crime? What did it mean to you? I know Shefali said that it's been a watershed moment in her career. What did Delhi crime mean to you? And again, you know, portraying that character, donning that uniform, I know you also believe that we've often been cynical about the police force specifically, you know, in our own experiences of having dealt with it, but today you have a lot more empathy for the police force as well. What was it like for you?
It's been an incredible experience, I have to say, also because when we filmed season 1, I was filming in locations which is very close to where I went to college. And Neeti Singh, the character I play, reminds me a lot of who I was in college, where extremely idealistic. I felt like my good work could change the world, and of course soon realized that that's not how life works. So it was a very special experience for that reason. When I started out in season 1, I was a probationer officer. Neeti Singh is a probationer officer. So at that time, Neeraj Kumar, who had been the police commissioner at the time of the Nirbhaya case in 2012, was a consultant on the project, and I went to meet him and I said, can you introduce me to somebody who is in the same position? And he introduced me to this absolutely lovely cop who I still shadow. So I shadowed her in season 1. And in season 2, I went back to meet her. Of course, when I called her, she said, you know, तुम वो smartness नहीं थी जो होनी चाहिए थी.
तुम्हें वो smartness नहीं थी जो होनी चाहिए थी.
So I said, great note. I will keep in mind that I will not let you down.
So season 2 में smartness आ गई कि नहीं आई?
Well, I mean, you know, I'm playing a character. So everybody wants to see themselves a particular way, but very often in life, we don't end up being the way we aspire to be. So anyway, in season 2, I was ACP and she was also ACP. So I spent some time as a fly on the wall in her office. She was posted in Chandigarh at that time, and just sort of sat and observed the police station. And that's been just one of the most interesting experiences I've had. I think sitting at a police station for 4 days in an ACP's office, it's like an OPD in a hospital. You know, people come to the station with all kinds of grievances, and some of them are hilarious and some of them are heartbreaking. So, and then I went back to meet her this season. She's been promoted, I'm not.
So you need to catch up. You need to catch up, Rasika.
I need to catch up. So I really feel like there's this very interesting story happening between her and me, and I've watched her since we filmed season 1 in 2018, and we're in 2024. So I've known her over these 6 years, and much of what she does and much of what is written for Neeti Singh in every season, I think they kind of inspire each other. So it's been an incredible journey. Yeah.
I would imagine, and you talked about the journey from 2018 to 2024. And I do want to have a serious conversation with the two of you because of the subject that you've dealt with and the characters that you've played. 2012 to 2024, and unfortunately, the world that we live in, we continue to see horrific brutality against women in this country, across different sectors, across different parts of the country. You know, having played this character, Shefali, do you feel helpless? Do you feel hopeless? Do you feel frustrated? Do you feel a sense of anger, shame? I mean, as you look at the events as they're playing out today, what goes on in your mind as you look at, just the newspaper headlines?
I'm going to say this as Shefali and not
Sure.
the show or the actor or Vartika. I just feel helpless and hopeless. It's very, very, I mean, it's just like, I don't even know what to make of it. I'm not even angry anymore, which is worse, I guess, right? I mean, when you're feeling something, at least there is some kind of emotion and there is some kind of want to do. But I just feel like, how do you correct this? How do you correct it? And honestly, I might sound very pessimistic, but I don't really know if we can completely eradicate this kind of toxicity from our culture, or from, not from our culture, but from our country or this entire world.
Yeah.
It's not just our country who's suffering this. Everyone is. So, and these are just the cases which came out and got highlighted by the press. Every day there is something, and as brutal, or probably more. And irrespective, it's not about brutality. You don't count it in how many scratches the woman had.
Yeah.
The damage is done. So I feel really helpless and hopeless. I mean, it's like, what can you do? What is it? What is it that you can do?
So does it make it then harder to come back for Delhi Crime 3 and play this character when you see what is happening around you?
No.
No.
No. Because the want and the compassion and the empathy still stands. And it's not about being right or wrong or being brave or strong. It's just about, would I want this to happen to me or my daughter? No. So what am I going to do? I would fight for my daughter, right? I would fight for myself, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. And also, I feel Vartika takes every case very personally. Yeah.
Do you take things as personally as she does?
Very personally. And the smallest thing can become like a huge thing in my head. So for me, it's no in-between. I'm not saying this with pride. And I don't know if, I don't think it's a compliment. It's just that it's on extremes. I don't have a in-between path.
You don't have an in-between path. But Rasika, let me ask you, because I want to pick up on what you said, that your belief, and while you were growing up in Delhi and going to college, you thought that the work that you do can somehow impact the world, can make a difference, can make a change. As you look at where things stand today, and again the hope is that cinema and entertainment and the work that you're also doing, the way that you're reshaping or attempting to reshape narratives will also have an impact. So then do you feel as hopeless or helpless as Shefali, or do you believe that, one must continue to push the envelope as much as possible?
I think we have no choice but to continue to push the envelope. Will it lead to change which is sustainable? I don't know, and I really doubt it, because I feel that sexual violence against women is the outcome of smaller discriminations every day in our life. It's not separate from that in any way. It is because every day we encourage a society which makes women feel smaller, and that's what leads to then justifying a larger crime. And therefore, I feel like this prejudice, this discrimination is too deep-seated for it to completely go away. I think that it will have cyclical patterns of times where there is more equality, and then it will fall back into times where there isn't. So yeah, I guess this is pretty hopeless.
Yeah,
I don't know what to call this.
And I think as individuals and through your craft, you can only hope to address some of these concerns, some of these issues, and mainstream that conversation and try and have that conversation with some sense of authenticity.
Well, yes, that is always the attempt, and in one sense, it is very selfish, because for me, it's almost like I'm assuaging my guilt by being a part of a project which is where I can feel that, okay, this is my way of contributing. Because, for example, after the 2012 case, I really felt like we moved on too quickly. We went for our protests, we said what we had to do, which is all very important. I'm not taking away from that in any way. But I really felt like, what else did I do to make a society which does not allow this to happen? And therefore, being a part of a show like Delhi Crime in some small way helped me assuage my guilt.
Well, yeah, I do relate to what you are saying, but I want to go beyond this particular issue to talk about a comment that you just made about how women are made to feel small, and that becomes part of this sort of patriarchal, legacy and project, so to speak, and we see that play out across different sectors, not in any one particular sector. Shefali, I want to ask you, there is almost this acceptance as a culture of silence around toxic behavior, around behavior that should be called out for being unacceptable. But we see that across different sectors, and particularly so in the film and entertainment world as well. Have you encountered that yourself, and what do you believe needs to be done? I mean, we're seeing now, Justice Hema Kohli's report very clearly articulate what's gone wrong, but what's the fix?
What's the fix? Oh my God, if I had the power or the intelligence to do it, I would have thanked my stars, but I don't think I have either, honestly. And it's not one person's problem to solve. I think there are far more equipped people to think about what can be done, but I've always said this, I don't know, I've always said this, that our daughters will be safe if our sons are raised right. And I genuinely believe it. Of course.
And you're doing that in your own home?
Well, I hope I'm doing it. I really hope I'm doing it, because finally they're different human beings. I don't have complete control over anybody, but
what's the one thing that you tell your sons?
Oh God, I can't tell you what I said to them when they were moving out of the country at a very young age, because it's pretty blasphemous.
What did you say?
Am I allowed to use foul language?
You can beep the language out.
Okay, so they were going out, they were going to go to out of the country to train to be soccer players, and one was 10 and one was 11, so really impressionable young minds who should not have a mother who speaks like this, but well. I said, you've got to take care of this and this and this. Sex education all of a sudden seemed very important at that point of time, because I just had one night to explain the world to them. And then I said, and if you ever hurt a woman emotionally, physically or mentally, I will personally chop your bees off. I don't think I've really ruined their childhood. I really did.
We'll have to have a separate conversation with them. But Rasika, and I want to ask you as well. I understand that there is no easy answer, there is no one fix, and there is no silver bullet to address this. But as someone who is part of this industry, and someone who perhaps has not experienced it personally, but maybe have seen this sort of behavior, what do you believe needs to be done, and how easy is it really to speak out?
I think it's very, very difficult. It's very difficult to find a fix also, very difficult to find even a system which makes a person accountable, because of the sort of freelance nature of what we do. We work with so many different people all the time. Very often work is related to reputation in the industry, which is really anything that anybody can say about you, and therefore a lot of fear in people's minds. There's no one way to sort of rise the ranks in this world, right? So either you end up pleasing everybody, or you end up not pleasing everybody, or something. You have to find something in between that works for you. And therefore it's very, very difficult to find a system of accountability. It's very hard to do that. And I'm just so moved by the work of the WCC in Kerala and the Justice Hema Committee. It's not been easy.
No.
It's been 7 years, and they've been fighting the fight.
Absolutely.
And it's really to applaud all of them.
Absolutely.
That must have taken tremendous courage.
Tremendous courage and tremendous patience to pursue this matter over so many years. But, I want to ask both of you, and Shefali, I read Demi Moore just a couple of days ago, and she said that at 62, she now feels that she has the confidence that she doesn't want to be defined by anybody else's rules but her own. You've kind of been the rule breaker in many ways. I mean, you've set your own path. You've played the parts that you wanted to play. How was that easy for you to do, or not so?
No, it wasn't easy for me to do. I mean, my career has been more about waiting than actually working. I just sat at home and waited for something to happen. I have to give the credit to the OTT platforms, to my director who chose to back me. And I'm just grateful that I got this opportunity to play this part. Because until then, unfortunately, like in real life, in our society, even in the industry, women are recognized by the roles they play in reference to other men.
Yeah.
Is it the mother, the daughter, the wife, the sister, the friend? All those are, like I remember somebody coming up to me and saying, somebody was narrating some script to me and said, you have a really powerful role. I said, okay, thank you, great. What is it? And it's like the sister of the hero. I said, no, that is the relationship. Yeah. What is the character? It's the sister of the hero. So it's seen that way. But OTT has really helped that change. And it's not just, I know I'm at SheShakti, but it's not just for women, even for men.
No, even for men. I would agree with you.
Yeah.
I would agree with you.
Who are actors, but may not be stars in the conventional sense. They got their due. The OTT kind of underlined the fact that we want actors becoming these characters, not star. Because obviously their ratings didn't depend on which star was, cast in it.
Is it different for you, Rasika? Have you done less of the waiting and more of the working to pick up from Shefali? Because, you're in the midst of this sort of OTT generation, aren't you?
Oh, I've done my fair share of waiting. I graduated from film school in 2006. I did small parts in about 14 films. They are blink and miss roles. The OTT platform sort of boom only happened around 2016. So I've done my fair share of waiting. In fact, I always feel that they should include a paper in waiting in film school.
A paper in waiting in film school. Teach that.
Teach us how to wait, what to do with yourself at that time when you're waiting for the phone to ring.
Well, speaking about the phone to ring, and I want to ask both of you, Shefali, whose call are you waiting for? If you could manifest one phone call for a project, for a film that you might want to work in, or somebody that you would like to work with, whose call would you manifest?
I'm not going to name a single person. What if
name
the
a whole
others don't
list.
call me then?
Make a list. Make a list. Manifest a list.
No, I'll put it in my mind, but I don't want to. There are so many people. Oh my God, there is so much talent. There is such rich work happening around. I want to do everything. I'm greedy. I want to be a part of every project. I want to do some amazing work.
Okay, what's the one role, the dream role that you want to manifest for yourself?
There's this book I'd read when I was really young. It was Sybil. It's actually based on a case history about this girl who suffered from 16 personalities, out of which 2 were men. That is what I think would really push the envelope for me.
Wow, that sounds like an audacious thing. Rasika, very quickly, last word from you. If you could manifest a role, someone that you would like to work with, a director, actor, who would it be?
I'm waiting for a call which says, hi Rasika, we are making a biopic on Amrita Preetham and we want you to play Amrita Preetham.
Oh my God, I agree. That too. But I'm too old for it, I guess.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. We wish the both of you the very best of luck. Thank you so much for joining us, and we can't wait to see more of you on screen and in real life as well. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Shefali Shah and Rasika Duggal.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time. We'll just wait for that photo. It's time for a security drill. I'll request everyone to please vacate the hall. Carry your belongings with you. That's very important. The Vice President's security will be taking over the hall for a security drill. Thank you all for your cooperation.
ये नया इंडिया CNBC TV18, an unending pursuit for excellence. A pioneer, a leader, a visionary, building a lasting legacy of credibility, consistency, and trust. Giving unparalleled access to global thought leaders and powering conversations that are shaping the new world order. Setting the highest standards through exemplary leadership. It is this unrivaled reputation for the most comprehensive coverage, actionable intelligence, and in-depth reporting that makes CNBC TV18 India's #1 business news brand. Foreseeing change, growth, and transformation for over a quarter of a century. Trendsetters crafting innovative content formats. And award-winning business journalism. On air, online, on social media. As we embark upon 25 years of excellence, we invite you to be a part of our future. CNBC TV18, your trusted partner and investment ally.
India etched its name in history with the Chandrayaan.
Reaching the top is tough.
There's been national outreach.
You know what's tougher?
Murder of a junior doctor.
Staying there. For the last 2 years, we've topped the charts as the #1 English news channel.
It's SheShakti.
So how do we stay this far ahead?
India, a Naya Bharat.
You.
Car crash from Pune.
You've been with us.
Shockwaves across the nation.
This war has killed more than 40,000 Palestinians.
You've pushed us to do better.
Modi 3.0.
To bring the news.
Its new innings.
Disparaging comments.
The analyses.
Rahul Gandhi's cast.
The debates.
What it means to be an Indian.
Team India.
That strike at the truth. Every single time. CNN News 18, the reigning leader of English news for 2 years and counting.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We were on our way to Tel Aviv, and as you can see, sirens sounding. This was one of the first sites of the attack by Hamas terrorists. Today, First Post has brought together geopolitical strategists from across the world in this one-of-a-kind summit to help us chart and understand the roadmap for the future. Your approach towards addressing India's defense needs.
The army, the defense forces will continue to be future ready.
India has been our traditional first responder.
If once Chinese PLA attack Taiwan, we, the country, is going to crazy.
We need you, India, with us. We need you, India, to make the right moral choice.
All talks are meaningless if there's a lack of trust.
Trust is very important. Trust is fundamental. Trust is the beginning.
The takeaways for me are that for the world to have fewer conflicts and to resolve the current ones, we need to build trust, listen to each other, and learn from history. What was your impression? And those same leaders are still in office, Prime Minister Modi and Minister Jaishankar.
Well, first, I'm hopelessly biased. I love them both and enjoyed working with them. And now they are a critically important global player.
Do you hold China responsible for the COVID-19?
The answer is yes.
President De Silva, welcome to First Post. How are you doing? How do you like New Delhi? The Nigerian delegation was the first to arrive. With me is Mr. Piyush Goyal, Prime Minister of Bhutan, Shering Tagwe. Welcome to First Post.
Thank you very much. It's an honor.
Time for a flashback. Pakistan's democracy remained a work in progress. Many would say it's beyond saving now. No Prime Minister has ever completed their term in Pakistan. None. What is the Paytm story? How did this company grow so big and why did it fall? Hello and welcome. I'm Palki Sharma and this is Between the Lines.
First Post reports from the world's second largest continent.
Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa.
We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south.
Join me every weekday live on First Post.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage.
Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will face off for the first and perhaps only presidential debate of this election season.
From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
I'm Rupa Ramani, and First Post brings you the ringside view.
It is the mother of all battles.
The quest to be the best is here, and it's a storm that's raging. Will the Lions script a dramatic win? Will it be a new team that'll lay its hands on the Golden Trophy? T20 Summer Storm. Bring it on. India's Manu Bhaker notched up a historical first. She became India's first female Olympics medal winner in shooting.
When we launched, we had a vision and a hope, but we had no idea that our project would see such exponential growth. We reached 200 countries and regions. Israel is dealing with its worst domestic crisis. Dr. Kanani, welcome to First Post. Prime Minister Modi's leadership is critical in this fractured world. Do you agree? We throw a spotlight on global issues from an Indian perspective. We are trying to make our mark in the digital town square. We are building a news platform with a video nucleus.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We're in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States of America. Fan of Italy's famous cuisine? Well, we are serving it with a side of diplomacy. As G7 leaders gather in southern Italy, Vantage is taking you to the heart of the action. What's the agenda? Who's invited? And how is Italy preparing for it? Catch the special edition of Vantage throughout this week, only on First Post. When we began, we were sure of what we were doing, but to have viewers validate that has been heartwarming. As we expand and grow, our core values remain the same. We are not interested in window dressing the news. We believe in the quality of First Post and its flagship show, Vantage. Israel says every strike progress. The first one, of course, is against Hamas. The second one is against the media. In crisis, you have two options. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. The linchpin of our routine is research and analysis. We hope to tell India's growth story, and we will continue to do so with credibility as our North Star.
Welcome to Money Control, your ultimate destination in the ever-evolving world of finance, business, markets, policy, and technology. India's preeminent news platform, driven by facts and fueled by data. A platform made in India, for India, and for the world. Moneycontrol.com has a staggering reach of 95 million monthly active users and 5.5 million daily active users. Being a transformative digital force, reshaping how we engage with money, markets, and news. Setting us apart is our commitment to delivering accurate information and empowering financial decision-making in a dynamic ecosystem. Seeking a deeper dive into the financial realm, we present Money Control Pro, a powerhouse of exclusive insights, providing actionable investment ideas and expert analysis. Because in today's fast-paced world, informed decisions demand both information and expertise. And we have 8.1 lakhs Money Control Pro total paid subscribers and 100% return in 1.5 years, beating the market. Explore market trends, access expert opinions, and utilize essential financial tools all at your fingertips. Join the millions who trust moneycontrol.com for their financial journey, where facts meet finance and data drives decisions. Think markets, think Money Control.
What's new about news? Nothing. That's until we stepped onto the scene. Instead of playing the game, we became the game. We reach 767 million people every year via TV and a whopping 320 million per month through digital properties. How did we do this? We went global. Forging partnerships with the biggest names in the media industry like CNN, CNBC and Forbes. Partnerships that are dominating their category. Our flagship English news channel CNN News18 blew past the limits of what's possible, reigning as the #1 news channel for over 122 weeks. Our national brand, News18 India, has more viewers than even popular entertainment channels and is India's #1 Hindi news channel. When it comes to numbers and trends, we mean business, so that you stay on top of your business. That's why CNBC TV 18 doesn't just lead in the business news category, it is the category. Commanding 86% of the market share. And our Hindi business channel, CNBC Awaaz, has been the trusted partner for traders for 20 years running. Delivering swift market analysis that has made it the preferred choice for influential voices in the country. Our channel, CNBC Bazaar, dominates the Gujarati business news landscape. We've expanded into the beating heart of Bharat, speaking many languages and the truth, even as several of our regional channels rule the charts. While we dominate the airwaves, we've kept our fingers on the digital pulse. Our digital brands are platforms, not just websites. We curated informed opinions on First Post, creating premium properties that are expanding our global reach and presenting India's voice to the world. And with Money Control, we're blurring the lines between media and tech, straddling everything from news, data, analytics to transactions, creating products that help Indians multiply their wealth. Money Control's engagement metrics and app downloads are greater than all competition put together, making it the biggest news subscription product in India. Storyboard 18, building a strong community of modern marketers and advertising professionals. But we're not just focused on numbers. We want to change lives, one campaign at a time, going big on purpose, creating initiatives that matter. We are changing India through Local 18. We've extended our reach to small towns, villages, gullies, and mohallas, telling stories from the grassroots, creating access to untapped markets. We are Network 18, where news breaks on all platforms, made possible by converged digital-first newsrooms. We put the new in news.
ये नया इंडिया,
नए नजरिए का इंडिया, जहां लोगों का #1 भरोसा बनता है वो
जो उनके मुद्दे, उनकी आवाज
निडर होकर उठाता है,
लोगों की
#1 पसंद बनता है वो जो सिर्फ रफ्तार नहीं जिम्मेदारी
पर भी विश्वास रखता है।
देश का #1 न्यूज चैनल
बनता है वो जो देश हित
और जनहित
दोनों को
सर्वोपरि समझता है।
न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया, नए इंडिया का नया #1 न्यूज चैनल।
CNBC TV 18, an unending pursuit for excellence. A pioneer, a leader, a visionary, building a lasting legacy of credibility, consistency, and trust. Giving unparalleled access to global thought leaders and powering conversations that are shaping the new world order. Setting the highest standards through exemplary leadership. It is this unrivaled reputation for the most comprehensive coverage, actionable intelligence, and in-depth reporting that makes CNBC TV 18 India's #1 business news brand. Foreseeing change, growth, and transformation for over a quarter of a century. Trendsetters crafting innovative content formats. And award-winning business journalism. On air, online, on social media. As we embark upon 25 years of excellence, we invite you to be a part of our future. CNBC TV 18, your trusted partner and investment ally.
India etched its name in history with the Chandrayaan.
Reaching the top is tough.
There's been national outrage.
You know what's tougher?
Murder of a junior doctor.
Staying there. For the last 2 years, we've topped the charts as the #1 English news channel.
It's SheShakti.
So how do we stay this far ahead?
India, a Naya Bharat.
You.
Car crash from Pune.
You've been with us.
Shockwaves across the nation.
This war has killed more than 40,000 Palestinians.
You've pushed us to do better.
Modi 3.0.
To bring the news.
Its new innings.
Disparaging comments.
The analyses.
Rahul Gandhi's cast.
The debates.
What it means to be an Indian.
Team India.
That strike at the truth. Every single time. CNN News 18, the reigning leader of English news for 2 years and counting.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We were on our way to Tel Aviv, and as you can see, sirens sounding. This was one of the first sites of the attack by Hamas terrorists. Today, First Post has brought together geopolitical strategists from across the world in this one-of-a-kind summit to help us chart and understand the roadmap for the future. Your approach towards addressing India's defense needs.
The army, the defense forces will continue to be future ready.
India has been our traditional first responder.
If once Chinese PLA attack Taiwan, we, the country, is going to crazy.
We need you, India, with us. We need you, India, to make the right moral choice.
All talks are meaningless if there's lack of trust.
Trust is very important. Trust is fundamental. Trust is the beginning.
The takeaways for me are that for the world to have fewer conflicts and to resolve the current ones, we need to build trust, listen to each other, and learn from history.
What was your impression? And those same leaders are still in office, Prime Minister Modi and Minister Jaishankar.
Well, first, I'm hopelessly biased. I love them both and enjoyed working with them. And now they are a critically important global player.
Do you hold China responsible for the COVID-19?
The answer is yes.
President De Silva, welcome to First Post. How are you doing? How do you like New Delhi? The Nigerian delegation was the first to arrive. With me is Mr. Piyush Goyal, Prime Minister of Bhutan, Shering Togbe. Welcome to First Post.
Thank you very much. It's an honor.
Time for a flashback. Pakistan's democracy remained a work in progress. Many would say it's beyond saving now. No Prime Minister has ever completed their term in Pakistan. None. What is the Paytm story? How did this company grow so big and why did it fall? Hello and welcome. I'm Palki Sharma and this is Between the Lines.
First Post reports from the world's second largest continent.
Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa.
We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south.
Join me every weekday live on First Post.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will face off for the first and perhaps only presidential debate of this election season. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
I'm Rupa Ramani, and First Post brings you the ringside view.
It is the mother of all battles.
The quest to be the best is here, and it's a storm that's raging. Will the Lions script a dramatic win? Will it be a new team that'll lay its hands on the Golden Trophy? T20 Summer Storm. Bring it on. India's Manu Bakar notched up a historical first. She became India's first female Olympics medal winner in shooting.
When we launched, we had a vision and a hope. But we had no idea that our project would see such exponential growth. We reached 200 countries and regions. Israel is dealing with its worst domestic crisis. Dr. Kanani, welcome to First Post. Prime Minister Modi's leadership is critical in this fractured world. Do you agree? We throw a spotlight on global issues from an Indian perspective. We are trying to make our mark in the digital town square. We are building a news platform with a video nucleus.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We're in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States of America. Fan of Italy's famous cuisine? Well, we are serving it with a side of diplomacy. As G7 leaders gather in southern Italy, Vantage is taking you to the heart of the action. What's the agenda? Who's invited? And how is Italy preparing for it? Catch the special edition of Vantage throughout this week, only on First Post. When we began, we were sure of what we were doing, but to have viewers validate that has been heartwarming. As we expand and grow, our core values remain the same. We are not interested in window dressing the news. We believe in the quality of First Post and its flagship show, Vantage. Israel says every strike program. The first one, of course, is against Hamas. The second one is against the media. In crisis, you have two options. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. The linchpin of our routine is research and analysis. We hope to tell India's growth story, and we will continue to do so with credibility as our North Star.
Welcome to Money Control, your ultimate destination in the ever-evolving world of finance, business, markets, policy, and technology. India's preeminent news platform, driven by facts and fueled by data. A platform made in India, for India, and for the world. MoneyControl.com has a staggering reach of 95 million monthly active users and 5.5 million daily active users. Being a transformative digital force, reshaping how we engage with money, markets, and news. Setting us apart is our commitment to delivering accurate information and empowering financial decision-making in a dynamic ecosystem. Seeking a deeper dive into the financial realm, we present Money Control Pro, a powerhouse of exclusive insights, providing actionable investment ideas and expert analysis. Because in today's fast-paced world, informed decisions demand both information and expertise. And we have 8.1 lakhs Money Control Pro total paid subscribers and 100% return in 1.5 years, beating the market. Explore market trends, access expert opinions, and utilize essential financial tools all at your fingertips. Join the millions who trust MoneyControl.com for their financial journey. where facts meet finance and data drives decisions. Think markets, think money control.
What's new about news? Nothing. That's until we stepped onto the scene. Instead of playing the game, we became the game. We reach 767 million people every year via TV and a whopping 320 million per month through digital properties. How did we do this? We went global. Forging partnerships with the biggest names in the media industry like CNN, CNBC and Forbes. Partnerships that are dominating their category. Our flagship English news channel CNN News18 blew past the limits of what's possible, reigning as the #1 news channel for over 122 weeks. Our national brand, News18 India, has more viewers than even popular entertainment channels and is India's #1 Hindi news channel. When it comes to numbers and trends, we mean business, so that you stay on top of your business. That's why CNBC TV18 doesn't just lead in the business news category, it is the category. Commanding 86% of the market share. And our Hindi business channel, CNBC Awaaz, has been the trusted partner for traders for 20 years running. Delivering swift market analysis that has made it the preferred choice for influential voices in the country. Our channel, CNBC Bazaar, dominates the Gujarati business news landscape. We've expanded into the beating heart of Bharat, speaking many languages and the truth, even as several of our regional channels rule the charts. While we dominate the airwaves, we've kept our fingers on the digital pulse. Our digital brands are platforms, not just websites. We curated informed opinions on First Post, creating premium properties that are expanding our global reach and presenting India's voice to the world. And with Money Control, we're blurring the lines between media and tech, straddling everything from news, data, analytics to transactions, creating products that help Indians multiply their wealth. Money Control's engagement metrics and app downloads are greater than all competition put together, making it the biggest news subscription product in India. Storyboard 18, building a strong community of modern marketers and advertising professionals. But we're not just focused on numbers. We want to change lives, one campaign at a time, going big on purpose, creating initiatives that matter. We are changing India through Local 18. We've extended our reach to small towns, villages, gullies, and mohallas, telling stories from the grassroots, creating access to untapped markets. We are Network 18, where news breaks on all platforms, made possible by converged digital-first newsrooms. We put the new in news.
ये नया इंडिया,
नए नजरिए का इंडिया, जहां लोगों का #1 भरोसा बनता है वो
जो उनके मुद्दे, उनकी आवाज
निडर होकर उठाता है,
लोगों की
#1 पसंद बनता है वो जो सिर्फ रफ्तार नहीं जिम्मेदारी
पर भी विश्वास रखता है।
देश का #1 न्यूज चैनल
बनता है वो जो देश हित
और जनहित
दोनों को
सर्वोपरि समझता है।
न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया, नए इंडिया का नया #1 न्यूज चैनल।
CNBC TV18, an unending pursuit for excellence. A pioneer, a leader, a visionary, building a lasting legacy of credibility, consistency, and trust. Giving unparalleled access to global thought leaders and powering conversations that are shaping the new world order. Setting the highest standards through exemplary.
Welcome back, ladies. Now, as we brace for an action-packed evening, first we would like to acknowledge our partners here at News18 SheShakti. SheShakti is presented by Lions Clubs International, powered by Senco Gold and Diamonds, and our on-ground partner, Silicon Private Limited and associate partner Reliance Industries Limited. Let's get started with our next best session. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies. All right, our next panel shines a spotlight on the nation's most influential women in the pursuit of justice. From formidable police officers to groundbreaking judges, their leadership is now reshaping the very fabric of our justice system. Their innovative approaches and tireless advocacy are reshaping systems to better protect and support women, while their leadership is fostering a more inclusive and equitable society. What are the big efforts that need to be made to make our society and systems safe and secure? And that's why our next panel will be taking you through just that. Ladies, please welcome Justice Indu Malhotra, retired judge from the Supreme Court and Senior Counsel, Supreme Court of India, Suman Nalva, who's the DCP and PRO, Delhi Police, and Saheli Chakrabarti, who's the Assistant Professor of National...
మీరు చాలా ట్రావెల్ చేస్తారు
చాలా తక్కువ
తక్కువ కాదు చాలా నీ స్టైల్లో తనకు చెప్పు
అరే చెప్పు In London winter with a hot cup of tea near the marvelous Big Ben. It's stupendo Italiano pizza at Leaning Tower of Pisa. మళ్ళీ రాజస్థాన్ తిరిగి వచ్చాను దాల్ బాటి చూర్మా బికానర్ నుంచి సూర్మా.
అఫోర్డ్ ఎలా చేస్తావు మైట్
అగోడా book now and get a low ride. పొందండి అద్భుతమైన ప్రైసెస్ across 3.9 million hotels and homestays. అగోడా ప్రపంచాన్ని చూడండి తక్కువ ధరలో.
ये नेपोलियन अलेक्जेंडर जेंगिस को घोड़ों पे बिठाया और हमें एक साथ टी पार्टी में।
उस मरी का आइडिया होगा। Let them eat cake.
हम भी तो क्वींस लोग हैं। मैगजीन बैन कराते हैं और अपने सोशल्स पे डालते हैं।
I'll invite all the queens.
Madam.
Look at me.
Invite, collaborate, and create together for social media at the speed of social media.
I'm coming for you and my arm.
देखना इससे इंस्पायर होके मार्टिन किताबें लिखेगा.
Hope he doesn't spoil the ending.
Canva, दिल से डिजाइन तक.
They make sense only if women are seen as an added extra and not essential. The book suggests involving women in the decision-making process to close the representation gap. In 1969, a distinguished philosopher, Isaiah Berlin, defined two forms of liberty: a positive form of liberty and a negative form of liberty. Negative liberty entails an absence of limitations, barriers, and constraints. Positive liberty envisages positive control over one's life and an ability to realize one fundamental aspiration. In the 19th century, a set of debates hope to settle questions about citizenship, property, access to the public sphere, and political virtue as far as these questions related to women. These debates collectively came to be known as the woman question, though not controlling or connoting a particular set of questions. The discourse gave rise to narratives and counter-narratives about women in society. These debates have formed the basis of socio-political rights such as suffrage and rights in public and private realms. But let's not make two bones about it. Our Constitution was far ahead of its time in recognizing rights for women, which countries across the world were still coming to grapple with. It was a visionary document which was crafted by the founding framers. Every institution must put itself to test against some of these questions. In making seemingly neutral policy choices, are we privileging male default? Are we accounting for diversity in the C-suite beyond tokenism? Are we making accommodations for women's health, well-being, and professional growth? Are we viewing women as professionals in their own right? Are we doing enough to preserve both negative and positive aspects of liberty? The preamble to our Constitution envisages social justice and equality of status and opportunity, an aspirational document scripting the future of the country. The Constitution prescribes in concrete terms discrimination on grounds of sex, while preserving the state's power to make special provisions for women and children. Non-discrimination on the basis of sex, equality before the law, and equality in matters of public employment broadly form the foundational principles of the guarantee of equality of opportunity and status. There is no dearth of substantive and procedural legal provisions targeted towards protecting the interests of women in public and private situations. But good laws alone, including stringent laws, do not make for a just society. Above all, we need to change our mindsets. Law can carry the journey towards women equality to a certain extent, but not beyond. The mindsets must move from making concessions for women to recognizing their entitlement to lead lives based on freedom and equality. As women have been clamoring in the recent past, we do not want a concession in terms of our security at our workplace. We just want equality of opportunity, which recognizes that like every other element of the workforce, we're entitled to safe and secure conditions of work. We must zealously guard against apparently protective laws, infringing women's liberties and choices. For instance, laws which prohibit women's employment in establishments where liquor is served. In Anuj Garg versus Association of Hotels, the Supreme Court struck down such a law as it gave expression to oppressive cultural norms which were contrary to the autonomy of women. We must foster institutional and individual ability to look beyond the male default. Women are still having to justify choices in ways their male counterparts are not required to justify. Their access to resources, basic resources such as education, employment, and advanced resources such as mentorship and social capital are checkered. While legal goalposts do afford substance to the constitutional guarantees, they do not exonerate our institutions. Martha Nussbaum, in her book, Sex and Social Justice, argued that all human beings, regardless of gender, have a dignity that deserves respect from laws and social institutions. Injustice persists despite and beyond laws. Laws themselves are not empowering. They are a step in the direction of social change. The change lies in a more deliberate, long-drawn, and persistent process led by the people who constitute these institutions. As Dakshayani Veludhan presciently remarked, the working of the Constitution will depend upon how the people will conduct themselves in the future, rather than the law alone. For those of you who don't know about her, Dakshayani Veludhan was one of the 11 founding mothers who signed the final draft of our Constitution. All of 31 years of age, Veludhan was also the only Dalit woman in the Constituent Assembly. Standing at the intersection of caste and gender, Veludhan was a force to beckon with and held her own views independent of, sometimes even contrary to those of her more senior counterparts. Therefore, in conclusion, the foremost inquiry a just institution should make is this: are our systems and structures conducive to inclusivity, and are women supported in making unconventional choices that may not be socially sanctioned today? The Constitution guarantees the choice to opt for the conventional and the unconventional alike. Remember, in the 1960s, for a woman to become a fighter pilot on an Indian Air Force supersonic aircraft was an unconventional choice. It's conventional today. And that's what's changing our society for the better. The Constitution therefore guarantees the choice to opt for the conventional as well as the unconventional. Before we regard any choice as unconventional, wait for the moment to pass. Tomorrow, a new future unfolds in reimagining what it is to be a woman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice Chandrachud, for your words. They inspire and resonate with a lot of us. I found myself nodding and a lot of others as you spoke, and that's why we have a man to deliver the keynote address, because we seek alliance with men who promote women's empowerment. Thank you very much for sharing your wisdom.
Thank you, Honorable CJ and Palki. Thank you, Dr. Chandrachud, for those very inspiring words. Now, for our next panel, we are thrilled to introduce two remarkable guests whose journey bridges cultures and disciplines. Padma Shri Nof Marwai, President of Saudi Yoga Committee and the first certified yoga teacher in Saudi Arabia, has elevated yoga in the Middle East. Joining her is Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati, a renowned spiritual leader, motivational speaker and author based in Rishikesh. She has authored the best-selling memoir, Hollywood to the Himalayas. Sadhvi ji blends ancient wisdom with modern insights. She also serves as Secretary General of the Global Interfaith Wash Alliance and is a co-president of Religions for Peace. Ladies, please welcome Padma Shri Nof Marwai and Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati for an inspiring conversation with my colleague Toya Singh from CNN News 18.
Good evening. We are going to change pace slightly and maybe touch on a topic that we all feel all around us at every single moment. Let's just go to you first. And I'm going to come over to both of you. I just want to tell our audiences a little bit about your journeys in the question that I asked you. So Sadhvi ji, who's sitting on my left, is someone who was studying as a Stanford researcher and at the age of 25 decided on her trip to India, and I'm not going to tell our audiences yet why you decided, why you agreed to come to India in the first place. But you came here, and when you came here, there was something that you felt that made you go, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. Can you just share what that feeling was with our audiences first?
Beautiful, and it's such a joy and such an honor to be here. Most of us grow up, and I certainly did, with the belief that who we are is our bodies. The size, the shape, the color, the history, the experience, our roles, our relationships, our bank accounts, our personalities, that's who we are. And so we suffer. This is what I've come to call the Hollywood mindset. And I come literally from Hollywood, hence the name. But the Hollywood mindset is something in which we are told, you are your body. You are your success. You are your bank account. You are what you look like. And we suffer. We suffer because we feel not enough. I certainly suffered. Even as an adolescent, even in my 20s, even as successful from the outside as it looked, matlab you would have looked at me and said, ki uske paas sab kuch hai. Came from a very good family, had everything on the outside. And yet, in addition to personal challenges that I had been through, there's just a pervasive sense of I'm not beautiful enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not worthy enough, I'm not popular enough, I'm not successful enough, I'm not good enough. And when I came to India, the story is too long to go into here, but yes, I came with a backpack at 25 in the midst of an adventure, in the midst of my PhD program in pediatric neuropsychology. And when I got to the banks of Ganga in Rishikesh, I had an experience that shifted me from a Hollywood mindset to a Himalayan mindset. And the Himalayan mindset tells us, you have a body, but you're not the body. You are soul, you are spirit, you are consciousness, you are full, you are whole, you are complete. There's nothing you're lacking. You are not those roles or relationships. You're not any of that. You are whole, you are full, you are one with the divine. So that experience that I had, and by the way, My personal Jeevan Yatra was from Hollywood to the Himalayas. It's been now 28 years. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter कि आपका जीवन यात्रा कहाँ से कहाँ है, physically. What matters is that mindset in which we realize and recognize, and this is for me what happened on the banks of Ganga, was suddenly I realized, oh my God, there's nothing lacking in me. I've been created by a perfect